and unlawful non
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, good afternoon. Welcome to a special Friday edition of Pep Talks. It's only special because, I don't know, you're all here. Sandor, how you doing, man? I want long hair, not because I'm queer, because I've got none up there. I am also not queer myself, so despite what you hear in chat, how you going, man? Or how you doing? Good morning. Good morning. What time is it over by you? If you don't mind me asking. It's Saturday. Oh, Lord. We're on that. We got that time. That sort of time difference. That is wild. That shit is wild to me. Oh, that's right. You're Australia, right? Yeah. Actually, was looking into going there before something bad happened in yeah. Kind of had to cancel that trip. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't exist. Oh. Sylvie, how you doing, by the way? Oh. You do exist. You're a very, very special part of this program. I am also a little sleepy. I slept like shit last night, man. Although it didn't help that, yeah, I stayed on stream a little bit later than I was planning on. Didn't help that I also started stream a little bit later than I was planning on. Oh, boy. Oh, speaking of starting stream a little bit later and all that, I think I'm going to be tweaking my schedule here coming up. Going to try and layer in a day in between where I can toy with taking a day off. Trying to hit that. I gotta hit that algorithm though. It sucks. As a newer content creator, I am on this weird path of if I don't keep uploading, then I'm kind of screwing myself. And they did this thing with the algo, by the way, where you can't just like upload videos or shorts, and that's not doing it anymore. You gotta like do a live stream. And now they're also doing things where if you do like less time on your stream, it's like, oh shit. Somebody had told me that when I first started this. They were just like, because I had made a comment about how like I'm my own boss. They're like, oh no, you're not. I'm like, what? My audience? They're like, no, the algorithm's your boss. I didn't really believe them. I should have. I really should have, because holy shit, New Zealand. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry, my bad. Right on, right on. I will remember that from now on. Why is it giving me a key frame rate fucking thing already over here? This is ridiculous. Stream health poor. Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. Nope. I have no errors, so YouTube's just finicky. It doesn't like discoverable VOD backlogs either now. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so what's going on with that? Can you enlighten me a little bit on that? Because Angry Ginger was talking about how he set up a secondary channel now specifically for his VODs, where I was just like, I don't really want to do that. I gotta be real. Happy Friday. Friday. All hail the Empire. Oh, hey. Here, give me a second. I gotta save this real quick. Alright, here we go. Gotta rename this real quick. I'm gonna tease it for a second. No, no cut. What the fuck? There we go. All right. Here we go. All right. So I did the thing, Bandit. Put a little work into this. And I emphasize little. Yes, good. Good. Give in to your anger. Support ICE. I wear my hat sideways to emphasize that I'm the most important. Actually, it was more so the shadow. I was just like, ooh, that one actually makes sense. So, but yes, we have a little graphic now. Angela, hey. How you doing? Angela K sells homes. Do ya? Cool. Actually, that's not a bad idea to start a YouTube channel and do. Wow, actually, yeah. If you put all your homes on YouTube and stuff, not a bad idea. Don't know how that works as far as like privacy laws and shit, but. Dude, the problem with these cool things is that the MAGA people steal them and hype them like it's cool for real, but it's very cool. Well, yeah, somebody in MAGA is gonna see that, they're just be like, "Based! Oh, dude!" It's like, can I get that? Who am I kidding? They'll steal it. It is so cool how many people outside the U.S. are polling for the for U.S. It is. It very much is. So, Angela, what do you do for a living? Train mechanic. Really? No, it is kind of nice. Although, when you say polling for the U.S., do you mean like like trying to support us and just be like, hang in there, you'll get there, it'll be okay? Or are you more so trying to say like they're siding with us for this war? Because I just realized I didn't actually really get any context there. So make the empire great again. Make empire great again. Yes, support. You support the war? Oh, ooh. I do not. I lived through one of these fake wars before where they were trying to emphasize that there was, you know, this boogeyman named Saddam Hussein out there, and we needed to stop him because he had weapons of mass destruction. Like, I remember there was this yellow cake situation. What war? Oh, you mean I'm talking about the non-war, the Iraq and Afghanistan war, because it was never formally declared war, so it was technically still an illegal occupation. Just kind of like we're toying with doing right now. No support for us to get through the fascist regime takeover. Oh. Okay, my bad. Misread it. I was worried I was going to do that. I tend to do things like that. My bad, Angela. We cool. They're bringing They're bringing Ewoks. They're bringing Wookiees. They're bringing the Jedi. And some, I assume, are good people. Oh, man. All right. MAGA Star Wars is a thing. Oh, God. That would be a nightmare to put together, though. You know, like Trump Daddy 4D Chess Trump. Or Daddy 4D Chess Trump. No. 4D chess. I can't believe there's people that actually think that, where they're just like, yeah, you know, the whole idiot persona, it's a ruse, so like he can do his 4D chess moves. You know what? I love chess. I love the queen. I specifically like the rook. I always forget how the rook moves, but it's okay. It's okay. I always look at my opponent, wait for them to do it, and then just make the same move. Then I tried to say, you didn't make that move. That was my move. You totally didn't make that move. That was a Trump move. Oh my God. So yeah, by the way, how are you guys this Friday? Kind of going right into it. Good show yesterday, by the way. Thank you everybody who was there for it. I had a very, very good therapy session on stream, essentially, and thank you guys. No, for real. You guys were very kind. I felt very open, like welcome to be that open, so it was pretty cool. I don't like the entire MAGA section of society. They suck. They really do suck. But I have found out that like so many of like what we consider MAGA right now, like some of the people that are wearing the hats just to do it, like they don't understand politics in the slightest, and they don't actually follow any of this stuff, and that's on purpose. Like they're just fed like just the basic shit where it makes them emotional towards somebody else, so they do not pay attention to what the fuck is going on in their lives, and then somehow, some way, are convinced that, like, you know, the left is the problem. Like, I recently just had an argument that I didn't think I was gonna have, but yeah, somebody actually, like, in my life, believes that the Democrats are the reason that the big beautiful bill won't go through. It's just like, I had to explain like just what the majority that they needed and how like they could totally get this through. They just don't hear it, you know. And then I also have to like stop myself because I realize that I'm talking to somebody that has absolutely no idea what they're talking about. I mean, they don't even know, and I'm not trying to be like elitist about this, but sometimes it's like the basic shit where it's just like, how many members who is your, I won't even say how many members. Who's your congressman? Who's your senator? If you don't know those two things, do not argue with me. Fake news. It's fake news. It's all fake news. Anything that doesn't make Trump look good is fake news. I mean, that was one of the... I don't like doing this, but you have to give it to MAGA where they won with that one. God damn, because that permeated in society. I keep bringing this up, but when Kellyanne Conway just not only got away, but she coined the term alternative facts, we entered a parallel dimension of hell. Yeah, the left isn't much better. I'm sick of having to pick the lesser of two evils. Well, what do you mean the left? Are you a centrist? Are you enlightened centrist? Are you a lean left, not full commie? I don't know, man. I'm starting to realize that we got a lot of people that want different things. And I was watching this protest the other day, and I did realize just like what part of the problem is the fact that it's just like all over the place. We all want different things, and we can't focus on, getting one thing done, let alone like especially when it is like there's a level of emotion to it where it's like they will not hear you. They will not even hear. I'm a progressive conservative. Interesting. So does that mean that you're like technically like a progressive? Do you consider yourself conservative like specifically because of like your religion, or are you a little? My mom was the same way. Neocon. I mean, that's kind. My mom wasn't a neocon, but that was supposed to be a smiley face. Sorry. The thing is, it actually. See, the thing is, I welcome all types here. Even if I disagree, even if we disagree with each other, I should say. It's still a friendly community. I'm not a MAGA moron. Well, no, and here's the thing. Like, I'm wondering, like, because you are of a different a little bit of a different political persuasion than myself and some in my chat who tend to be a little more left. I kind of want to know like what you're like, because you claim you're a progressive conservative. So I want to know like why you how that works. I'll just say that. But also, I'm not a MAGA moron. So like, but see, that's where I call you guys like Republican classic, because like, again, my mom, she was like, when she got called a rhino, she just kind of owned it. She's like, I guess I am a rhino. I'm like, well, that's not a good thing, Republican in name only. I'm like, you do understand that then technically you're a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. Like, my mom went to her grave with that, saying that I'm not a Democrat. Which, at the end there, I mean, she voted like she sure was. Nah, I have to say, like, I won't also play that game. But it just sucks because, like, I'm still mad that Kamala, like, tried to placate to you guys more than she did, like, the left. Yo, Bloodstone, happy 420. It is local 420. My local 420. So let's do this. You're not a Republican at all? Okay. So just me being a moron. Then what's the conservative part? Like, what do you consider the conservative part of your progressive conservatism? Hey, Anna, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. Oh, more like more like neoliberal. I was very far left as a youngin who isn't. I wasn't. I moved more left as I grew older. Finding myself moving more conservative, ironically, doesn't affect my voting. Republicans aren't conservative. I care about small... Wait, why did that stop there? Hold on. It literally just gave me small. Oh, small government, real trade, free trade, and minding my own business. Dude, my chat's been doing this lately where it'll freeze and it'll give me half the comment. I gotta fix that. I have no idea how this goes. can't stand libs, but you I don't. Okay. Wait. Is this like the new brand of like, because I'm reading this. Republicans aren't conservative. I care about small government, real free trade, and minding my own business. So it's a little bit like libertarian, like neo-libertarian. If we're gonna add neo to everything now, God, I'm gonna be real with you guys. When we started playing that game in the fucking like 2000s, that was stupid. It was so stupid. The neocons, they're new conservatives. Yeah, the ones that, the old guard, we can hate the old guard because, Newt Gingrich, he's not neocon. Or wait, was he neocon? I can't remember. See, that's the thing. I can't even fucking remember anymore. They were all conservative douchebags that wanted war. That's what I remember. And, like, doing this thing where it's just like the neoconservatives, the conservatives, the Republicans, it's fine, like, if we, like, if we mean the same thing, but, like, half the time it's just like, it's not the same. It's like, it's the same way that I look, like, even as I was leaving my Christianity, or losing my religion, good song, by the way, as I was doing that, I did kind of have that, like, moment where I was just like, oh, we conflated all that just so we could, like, have this weird superiority and also not get lumped together. What kind of small government? Because I find people have different versions of what they deem small government. No, I'm genuinely curious. If I come off, like, condescending at all, you have my permission to let me know. I have a tendency to do that sometimes. Have my permission. Like that. What the fuck? Okay, so I can't stand libs. I see lives as I see libs as the enablers from maggots. If they hadn't given them a voice, then we wouldn't be here right now. And try both sides everything. Well, they did try to both sides everything. They tried to also do the thing where they're just like, well, when they go low, we go high bullshit. Libertarians are fun to party with, as long as you don't fall down their rabbit holes. Yeah. Okay. So I'm really confused. And I like this. No, I actually enjoy this. And this is also like a good insight to people. I'm genuinely curious about where people, like, formulate their political opinions. Like, even the farthest MAGA guys. The problem with them is they can never stop being dickheads long enough to actually answer questions, like, in good faith. It kind of sucks. I've had, like, one or two, like, really good conversations with somebody that was MAGA, and, like, it was because I disarmed them, or they were just like, oh, you're like the first streamer that wasn't being a dick to me. Kirk's mom, you are left wing. You are the problem with America. Thanks, Kirk's mom. Oh, am I losing my approval? Oh no. Well, Sandra, I do too. I think. Wait, U.S. thinks it's means full-blown socialism. Oh, thank you. Accept me. Ah, cool. Why pay taxes if it isn't for the betterment of the people? Well, when I found out how much of the taxes I pay are going to my locality, that kind of did change my view a little bit. Because I used to be that idiot. Like, you could argue I was a libertarian without knowing what a libertarian was, because I was just like, no, taxes are theft. Like, I was an idiot. I was legit an idiot. No, I don't know where my taxes go. It's like, yeah, because you don't look. Did you even bother to go to the government website and look? No. The thing is, I formulated my argument for this from having it on the other side, where I was very stupid. And I was very confident. Oh, being confidently stupid is one of the worst things. That's why I can admit it. It's like, oh, that was one of my biggest flaws. Glad that I tried to work on it. I know I fail sometimes. Dude, I'm getting carpal tunnel hard. I gotta, like... I have to adjust here. Shit's been flaring up really bad. I just want job security, a cheap apartment with sunny balconies. Healthcare, bodega cat managers. Nice. No touching my body. Yep. Cheap herb. Yep. And to be left alone. Yep. Those are my policies, the basics. I mean, honestly, like when you break it down like that, most people would agree. And then you get to the weird dudes where it's just like, I don't know about that whole your body, your choice thing. It's just like, let me guess. You are single. I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Dunning-Kruger. It wasn't, for our taxes could be put to better use. Sandor, Texas welfare and diversity are ruining the U.S. Facts. Man, Kirk's mom's going hard today. Uh-oh. I think she got the red hat on. You know what? Here, just for that, we'll bring back her her emperor. Good. Kirk's mom. I love Kirk's mom. She tends to come and visit me in the night. Oh, dude, that's super gross. Please disregard my mom. Oh, now you want to disregard your mom. I see how it is. Do not use my mom as a bit. How dare you? At the end of our, dude, anytime I hear at the end of the day right now, that's I think I mentioned this before that my dad, he's on this kick. Like he does this thing where he'll say, at the end of the day, this is what it is. It is what it is. Like that's his biggest thing. I could make a shirt for him that says, at the end of the day, it is what it is. And that's just what he lives by. And he says it a lot. Like, every conversation I would be like, he needs it like a swear jar where it's just like, how many times are you gonna say at the end of the day? Because it's also kind of, I don't know, at this point I was annoyed by it for a long time because I'm just like, oh, you're kind of confidently stupid, but now it's just adorable because he's like, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's like, all right there, Socrates. Socrates. Oh, it is. All us lefties will agree we spend way too much on defense. Oh, see, that's where, again, we need to focus on that kind of stuff and, like, you know, move on from there. That's what I was saying yesterday. That's why, like, again, I'm not going to get into that. We're not doing that. We're not doing it today unless it's through Discord and we have a little bit of a discussion about it. Because I think that it's like, yeah, we always come to the same conclusion. We agree on the policies, we agree on the almost agree on the tactics up to a point. And then it's like, okay, I feel like exclusionary stuff is BS. And that's all I'm saying. That's funny, I don't think I normally say that. Oh wait, so at the end of the day, I just care about the Constitution and our democracy. Sorry, I went on a fucking stun lock there about my dad. We're going to have to rebuild the whole thing. And that's where Anna chimes in and goes, yep. Just leave a thumbs up. It's okay. Así es la vida, which means such is life. Yeah, my mom, she used to do the c'est la vie stuff. There it is. Like clockwork, almost. What did I say I was covering today? Oh yeah, I got this UFO video. I forgot about that. Just a completely random thing that I found. I don't speak Chinese. I don't know what that is. I have to do the come on now. It was funny. man. Yeah, here we also I got some live shots from Israel. Oh, by the way, guys, here. If you guys must know what's going on with an update about Steve, this is currently a live shot of Steve waiting for something to happen. And I mean, this is a live shot. This is a live cam. So we're back to it. Oh, boy. This is Steve when he's sitting at his air fryer just... This is like a... Wait a minute. Can I just say, this is like legit this is nature's edging. It's just like, oh. Huh? Well, oh? Is it gonna... Oh? Oh, man. Sorry, got a little crass there, but... Just... I did just have to fill out something earlier today about, like, my content. And it was really funny. They were kind of asking, like, how much of it is geared towards just trying to be funny. And then I kind of realized as I was answering these questions, I'm just like, oh, this is kind of one of those situations where I'm like, I might have to actually register my show as a comedy show. Uh-oh. Nah, we're good. Looks like nature's enjoying a huge cigar. Or something else. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck? What a weird mood, guys. Fuck. Alright. Shit. That was the sound of me losing all of my tabs. Oh no. Oh no. Damn it. Give me a second. Oh, here. Refresh. There we go. Oh, shit. Okay. Why did it hide everything? Hold on, guys. Getting Pompeii vibes? I don't think that one, if it does, like, erupt, is, like, that one's not a big deal. It's weird, we have, numbers. What's that all about? Okay, so you get ranked in chat, based on how much, you interact with the community. I do know that if you are like a first-time donators do get a little bit of a boost. I do know that they fixed that. So if you want to test that theory. But yeah, no, it's fun, whatever. It's somebody called it a boomer feature because it legit is just like they're catching up to every other platform where it's like, do you want to interact with the people that you watch? It's like, well, yeah. Also, if you actually want to help me out, if you could hit that like button, guys, it really does help out the stream. Come on, guys. I really, really appreciate the help. Black man macho of flare drip. Yo, dude, what up? Yeah. How am I today? I am good. How are you? I don't know, but you got... I gotta. Yeah, coming in. Talking about Ric Flair. Woo! The man, the legend. Yeah. That's all you get. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I probably put these on tin pepper. There we go. Macho Pep. Oh, yeah. Kickflip. But I am doing well, thank you. So this, I'm number 1, but I'm not as rich. Hey. You like taxes? I don't like them. I understand the need for them. I'm not jazzed when I see my tax bill, especially like my property tax bill. Not fun. but I understand like the thing is, I am a little bit more curious than your average American, so I do look where all of my taxes are going. Well, all the ones that I can track. But yeah, it's one of those situations where it's just fine, whatever. If I have to do that to live in the area I do with what I have, okay. Because like I have a lot of amenities. I got a lot of parks. I got a lot of, school. Like we got some of the best schools around us. I do know that. So, which I don't benefit from. I'm not, and never plan to. So I want to make this argument for tax exemptions, where it's just like, well, if I'm never going to benefit from this, then no, I'm kidding. I love taxes. I love I love funding government programs. The thing is, as long as like, I just wish there was more oversight on that. Like, that's why, funny enough, Doge wasn't a bad idea as a concept. Because for real, think of this. Like, in my own personal life, I've worked with some government contractors, and they always make the same jokes about how they abuse the system to just get pretty much infinite money that they need. And it's just like, that's gross. Even after all these years, I cry when I have to pay in. It's way too much of my money. Yeah, well, that's where I could also argue, yeah, there needs to be some overhauls. But I love taxes. I love helping the vulnerable members of society by giving them social safety nets. Yeah. Well, again, going out on the limb and saying I love taxes. Hell yeah, I'm down for UFO, UAP. Yep, we're going there. We are. I'm actually kind of hoping that Honeybee can join this the show today, because this is right up her alley. The second I saw it, I was like, it's not even conspiracy stuff. This is straight from the news, guys. Like, this is from NBC News. As long as they are putting it to proper use. Like, see, that's where I was saying that. That's where, like, again, Doge as a concept, not the worst thing. Because, like, for instance, in Chicago, we have major issues with this. It's almost like that's why it's called the Windy City. We have so many jokes about this shit. Hi. Hi, gang. What you doing? Oro. Hey, Oro, how you doing? Good to see you. Taxes are better than good sometimes. If you give the government too much taxes, they give you your free money back. Okay, now I know you're just... now I know you're fucking with me. You mean what I paid into and that I'm owed? Okay. Free money. No, that was money that is mine. They have to give it back. That's part of it. Poverty leads to crime. Hungry children don't learn. It's mutually beneficial to lift people. That's true. But also, you could argue, like, just even with the hungry children thing, like, they're not really learning shit. Like, let's be real about our public school system, man. It has failed the last 2 generations hard. And you know, it's one of those situations. All right, let's cover this UAP thing. UAP. By the way, can I just say, I'm gonna do the old dude thing. Why they gotta go changing things on me? Why? What's the deal with them changing the name from UFO to UAP? You know? This woke garbage. They ruined aliens. The reason why I brought up taxes is because I thought of a well-planned out way to help with the housing crisis that's going on, and it involves taxes. Well, yeah, I mean, again, proper tax allocation. If most people understood how much money we waste, it is insane. New Zealand schools are not like the U.S. Oh, right, yeah, sorry. I forgot. Different country. All right, so let's do this aerial phenomenon thing. Also, actually, breaking news about Mahmoud Khalil. He is getting released, it looks like. Although a U.S. judge ordered his release, I have a feeling that that they will try and block it, though. Wait, a federal judge. Any word on if they're going to try and block it? You know what? For this one, I'm going to go to the New York Post. New York federal judge. There's at least something. Okay. What the fuck, dude? I knew this was gonna happen. Wait, okay. Bro, I can barely pay for my mortgage. No more taxes. I mean, dude, yeah, I will say this much. Like, dude, the way that they are tackling some people that got locked into, like, good mortgage rates is they're taxing the shit out of them, and they're trying to push them out of the areas and force them to sell. I have noticed that, and it's a fucking dirty tactic. Our schools are for creating worker bees. Yes, they are. 2000%. I noticed that when, like, they did that standardized testing shit, and I did, like, I had a special conversation with one of my teachers where they were just, like, they kind of, in long and short of it was, don't fuck this up. Which was kind of funny. All right. There we go. Let me get my headphones on, and then we're going to go for the segment. Where is right now? All right, so we should have an eviction tax every time a landlord has to evict somebody. They should pay a tax. We should also have a vacant real estate tax. If you have, I agree with the vacant real estate tax, but that's a no. I don't agree with that. I've dealt with too many shitty landlords for that to even be a fucking possibility. So if I want to evict one of my tenants, I should just pay a tax? Come on, man. Yeah, exactly. All right, here we go.
Tonight on The Future of Everything, we've got some new UAP video from filmmaker and journalist Jeremy Corbell, who is standing by to break it all down. But first, here's a little bit of a closer look. This is a freeze frame. This is with some boosted contrast of what appears to be a disc-shaped object captured back in 2020, possibly somewhere over Afghanistan, Pakistan, the border there.
Was this a... All right, what day was this? Because if it was the same day as the eclipse, this could just literally be a reflection of the eclipse on top of clouds.
Here, Jeremy says that this was filmed by some sort of DOD asset and forward-looking infrared shot from above looking down, and was, according to Corbell, the U.S. Air Force describing this object as possibly navigating through the clouds. There's no heat signature that you can see here. Nothing you would expect for a normal aircraft as it dips its way through. We're told the Pentagon logged it as a UAP, but so far it has not appeared on the Aero public list. That office tracking this stuff, whose official response to our request for comment was, quote, "We have nothing to offer." So Jeremy Corbell is the host of the podcast Weaponized. He joins us on set. Jeremy, good to see you. Welcome back.
Good to see you, man.
All right, so getting into this, navigating through the clouds, like I hate to even bring this up, but that sounds a lot like Jordan Peele wrote it in Nope, right? That's what we saw a little bit in Nope. What's going on here? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so for a couple years of investigating this footage, right, making sure it's authentic, where it came from, that was the running joke, was that it looks like the movie Nope. What we're seeing here that's different than ever before, you know that I've obtained and released with George Knapp thermal videos of UAP. Now, our government has admitted some of what we've put out. They've admitted their UAP. I'll tell you this, I'm not saying it. That was in the original footage. It says UAP navigating through clouds. They called it a disc. I'm not even calling it a disc, but what you're seeing is first shape. I have never seen in all UFO history, when it comes out of military, an actual circular form. That's amazing. It was amazing to me. The second is the movement.
I thought that was like the standard. Wait a minute. Wait.
Abrupt turn from your
I know
left
there's like a
to your
cigar
right when you're watching
thing,
it.
but
And the third thing that really was astonishing to me, this is in thermal. There is no heat signature of traditional propulsion. It is a perfect looking disc. Maybe it's an orb. I don't know, but I do know this. Our Air Force passively captured it. Then they said that this is a UAP. It is still designated a UAP. So when George and I obtain and release these, it's so the public can see. We're hoping to do a little bit of the job that we're not seeing with folks from Arrow.
Now, it does say AI enhanced. There, it looks like there's some artifacting around it. What is the actual video, and what is possible artifacts from trying to boost the contracts and see what's going on here?
So we did an analysis of the video, but what I did was make sure to put out the original things that George and Knapp and I obtained. So you see it clearly says video 1, video 2, video 3. Our own government, because they've been studying this in the intelligence community since 2020, they did a sort of rudimentary, I would say, kind of highlight or enhancement of it. And that's why you see like
interesting timing.
Like ring around it.
2020 enhancement. This is like pre-ChatGPT, pre-AI
2020
revolution here.
So what we did was we went in there just so people could see it better.
Unless you're talking about the release of it.
AI enhanced, because it changes the shape. It's a perfect sphere or a perfect circle, depending on angle of observation when you watch it. So what we did was heighten contrast.
There's so many ways to show you how to
And we also made sure that you could see as it goes into clouds, we punched in. So the military videos are the ones that are black and white. The ones that we tried to enhance.
Hi, are we officially in WW3 yet? Not yet.
A little bit better of shape and movement.
Not yet.
Is kind of more blue.
And I mean,
hold.
It's circular, and this is looking down at Earth, so you're looking at the clouds. Like, is there a chance that this is just a balloon?
Right. So if you look at the movement and you look at wind, and this is why we put it out to the detectives online, but our military doesn't think so. Our military called it a disc. Our intelligence community has been at this since 2020. Now, look, when assets like this get out to journalists like me and George, we're not experts at this, but we know and can report that our military calls this UAP, like every piece of footage we've put out. It's fascinating, man, and I think this rides on a much bigger and more important topic, which is that there are whistleblowers, and there are 3 who have confirmed to me, firsthand whistleblowers, that they will testify under oath publicly at Congress. Congress needs to respond to this video. It is time for them to respond to this, because I have people that are willing to testify at the next congressional hearing on UAP.
Yeah, whether people like it or not, I mean, you have become the conduit for so many of these videos here. The military, to us, the DOD is like, we have nothing to offer on this, and yet we don't see it on the Arrow website. What part of this would be classified? Like, why wouldn't this be listed?
I am not qualified to assess that kind of answer. I don't know. But what I do know is that every time that George Knapp and I, we obtain and release footage, it is funny how Arrow then puts out something that looks similar, but it is not similar. Why don't you just put it out to the American public? I'm actually asking them to do so. They should do so, just like all the videos that George Knapp and I obtained and released. And when they do put stuff out, a lot of times what they do is they just take what was already publicly available, like the Tic Tac UAP. And you might remember I released a Tic Tac UAP from 2000.
I have people willing to testify. Testify?
23.
Okay, I'm done.
Hey, this is ongoing, man. And I'll tell you one last thing about this.
Restart that. I have people willing to testify under oath. Yeah, they do. They also happen to do hard drugs.
The tip of the iceberg. What you're seeing here. George Knapp and I are committed to to reporting on our best evidence, and you're
The fuck? It looks like a small black hole.
seeing a part of that now.
No,
Did you see the theory that there's like tiny microscopic black holes all around us?
means that you got more. That means that there's other stuff. I know you well enough to.
I hope
Okay.
that the world gets to see more, better, diverse footage. I am not in absolute control of how the world receives things, but as a journalist, I am going to fight to get as much out as humanly possible.
Got it. And real quick, what's the update on Capitol Hill? Like, sometimes it seems like there's progress being made towards some sort of disclosure. Next thing you know, it's completely forgotten. No one's talking about it, and it seems like it's fallen off the radar. Like, when are we going to get answers?
Fallen off the radar. So Representative Luna has a task force. Representative Burleson is being vocal. Representative Burchett is fighting the fight to get transparency on UAP because UFOs are real, and they show us something. They
UAPs, get it right, bro.
demonstrated technology
God.
that we cannot replicate. Even Arrow has to admit that. So the American public wants to know, are we going to have hearings? And I'll tell you this, man, I have
my chat
constant
freeze?
talks on a weekly basis with everybody organizing,
are
including
you
David
in
Grush,
Top
who
Chat?
still works in government as a whistleblower now. He got a job working with
If you're in
UAP
Top Chat, that'll happen.
task force or whatever they're calling it now. There will be more hearings. If they have courage, there will be more hearings. And I have 3 first-hand witnesses that they can put up to testify.
We're looking forward to witnesses. We're looking forward to more evidence. Jeremy Corbell, so good to see you.
Fascinating topic, isn't it?
Yeah, always a
Important.
fascinating topic. Thanks.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories.
All right. Steve! Oh my God, you guys! Let's check in with Steve! I did mention that, like, that voice is... it's not doing wonders for my throat here, so... I think it's good. Yeah, you're fine. You should be fine. He's just sitting there, doing his Steve thing, doing this.
I don't know if I'll have access to it.
Oh,
J.D.
boy.
Vance is holding a news conference in Los Angeles.
I'm edging.
Right now, the only way I would have access to it is if the White House
I'm going to
shows
guess
it.
you didn't think my joke was funny enough
I
to
don't
use
know that I
on
will.
stage.
Also, I don't know how much
I
I'll
don't
talk
really
about Iran.
perform on stage
if I
anymore,
end up
so
getting access to it, I'll put it on in the corner. But I don't have
there's
access
nothing to
it
do
right
with that.
now.
Plus,
I
I really
can-
didn't even
I
see your
can
joke,
watch
to be
it,
completely real.
But I don't have the rights to show it.
You saw the new Iranian missile footage? No. No, I haven't. Duck. This guy's facial hair is impeccable. Oh. I mean, not as impeccable as mine, but... All right, let's get some news here, shall we?
I mean, it just depends on if
Let's do the news segment. The news! Oh, by the way, guys,
Tulsi
I have a
Gabbard's
special surprise for the fun half, so you guys will have to wait and see for the 420 fun half. Steve and Steve. Hey, what up, Charlie? How you doing, man? How you doing, man? I don't know why I said it like that, but I do things. First time they trashed the place, blah, 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 blah. Okay, you guys are... This is why I kind of dip out of chat occasionally. You guys start doing your own thing, and yeah. I think I went farther left economically than communist. What, Star Trek? Are you demanding replicators? All right, grand jury indicts Suzanne Morfu's husband for murder in her death? I don't know. Didn't follow it. Don't know. Court blocks Louisiana law requiring schools to post 10 commandments in... Oh, nice. Federal Appeals Court ruled on Friday that Louisiana's law mandating the 10 Commandments be posted in every public school classroom is unconstitutional and cannot be enforced. Nice. Last year, Louisiana's governor approved a pioneering state law that required all public classrooms to display a large poster of the 10 Commandments. A measure that prompted a group of parents to file a federal lawsuit challenging its constitutionality. The appeals court decision upheld a November district court ruling that said the law forces students to engage in a religious exercise and poses a real risk of coercion. What? That's it. Wait a minute. They're coercing kids? No. I'm almost starting to see there. Oh no. Appeals court decision upheld a November district court decision saying that the law forces students to engage in religious exercise and poses a real risk of coercion in violation of the First Amendment. Heather Weaver, ACLU, highlighted that public schools should remain inclusive spaces for students and of all religious backgrounds, not places of religious instruction, while Louisiana Attorney General Liz Murrill expressed her strong opposition to the ruling, pledged, yeah, because, again, it's fine when it's your religion. Like, that's what really pisses me off about all this stuff is, like, and this goes back to when I was a Christian, they could never see it, where, like, I remember bringing that up post 9/11, where the way they would talk about, like, Muslims, and I'm just like, well, you're trying to obtain the same thing. Like, you guys, you talk about global caliphate, you know, and you talk about it because, like, is, like, you know, Arabic is scary language, but when you put it in the context of, like, well, we need to, you know, essentially obtain Israel, because we're the chosen people. Like, trust me. There is a lot of that in evangelical Christendom, and it's very unspoken. Religion is just a cult. It is. No, it is. It's easy for me to say because I was part of a religious cult, but at least in their doctrines. It just scares me because it's kind of mainstream. Like, the evangelical, like, school system that I went to is, like, so mainstream. There's something they don't say in communism that peeved me off. So I made an economic system slightly more leftist than communism. The true wealth of a state is its people and the care we... Listen, guys, I'm gonna emphasize this 2,000%. Like, I appreciate, like, putting the energy into that, but also can we put equal energy into solving these issues incrementally? Because that's how it's going to have to be done. Like, the revolution's not going to happen the way you guys, like, that we want it to. I'm sorry. Like, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I just don't, like, the second that we would start, they would squash it immediately, and we'd be in Guantanamo Bay. So, like, I just... Also, that's why I have been more adamant about, like, talking to, you know, the center of America and just being like, what do you guys think? And I'm getting a lot of the same shit where they're just like, well, you know, there's a lot of leftists out there that are fucking really extreme because they're just talking about, like, totally upending the system entirely and just doing all this, like, revolution stuff. Like, and it has to happen, like, today. And that's why I have been, like, this way for a little bit, is because I've been having these conversations more and more. Although, I've been trying to have them on stream, but I'm having a hard time getting, like, centrists to actually come in and, like, talk. Kind of sucks. That's why I like Zoran. That's why Zoran was cool. He is cool. Yeah, Zoran's cool. I mean, I can support him just by being like, yeah, you should vote for him. Like, if any... You do realize that that's part of the problem with social media politics. Is sometimes we really do lose objectivity on, like, what we can control, and, like, because do you know how much of the internet really does think, like, we're in control of what's going to happen in the New York election? Where it's just like, no, it's fucking New York. Also, I have to say this right now. I want, like, so the mayor that is in Chicago right now is not great. Like, Brandon Johnson is an objective failure, and it kind of sucks because he kind of tried to run on the DSA position, so it ain't looking good. I gotta say. But we can do that for every candidate. Well, yeah, I mean, we should have more like, this is where I have been talking about how we're going to have to come around to the idea that if there are, you know, millionaires, billionaires, whoever the fuck, willing to fund these campaigns, then they're going to have to, like, take that money, because there's no way that you can do both of these things, because if you don't have the support of the just basic person, you're not going to be able to build this as a grassroots thing. Like, you're just going to constantly run out of funding. That's how that goes. Like, trust me, I have watched so many of these third parties come and go just in my small time of being in politics, like 20 years. So Brandon Johnson sucks. Yeah, no, he's he's an objective disappointment. It really, I have to say, I am not pleased. What the hell is going on today? Really? Yo, guys, hit that like button as you're coming into YouTube. Like, YouTube's, oh shit. Hold on. Did I get shadow banned again? Guys, I don't think I got it. Yeah, because I didn't even get recommended to anybody, I don't think. Did my recommendations go out or my notifications? They didn't. Okay. Okay. We just gotta make videos and junk. We have the internet. We don't need funding, unfortunately. That's bullshit. That is so... I am sorry. That is La La Land type bullshit. What? No. We have the internet. Do you understand how your algorithm works? So you do understand that not everybody sees what you see, right? Like, not enough people understand that. That's why they get shit shocked where they're just like, what do you mean? You haven't seen this 5 million viewer fucking video that went super, super, super viral? It's like, no. I got Twitch notification, not YouTube. That makes so much sense. All right, guys. If you can do me a favor, if you're over on Twitch, hop over to YouTube and hit that like button. I'm dead serious. Like, it's happening again. They're doing it. And Sylvie, can you tell me what the hell... yeah, what is going on with this? Like, with the way that they're trying to break down my VODs, like, if I have to restructure this entire channel, that, I will tell you right now, will lead me down a little bit of a conspiracy path, because, like, dude, I got to this point of breaking out that it was so organic, and it's just like, okay. Did you see Adventure Time? I only watched a little bit of it. My roommate was super into it, I'll be honest. I know it, like, from kind of watching it. I got a meme for you. I might get it. We'll see. Like, I know the characters, I didn't watch all the show. Yeah, no, it's totally 1000% not being recommended on YouTube. That's fantastic. All right, guys. Also, here, make a regular channel that you just read Bible verses. Yeah. I hope the surprise is cupcakes. Aylin, how's it going? Also, hit that like button if you haven't already. I'm gonna keep saying it, guys, because fuck me. This is getting kind of frustrating. I will be completely real with you guys, because I also noticed, and it hasn't just been from like a dip in, you know, donations or subscriptions or anything like that, which there has been a bit. I have noticed that, yeah, they're also like trying to demonetize a bunch of my videos, specifically for talking about like politics, like Trump even. It's not even fucking like the Iran stuff that's doing it, so good, very high. What about me? Dealing with some shit right now, apparently. Because, yeah, as I said, YouTube is not putting my my channel out there as far as the recommendations, and I have been having, like, it's becoming a very confusing situation. You click the like button. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Pep Talks, it's Pep Talks TV here. I'll link my channel. because I know that I'm not the easiest to find over on YouTube. So here you go. I really appreciate it, by the way. Also, hit that subscribe button. That does help. Oh, shit, too. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. They buried my fucking channel, guys. So I don't know. This sucks. This really sucks. Wow. What a time to find this out, too. Like, live on stream. Okay, so you guys are, you guys get to be privy to this. Yeah, it looks like YouTube is actively trying to bury my fucking channel right now. Oh, that's fun. Well, whatever. Well, thanks everybody for hopping over there, and also, as I said, hitting that like button and the subscribe button, because that's what really does help me in this algorithm. But you know what? It is getting fucking frustrating to keep asking that, where they can just arbitrarily be like, nah. Oh, you know what? No, this is, the timing is fucked up. Jamie Peck, I'm not sure if you guys know who Jamie Peck is. Jamie from the, formerly of the Majority Report. She had the channel Party Girls, formerly of the Antifada, the show. Or just, is that still a thing? I don't know. Either way, she's like a hardcore political activist. Her channel got permabanned today. Like, she ain't coming back because apparently her strike was for, they labeled it for criminal organizing, which I was looking into, like, some of the content. It's a little iffy, I hate to say, like, especially, like, but for her to catch a perma, that means that it wasn't just the AI, like, going through it. So found it, but literally buried you. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. Timing's not sus at all with the Google CEO meeting with Trump just last week. This has not sus at all. Fucking A, guys. Like, I gotta be real. This shit is getting a little fucking rough. Man. Good luck, Beagle. I mean, hey, man, this sucks. Whatever. I'm back. I had to look for a foster home for a Beagle. Aww. Baby. Well, I appreciate you doing that. Subscriber. Thank you for subscribing, Angela. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Also, yeah, hit those notification bells if you can. Ha ha ha. Try and use clickbait. Trump is best. You know what? Fuck it at this point. At this point, I'm fucking so done. Trump best? I won't do Trump best. That's insane. I can't even type that out. Glaze Trump and they will unban me. Dude, this is so fucked. I hate the fact that they can do this. Where it's just like, at this point, like, dude, just... Can they, like, I'm not trying to beg for it, but for real, like, if they're gonna pull some shit like this where it's just like, oh, we're gonna bury you in the algorithm because we found some disagreeable content, what the stuff that you talk about. I'll post the link in my Discord group. I really appreciate that. Yeah, share wherever you guys can. Hit the, yeah, just, holy fuck, man. I'm actually really, I'm getting, This is the last thing I fucking needed. I'm never going to get a vacation either. Like, I was just bringing this up. Like, I brought this up earlier, where it's just like, no, the YouTube algorithm is essentially your fucking boss. Like, now I understand why so many smaller content creators do fucking quit. Because, like, dude, it becomes too much. You guys know this. Like, I do damn near 8 hours, like, on average. Like, fucking Christ. And this is why I'm complaining about it, because this is the stuff where it use Rumble. Yeah, right. But this is honestly, like, this is why I wasn't asking for a bunch of fucking donos and, like, being annoying about that stuff, because I was kind of making it just on, you know, the ad revenue that I was getting, and I was comfortable with that, but fucking Christ almighty, man. Sorry, this is actually already, this is contributing to my already fragile fucking mental state. I'm gonna be completely real with you. Because, like, dude, I love doing this. I absolutely love doing this. This has been the most therapeutic thing on the fucking planet for me. But for this shit to be the fucking, like, constant, just constant. Okay. Breathing. Making a comeback here. There. It's the best I could come up with right now. Let's see what happens. Literally just said, Trump does the thing. Because honestly, man, debate content is also getting slammed. Ah, great. Okay. So that makes me wonder if they are using AI and they're just going after anybody that has, like, leftists as part. You know what? I want to talk to a few other creators about this to see if they're going through the same shit. All right. Praise them for being able to talk to North Korea. Yeah, right. Well, way to start my Friday. Because honestly, guys, this is getting... It is getting to the point where it's like... It's bad for my mental health, man. I was worried about this shit. I was worried about the fucking algorithm doing this. These goddamn computers. Like... I knew it. I knew I was going to run into this eventually, where it was just like, it was going to be me versus the fucking Terminators. Like, what the fuck? And the thing is, it's not even like the cool form of Skynet. This is the dumbest fucking thing I have. This was not how I thought it would go. This was not how I thought I would be battling AI. Fucking Christ. I am a supercomputer. I go after the leftists online. You better watch out. If you criticize Trump too much. Would a restart help? No. No, actually that would hurt. No, because the way that they do this shit is like they also do it based on like timing of your stream. Which, dude, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Like, and I've been very open about this on stream. I've gotten DOSed like 5 fucking times in the last 2 weeks. Sus, right? To the point where it actually made one of my VPNs completely unfucking usable. Don't know how that fucking works, but turning the VPN off and then getting a brand new one, which that was a whole thing. That ended up helping my problem a little bit, but fucking A, man. I gotta be real with y'all. This sucks. Like, dude, I was at 5K last week. Like that's where I peaked at as far as like, and that was like live views coming in for the entire stream. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you guys beyond if this continues. I think I might actually have to like stop, because this was enough like supplementally for me to do this, or I'm gonna have to go to like 3 days a week. This is unreal. Fuck. Why now? Why now? Why fucking now? Oh, that's right. It would happen now. Woe is me. This is just a pep luck. Although it is. I do have that luck. Like, I do have pretty fucking bad luck when it comes down to it. That's what they want. I know. That's exactly what they fucking want. But what else am I supposed to do? I can't commit 6 to 8 hours per stream if I'm only like making maybe $5 to $10 like from chat. Like, as I said, I was getting like, that's why I wasn't being like overly like, hey, can you guys donate? Hey, can you guys do this? Like, it really was like I was making enough, as I said, from the ad revenue, from just like being on stream. This is a significant hit. Like, I don't know, like, that's why I'm panicking. I am actually fucking panicking. And as a smaller streamer, this fucking sucks. Like, the fact that here I am trying to build this fucking channel and then it can be taken away just by an algorithmic hit. Like, that's also, I'm gonna be completely real, like a new layer of anxiety that I did not fucking like need. Like, that's unreal. But all right. Yeah, bitching about it really fucking helps. I don't know what to tell you guys. The creators I've seen speak up about it say they had to go unlist in private VODs until they make another channel for them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound uncaring. It's okay. It's fine. It's not like you sound uncaring or anything. It legit just, it's frustrating, man. Like, maybe I was fooling myself and I was seeing like more of the wholesome aspects of this, and I was also getting like, maybe I got too like big for my britches or some shit. Like, I got too excited where I was just like, oh, look, I'm actually like, I'm on the way there. As I said, without like going too deep into all this bullshit, I kind of made it, guys. Like, I kind of did the thing where I was going to be able to do this full time. But this could just be like, as quickly as that happened, because again, not even a full fucking year, but as quickly as that happened, it could fucking end like that. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's unreal, man. Shit. Well, you know what, guys? Now I have to be a little less shameless, or a little more shameless about this, I guess. If you guys can help out the fucking channel, real great way of doing that. No, but for real, if you guys can help out the channel in any way, hit the like button every time that you see any of my content. I don't care if it's a short, whatever it is, hit that like button. It is a huge help. Also, subscribe to the channel. And yeah, financially, guys, if you guys can donate anything to the channel, the contributions will significantly help this, like, help support stream and help me continue to do this. Otherwise, as I said, do not be surprised if I end up going down to about 3 days a week and only doing about 3 to 4 hours a day, because that's about all I could commit if that were the case. So thanks for letting me know, Smoke. Definitely. I left it upstairs. God damn it. All right, well, 421 pep talks. Man, you know, a little bit of my ADD disappointment thing where getting a little ragey. No, they are targeting him. Yeah, glad that. Unlist in private VODs. So is that what I have to do? I have to go unlist my stuff? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm actually totally just canceling stream tonight. I'm not sure if I can actually, like, fucking deal with this. Guys, I was already, like, I talked about this a lot yesterday. I was already having a really hard time with my mom's death. And like I said, this is kind of what I was using, like, as therapy. And, like, because it was doing well, it was really helping with that. And also, like, as I said, full disclosure, I was able to make this work out. Like, fucking Christ. Fuck this fucking whole shit, dude. Fuck. Fuck. Sorry. I need to let this out. I had the hardest time finding you on YouTube search. Yeah. That's what I've been hearing that for the longest time. And then there was this short period of time where I was the first one you'd find if you searched Pep Talks. If I had a nickel for every time I joined stream, exactly when Pep said, fuck that, I don't even want to do this right now. I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird when it happens twice. What up, Ryan? No, I'm finding out that, this isn't just a shadow ban. I think that, like, they're burying my channel, which is well, I guess it is just a shadow ban, but whatever. I hate that fucking name. It's so stupid. It's a shadow ban. Yeah, it's so cool. Gross. No, my channel is buried on fucking YouTube right now. And honestly, it's to the point where, yeah, man, like, I was just letting everybody know I might not be able to continue doing this on the level that I have been. God damn it, man. Yeah, if this shit continues. But how you doing? I don't know. You guys got any recommendations? Not allowed to talk about it? About the you-know-who? That's... How the fuck am I not supposed to get more conspiratorial as a content creator when this shit constantly happens to me right around the time that I get really fucking, like, into criticizing Donald Trump, his policies, or covering some bullshit that he was doing, covering some protests? What the actual fuck? And they've been doing this not just to me. I'm gonna say this. Like, they've been targeting content creators that are going out there and filming what's actually happening out there. So I gotta say, this is really fucking sus. Anyway. What a time to have to piss. Hey, thank you for hitting those hearts. Maybe that helps. I don't even know anymore. Because I'll be completely real. With the way that they break down the algorithm to you, like, here, I'm going to just... Let's just do it. I'm not breaking my contract or anything, but I'll just show, like, so they give you analytics, right? So they'll give you your view analytics as far as, like, peak, all this bullshit. Then they'll give you time watched. Then they'll give you your subs that you get. And then they'll give you, like, estimated revenue and all that kind of stuff. I have literally watched everything spike to, like, a point where it like, last Saturday, as I said, I had over 5K on my live stream. Like, that's insane. And then the day after that, I had over, I think it was 2,000 on my my return live stream, you know, going from Saturday to Monday, which is even that's weirder. Like, because taking that day off, usually YouTube would hit you for. Yeah, they try to do that. That's why you see so many content creators like going out there and just making sure they have something out there, whether it be a short or anything, because the old rule from even when I started doing this, God, fucking these new timelines where a day feels like a year. But seriously, like when I first started doing this, like it was pretty simple. Like, yeah, you keep consistent with your content. They will put you in the algorithm. You will kind of build an audience through that. And then they kind of, like, here's the thing. They kind of ensured that they would reward you by, like, letting your audience and members especially know when you're live. But that's why I kind of freak out when I hear that you guys aren't getting notifications, or you guys, like, especially actually when I find out you guys are not getting notifications. That tells me immediately what's going on. So if your content isn't appearing in USA, maybe try targeting multiple communities, especially Arab communities, since you're analyzing Middle Eastern politics specifically. That's not how it works. Just gonna be real with you. That's not how it works. And honestly, like, I'm already targeting the community that I want. Like, I appreciate like that. Like, I appreciate the advice, but that's not what I'm looking for. I was more so just looking for, like, hey, if you guys know how to split the like, if any of you guys do know, like, what to do as far as, like, the VOD situation, because Sylvie, I know that you were kind of a little bit up on that, but I got a notification, y'all just not paying attention. Did you actually, or are you just being a contrarian dick? Now's not the fucking time to play. We need more Canadian elections. That was a good boost. Yes, that was, actually. The Canadian election, I'm not even subscribed, and I got a notification. Why are you not subscribed? What the fuck is that? Gotta be real. What the hell are you doing, man? I would, like, if you're here every day, why not? You got a notification on YouTube? Oh, shit. Well then, okay. Well, that's good. Well, hold on. Now I feel like a little... Hey, we hit 1370. Where did you get the notification? I got it from Discord. See, that's the thing. Like, yeah, notification from Discord is different than YouTube. The YouTube notifications, they should just be coming up through... Well, that's if you have YouTube notifications on. I know a lot of you guys probably don't, but if it's also not showing up on your recommended channel, that's also a problem. Subscriber Panic Studio, thank you for being, I think, the 1370. Are you the one who pushed us over? No, you actually, yeah, you pushed us over to 1370, or, yeah, 1371. I really appreciate that. No, see, all right, thank you guys. Fuck. Sorry, I am a little panicky because after hearing what happened to Jamie, and then seeing AG like move his content, that happened like I think a week or two ago. AG literally transferred all of his content over to a new channel, and I was just like, what's this all about? But then I started noticing something weird where like my videos were like all of a sudden just like they got not just buried, they were dead. Like it's so weird, and I'm pretty sure that you guys have had this explained to you. I'm not sure if you guys know, but when you get shadow banned, it as a content creator, it's not just a bunch of dudes want, like, it sounds like we can get whiny, trust me, I know me, but realistically it's wild, because as I was saying, that's why I was talking about the algorithm or the analytics, because when you see the analytics and you're just like, what the fuck, what happened? Like, that's weird. I wasn't sub, but just pay attention on YouTube. It's trash, and I always get notified on Twitch. Okay, cool. Well, Twitch seems to be way better about that. Like, I always get my Twitch notifications for all the creators that I follow, whereas again, as a consumer of YouTube, like MR, I'm signed up for MR's YouTube notifications. I get them maybe once, twice a week. So the 0 to 100 and back to 0 is awesome. I love it. Well, it calmed me down. I got stoned, but also, yes, thank you. No, because you guys are showing me that I do have the support here, but the game sucks. I can't. I was warned about this. This is why I think I am kind of like freaking out a little. Like, again, like seeing it happen to other creators, but then also being warned about it and then having it happen. That's kind of wild. I have to be real. Like, when you kind of... Shit. The conservatives have been getting shadow banned for 10 years. They must have deemed you righty-tighty. No. No. YouTube's algorithm has definitely shifted in that regard. I'm the same. It's nice to see I'm not alone. Oh. I go 0 to... I do go 0 to 100. It's okay. Are you peps? Did we pep talk you? You did! You guys gave pep talk to pep talks. You guys should feel definitely a little bit special there. No, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And I'm just trying to be as real as possible. Not fucking oversharing, which got that problem. But no, it's already frustrating, man, where it's just like trying to plan my life. And that's one thing about streaming, where it's like, oh, I'm at that AG, actually, he told me, he's just like, you're at that really you're at that in-between point where he's like, you could definitely like go full-time, but he's just like, you do have to understand that getting banned from one platform could just ruin that entirely. Like, so the conservatives had not been banned at all. They're just a bunch of gaslighters. No, they got banned. I'll say this. There were a lot of guys that got banned, but they were saying some pretty heinous shit. But they're back. Like, the thing is, like, Nick Fuentes getting reinstated was insane. But then I think he got banned just as quickly as he got reinstated. It was like Kanye West. When I found out that Kanye West got reinstated and then he got banned again, like, that was so funny, man. And that was on X, though, so... Bro, those storms already look sick. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was following the storms yesterday, too. But... that's different. I mean, yeah, conservatives online have been pretty popular for many years. It's not hard to be a conservative grifter. No, that's why, like, I keep... when I got accused of doing this for, like, the money by somebody that, you know, was... they fancy themselves like the voice of the left kind of shit. And it was wild. Where I was just like, really? Really? Like, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, me doing this for the money, I chose to be a left-wing commentator. What? Are you fucking kidding? That one legit is the most laughable thing on the fucking planet. Conservatives online, or wait, wow. Gherkin got the first NATO of the day and he doesn't even see it. Wait. Guy who are... Or wait, wrong. Wait, what are you talking about? I just got trolled. I guess you did. I don't know. You derailed my thought. That's alright. I can't stand conservative channels. They're very disingenuous. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, man. I've been trying to have more conversations with conservatives. Actually, I was just talking to a conservative commentator, like a creator, and it's weird. He started saying some stuff where I was like, so you have to deal with something kind of similar, huh? Because, yeah, apparently, like, their whole audience, you know, going after them. I didn't think about this, but, yeah, they apparently do get, like, like, the hate from their own, like, viewer. Like, and I'm talking, like, their own audience. Like, I don't want to say the racist, but you know what I mean. They just get mad and block me. Yeah. All right. You checked your notifications? You did? No, I mean, again, it's just one of those... I'm telling you, man. Fucking... This is the second... I think this is the second or third time that this has happened to me. Second confirmed. I know that for sure. Because the first time I was like, hey, you know what? I'm a little curious. I invited someone who voted for Trump. He comes to AG's lives in August. Nice. See, I mean, honestly, I'd be all right with chatting with somebody as long as they're cool like that. Like, if they can actually hang with, like, if they can hang with the Aegis crowd, then I think they're all right. Spacey, yo, how's it going, man? How are you? Nuance is a thing of the past. Yeah, no shit. Well, the YouTube I got late, though. To be honest. See, again, that's... Well, as I said, man, the YouTube has been just wild. Not bad. I'm just kind of dealing with some internal strife on the channel here. Where... kind of sucks. He's okay. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm okay. I think I'll be all right, but I was busy watching, so could have popped up. Wasn't like I was watching videos. No, again, guys, I appreciate you. With all the support, but that's what I was doing. Yeah, if you guys want to use channel points. Oh, by the way, check out a little Tim Pepper here. Got him all decked out. We got Macho Pep. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. That's too cool for Tim Pepper. Can't let him just have like cool Macho Man sunglasses. Come on now. I meant the guy who voted Trump was okay, not you. Oh. I think the trick is you have to suck a hootie. Hassan's not... He doesn't live stream on YouTube. There's always OF. No. Set the wife down and have a chat. Yeah, that'd be an interesting chat. Nuance is subtle difference in shade of meaning, expression, or sound. Oh, stand lift. Shit. That wife, that sounded awful when you read it. I think you're great. Thanks. Here, I gotta get to some news or something. How's this volcano doing? Nope. Calming down. Nothing there. Okay, so we got some debate to get to, but... Wait. Oh, tell me this wasn't Jubilee. Nope. Not Jubilee. Good. Intense debate with Cenk Uyghur. Damn it. I gotta wait. Ethan Klein's lawsuit? Did he file? Wait a minute. Did he actually file the lawsuit, guys? Does anybody... I purposefully just dipped out of all of that content. So, out of sheer curiosity, if he's doing the thing, then all right, maybe I will look into it. But hold on. That seems like it's not real. I hate the internet so much. When it comes to shit like this, where it's just like, that seems like it's not even a real link. Ambivalent should be my middle name. Alright. So Kyle talks to Jank? Oh, Crystal and Kyle are talking to Jank. Okay, that's cool. Well, we could check that out. I will... Wait, it's a... Guys, hold on. Somebody sent this to me, and it's a live premiere. Once this goes public, I'll watch it, but I don't want to siphon views from here. Guys... yeah. We'll watch that after it goes public. That's tonight. Yeah, no, somebody just sent it to me, and that's why I was like, wait, that's live? Like, it's literally now. I'm like, I can't... I'm not comfortable doing that. Even though I think I can, but it's just... That's one that's just based on principle, where I'm like, nah. Like, go, watch Kyle if you guys want to see it, but I will cover it. It goes live in 20 minutes, so we won't have to wait long. Cool. Perfect. Also, by the way, guys, as you file in here, if you are new to the channel, hit that like button, and God, all right, I'm done. I'll stop asking. It does help, though. Oh, did any of you guys see that video that I posted of that spider in my pool? Like, that shit. That was wild. I was just chilling, and all of a sudden, I'm just like, no. That was... Just saw him, like, walking towards me. I'm like, okay. I think I gotta get out of here. I think I gotta make dinner, but you must fill your pool in? What? It's crazy that bugs live around us so wild. No. It was like, how big was it? It was about the size of a quarter. Like, you're a big guy. Did you see him doing this, though? Where he was just like, eh! With his little pincers, because anytime that like he was floating and he would like kind of start facing me, he would do it where he's just like defensive. It's like, I don't think that works, bro. I'm not sure if I I think I ended the video, but he ended up like floating. It was kind of funny, but I also felt kind of bad for him because as I'm recording it, I just kind of have that realization of like, oh shit, he's going into the skimmer. Whoop! Right into the skimmer. So, I'm going into Angry Ginger withdrawal at Pep Talks is helping me get through it. Yeah, is he on vacation? I know that he did his new Spaces thing and then all that kind of stuff. But yeah, also people are talking like he's on vacay, which good for him, man. I also know he's got family, like, so that's something that having kids. That's the reason that I'm able to do the hours I am able to do. Also helps that my wife, she works odd hours too. So I love Asman. Ew. Is AG on vacay? I mean, that's what I was just asking. Thank you for also asking. I always thought his analysis was pretty logical on things, straightforward. Yeah, he went on vacay. Good for him. Not gonna lie. Teeny bit jealous. I think I've said this before. I haven't been on vacation in 15 years. That's the last time I actually went on like a proper, few days off. Got to really relax. Does wonder for you. Keeping you on edge. Just say no to crotch goblins. Crotch goblins is great. Yeah, I'm not yet. Listen, I do not begrudge people who like want to have kids or like the big thing that bothers me is when they try to like condescend and just be like, you'll never know true like love and like all that until you have kids. I'm like, see, I had somebody actually last Saturday went out and hung out with a good friend of mine who's, you know, he does a comics podcast, but he's an older, like he's, I think like in his 50s or something. And he was talking about his daughter. And he seemed really bummed about it. And I was just kind of, you know, without asking too much, I was just like, you all right, man? He's just like, you know, we've had this discussion about you having kids. He's just like, I can tell you that, you know, nothing will bring you more joy and more pain than your children. And I was just like, whoa, damn. And like he got real and he was just like, yeah, you know, having an adult kid that isn't exactly a fan of you is not, it's hard. And then on top of it, he was just like, he's like, you always reminisce about like the good old days of when they were like little. And he's like, it really is true. You always see them, like, he's like, you get this mental version of them that like locks in right around 10, 11 years old. And that's just where you're just like, you're always that little, just like that little version of yourself. Ain't it the truth? Listen, I got a fairly large family and I can tell you right now, yeah, it seems that way. It totally seems that way. You know, my mom, she totally had that. You know, she was very open about it too. Man, fuck them kids. But not like that. The fuck? Sandor. I kind of got it just by the, man, fuck them kids. Jesus. It's kid people acting like they can't take their kids to non-kid people's houses and annoys me. If the kid can't have enrichment, it's a non-starter. Dude, non-kid weddings, all that bullshit. I'm all about that. Talk about your mom like that. I mean, I'm fairly open. God, I gotta pee. So, you know what? Here. Is this almost over? Yes, it's over. Okay, cool. It went live. We can watch it. All right, we'll watch the Cenk Uyghur thing here in a minute. Legend of Shaun, wait. Shaun of the Dead is so good. Wait. Bringing babies to movies and shit. Dude! One of my favorite Tom Segura bits was, I think it was like from his first or second, his special, where he was just like, if you bring a baby to the movie theater, then you don't get to go. It's like, you don't get to go to the movies. Like, it's just, I need to proofread. God, man, I used to be able to do like bit karaoke. Or if I could recall it, I'd be able to pretty much do it verbatim, but although I had such a similar situation though, where you hear the wah, you just no. The worst one, actually, I'll just be real with you. With you, the fuck, dude, my mouth is betraying me today. Actually, just this happened at the last movie I went to go see, where there was a kid like 2 rows in front of me where he kept like doing the thing where he had his phone, but he kept moving, so like it was getting really distracting, and I was just like, what the, all right, do I go and ask like, hey, can you do something about this guy? I didn't. I bitched out and just let him sit there and just was annoyed and tried to ignore it and mentally train myself. But I'll be real. I couldn't stop. Like the entire movie, I was just like, fuck this kid. Just put your phone away. Just put your phone away. When you're at the pool and you see kids wearing diapers. Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, funny enough, that vacation I was talking about that I went on like 15 years ago. Yeah, I had a situation where I was down at one of the pools and I was just like, oh, hell no. And it was a non-kid resort, so don't know how's that work? Actually, no, I know exactly how that works because I was talking to this guy who was just as mad at me at the bar, where he was just like, yeah, they'll walk up from from the beach, and yeah, they come and try to use the pool, and yeah. Not everybody's a Karen. Not everybody is just like I mean, I have that thing where like I don't want to be the one to narc, but occasionally I'll be the one where I'm just like, is anybody gonna do something about this? I have to wear foam padded steel boots around. The fuck? You got giant cloud ass boots. Just making sure. Just are you gonna do the thing where you literally like pick them up and just do the bah! Pools are gross. Actually, that's why I have my like I was adamant that I was like, all right, I'm going to just make sure that like don't have too many people in the pool. And when I do, it's like all about balancing those chemicals, man. Because ew. Be a proper role model. A white kid is in the... Oh, hey, no. What the fuck? Although, goddamn, dude. I saw a TikTok that really bugged me that was kind of about that. Like... Seems like people are taking their racism and really running with it, but I also got to be careful because this is why I don't really use social media outside of like doing this, is because I don't want to like think that is necessarily the world outside of just a few like shitty people. But I don't know, man. I keep fucking... As much as I want to be on that side of things where it's just like, nah, it's just got to be a few people. This can't be that shitty. It's like, well, it does seem like it is. All right, so I have to take a piss real quick. So what I'm going to do is chill here. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just be right back. Share stream. Give me 2 minutes. Coming? You should have taken us. You couldn't stream something for us? Sorry. I was thinking about it, but no, I want to watch this with y'all. I don't want to miss anything. Also, I had a random thought. So, do you think those hyper masculine dudes and like, here, Kirk, I know you can speak on this. Like when you let your dog out, do you say go potty or do you like say go to the bathroom? Like, I don't know. It's so weird. Or do you like do the thing where you're like you're very specific, where you're just like, go pee, go poop. I say evacuate at once. All right, you know what? Out of left field. I say nothing to my dog. He just does his business. Really? Oh, see, I'm one of like I've been used to like my dogs like kind of doing like an answer where I'll ask like, you gotta go potty, and they'll do like, so Stan, for instance, if I say go potty, he'll look at me and he'll just then like point towards like the door, like, and he'll just be like, then kind of look back at me. If it's not, he'll look at me and then he'll look at like his dish, and then I'll know like, oh, okay. Actually, now that I think about it, all my dogs have been kind of able to tell me, like, in a way, what they want. So, not smart dogs. My dogs let themselves out. We have a dog door. Oh, I've been thinking about doing that, but I don't know. I've heard too many horror stories. Our dog refuses to go out. She's a pain in the ass. I got one of those. I got one who just, yeah, she's not a big fan of going outside. I don't know. Like, she likes her cold floor. You know, she's an older gal, so she is definitely, you know, more of the in her rest phase of life. But it is kind of funny where she'll just look annoyed, where it's just like, come on, like, go. And she'll just be like, ugh. Sometimes my Chihuahua F's around and gets distracted by chipmunks. Dude, I told the story here. My Stan, he went full on hound. Like he turned into exactly what he was bred for, and he got some baby bunnies. It sucked. I want to install a dog door. I'd probably have a coyote. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, that's, yeah. My old dog would have made fun, like, friends with a coyote and just been like, yo, this is my buddy. It's just like, what the? Him and the cat that I had at that same time, they were very much like the same way, because my cat, he would catch mice and he would just like chill with them. He would never kill them. He would just be like, look what I got. This is my friend. It's just like, oh, man. There's something about like trying to catch a live mouse and take him outside. That's like, I don't know, man. This is not fun. It's definitely not fun. We have a fenced yard. No coyotes here. Yeah, I got a fenced yard now, but my old yard, man, I lived across the street from an open field. That shit was scary. I'm a shy pooper too. I can only poop over cliffs. Just, I picture that one couple that's just like, we're here on our anniversary. Plop. Ah! That'd be wild. Yeah, my cats do that. That got a snake this winter. I had to put a snake in a Tupperware until... Like, where the hell do they get these things? Yeah. Like, dude, yeah, I went outside just a little bit, like, it was a few nights ago, and Stan, he was just, like, obsessed with this thing. I'm like, what is that? What is that? And, like, I've got, like, this, like, little, like, grape trellis thing, and he just kept barking at it, and I was just like, huh. And, like, as I peek my head down, I just see, like, it's a huge bat, and I was just like, nope. Nope. Not even. No, thank you. Bats are cool. I ain't gonna. No, I'm good on not like going around them. All right, cool. Oh, I guess Stan's back. I'll be right back. Get him, and then we will start the video. Alright, never mind. Stan wanted his companion. Yeah, I got a yellow lab. I think most of you know. But yeah, she actually just had that moment where she's like, ugh, I have to go. And as Stan was about to come back inside, he was just like, oh, you're here. Let's go. She's just like, he popped rounds when someone tried to break into my basement door years ago. Really? Yeah, see, oh shit. Because like here, like, all right, what is the castle doctrine law? Because I know in Illinois we technically have it, but I know in Chicago there's a law against that because of the cops. Unlawful and violent entry. So yeah, I know that's also why, like, here we do have like an engagement rule. Like, so for instance, if like SWAT were to show up, they do have to be like SWAT, like, just because, yeah, like we've had that problem. God, we had a situation that was maybe 20 minutes away from me just recently, where a guy barricaded himself after a domestic dispute. And yeah, it was rough. They got like 4 different like townships to come in for that. Into the woods, but yeah, people are skeptical. Everyone here has guns. Well, I mean... I would argue that here, pretty much, like, dude, pretty much everyone I know has one. We just don't do, like, as much carry and conceal. Like, we have to go, like, through classes, and, like, it's a whole process, and honestly, it's like, eh. Because you can use them for home defense, and then we have, like, a lot of places to go shooting, so it's cool. I think I told the story about the place. Oh, I might not have finished it the other day, about how there's this place near us that's like a pheasant place where you got all these rich fuckers that are now mad at the Big Beautiful Bill because they want to shut that, like, they want to sell it. They want to make it private, and they're just like, no! Because, of course, the richest guy wants to fucking buy it. So, kind of fun. Hey, I'm Adi. How's it going, man? There's a lot more people concealed carrying than you would think. Oh, yeah, especially, well, yeah, in the Shy, too. I will say that. It's 2 a.m. I've been up since the sirens at 6, so I'm going to go. Good night, Ryan. Yeah, I'll probably still be on by the time you wake up. Whoa, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck was that? That spider came and found my ass. What is he? Yep, that's exactly what it was. A lot happening today. Jesus. Yeah, the spider, he came and got my ass. What the fuck? Just what? Yeah, apparently, it was kind of. Spider-Man. Dude, now I'm freaking out because, like, I just saw him run. Like, he ran to the side of my computer. Man. Oh, man. All right, here, let's get to the, Jesus Christ. It laid its eggs in your brain. Anyway, I was saying. Ryan! Good night, man. All I can think about now is just like, was it him? He is here for revenge. Jesus. If you guys don't know, I just put up a short of this spider that was in my pool, and I told everybody what happened to him. He got sucked into the skimmer of the pool, but yeah, that might have been him. Out for revenge. Dude, wolf spiders do that shit, by the way. If you kill a wolf spider's mate, they, like, the other one will find you based on the pheromones. And there have been stories of, like, these things crossing state lines. So, U.S. State Department should hire me as a war expert if they... Okay. You want this State Department to hire you? Okay. Have fun with that. Here, gonna go let Stanley in, but I will leave you with this. We're edging. Here. It's the it's perfect. He's back. The host is back. I didn't mean me. There he is. All right. Let's give Special Boy a treat, and then we will start the video. Hey, excuse me, mister. You took that right out of my hand. I sell dirt and imaginary lines. I don't even pretend to care about them much. Yeah, that's got to be wild. Hey, you. You gonna lay down now? All right. Are you good? He's just like, I don't know. Can I maybe get one more treat? We'll see. All right, guys. Let's start the video. There we go. All right, so Cenk Huger debated Crystal and Kyle. So I can only assume that this got heated. It was live, so this is the
and liberals
this
banding
just happened.
together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen.
Is MAGA a fascist
Oh
movement?
no, it was a
Just
live
give me
premiere.
yes or no.
My bad.
That's an absurd framing, Kyle. That's
That's
mainstream media framing.
You can't say
Okay,
that MAGA
so
is fascist.
what
You
part
can't.
of-
Wait. You really don't believe MAGA is fascist?
I am against Trump, totally. Okay, but why do you love Trump? Will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk,
Okay,
talk
so
about a
now,
straw
hold on,
man. I mean,
let me-
you're making
for
up
God's
stuff
sake,
I never
Crystal, let me
said.
answer your questions.
Come
What's the point
on.
of coming on here if I can't answer your
Jake,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
So you want to
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
straw men?
Crystal.
You're
This is,
inventing
it's a
things on the
mistake
spot.
talking to you guys. It's a mistake.
Welcome, Cenk Huger, the Young
Oh.
Turks. We appreciate you joining us.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
So, oh, you want to explain? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, Cenk reached out to Kyle and I this week and said, hey, I think we got some things to talk through. Can I, let's have a conversation. So we said, sure, let's do that. And this kind of follows on the heels of a discussion/debate that you and I had back
Don't
in
forget,
December,
guys, we got the Cenk emote over here.
The launching point, and you can, correct me if you don't think that this is a fair characterization of this conversation, but the launching point was a tweet that you had put out expressing some optimism about the Trump administration. So we can put that tweet up on the screen from Cenk to refresh everybody's memory about where we started. So you said, in November 29th, 2024, I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election. Even though I was so against the guy who won, I know now MAGA is not my mortal enemy, neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated. So over the course of that conversation, you explained to me that the reason you felt optimistic was really two reasons. Number one, as you say there, the establishment was defeated. And number two, you felt that the elements of the populist right and the bros would hold Trump accountable. And it kind of built to this crescendo where he actually turned to the camera and said, listen, guys, in a little while, you're going to be able to say whether I was right or whether Crystal was right. Let's go ahead and play that portion as a refresher. That is element number two.
I want to address something to the audience. Can I?
Sure.
Is this my camera here? Okay, yeah. So right-wing populists, it is now your job to prove Crystal wrong.
Go out and do it, y'all.
So
The thing is, this is him like speaking like they are a majority of the people that could like turn the tides.
he doesn't believe you. And by the way, almost no one on the left, other than
Which
me and
we saw
Anna,
that's not the
believe
case.
You guys, that you actually want to cut the Pentagon, and that you could pressure Elon Musk and Donald Trump to cut the Pentagon. So, are you going to prove the left wrong? Or are you going to prove them spectacularly right? Am I going to have to come on here and apologize to Crystal for ever believing in any right-wing populist and say, oh, I was a sucker. Those guys are liars. All they want to do was increase the Pentagon, have more wars, more corruption, and they never held Trump accountable. We waited 4 long years for them to hold him accountable, and all they did was kiss his ass and show that they don't really believe in freedom. They said all this stuff about freedom, but they never meant it. They said all this stuff about drain the swamp, but they never meant it. They said all this anti-war stuff, but they never meant it. We're going to come back on here in 1 year, 2 years, 4 years, and we're going to keep doing a check.
So, Cenk, that was kind of the context of that discussion. And just for the audience and for you, since there's 2 of us and 1 of you, and we don't want to be like jumping on all over each other, and maybe Kyle and I have disagreements on things, I thought I would kind of handle the first 30 minutes more or less. Kyle would handle the second 30 minutes. You've got a engagement you've got to go to, hard out in an hour, so that's the amount of time that we have.
We could do this for 4 hours if we had the time.
I'm sure we could, and it would be painful for all involved. But in any case, we've got a hard out for Cenk in 1 hour. We want to be very respectful of his time. So with everything that's happened in Trump 2.0, do you still feel that original optimism that you expressed at the time, do you still feel that was well-founded?
Absolutely. And part of the reason I wanted to come on is to see if you guys are on planet Earth or live in an alternate reality. And I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm being genuine about it. And so,
hell of a way to
Chris,
not be insulting.
I watched our conversation from back then.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you kept saying like things against Trump. And that's why I didn't even think it was a debate. It was a discussion because I was like, yeah, I totally agree with you on Trump and the Republicans, et cetera. I was talking about the populist right and the independents that voted for Trump. the actual voters. And you saw it in that clip. I don't address Trump. I don't address any Republicans. I address the voters. So what has happened since then? Joe Rogan has come out against what Trump has done with Mahmoud Halil, with Abrego Garcia. Almost all of the MAGA hosts have come out against the war, ranging from Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon. Then you've got the politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene. You've got Tim Dillon. You've got, I'm not sure you can name a right-wing MAGA host or independent host that's for the war in Iran. So I'm genuinely curious, like, are you guys not seeing that, or does that somehow magically not count?
So, Cenk, I have the same question as to whether or not you're on planet Earth. Because, first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you think that Trump 2.0 is better or worse than Trump 1.0?
Trump is irrelevant.
No, he's not irrelevant, because I'll tell you why. Here's why. You expressed optimism about how all this would go. And the reason you were optimistic is because, hold on. No, we just saw your tweet, okay? The reason you were optimistic
I can explain the tweet.
Is because you thought these various groups and influencers would hold him accountable. So did they constrain his behavior, for example, when Elon Musk was running around with a chainsaw, slashing Social Security and gutting the federal government and gutting the CFPB? No, we didn't. In fact, we saw Joe Rogan host Elon Musk, not to mention Mark Zuckerberg and Mark Andreessen, to make the case for those things, okay? No accountability there. Did we see them constrain his behavior and hold him accountable when he launched a crypto shitcoin, the most corrupt scheme in American history, most likely? No, he did it. He's faced no accountability for that. You mentioned some dissent from Rogan on the kidnapping of college students off of college campuses. Is it the right that organized in opposition to that? No, it's the left and it's liberals. The only time that Trump's actions have been constrained at all in this Trump 2.0 era, which is vastly worse than I even expected.
Sandra, those are fighting words with Kirk in the chat.
You and I had that conversation. I mean, we've got men in hundreds of people in a concentration camp. I didn't see any accountability.
Italian food is for sleazy felines.
Right on that. I don't see any accountability.
You just called me a feline.
From the right on an American city that is right now under invasion by our own troops, Marines on the ground in the city of LA. No, I don't see any accountability there. I see an administration that, as I predicted, the guardrails are completely off. And the only places where he has been constrained at all is when the left and liberals organized against Elon Musk, Tesla protests, showing up at town halls, etc., made him toxic. He had to be turfed out of the administration. And in the context of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, when you had mass left liberal resistance, even pushing Democratic leaders who were lame and weak to do something, Chris Van Hollen goes down to El Salvador, and the administration did something they did not want to do, which was to bring him back. That is the only time this administration has been constrained. It has had nothing to do with the right, had everything to do with liberals and the left organizing against him.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So you asked about 12 questions. I would love the time to answer it, but you didn't actually answer my question. Do you see a massive MAGA revolt against the war? And I'm being genuine. It's a literal question. Or do you just not see it?
Cenk, here's what I can tell you. Okay, Charlie Kirk, your buddy.
420, shit.
He has already.
He's not my buddy.
He has
Crystal,
already gone. He has already gone.
Thing to say.
He's already gone from. He's already gone from being critical of the Iran war to, guess what? He got a call from the White House, and now what he's saying? What's he saying? Oh, I trust Trump. Trump is the man for this moment. I know he's going to make the right decision.
The exact
Steve
quote
Bannon.
is.
Go
Can
ahead.
I give the exact quote?
Yeah.
This is from Charlie Kirk. Quote: "We must trust Trump in this situation." Go ahead with Steve Bannon.
Steve Bannon, hold on, Steve Bannon, put up element number 4. This is the Financial Times today. Steve Bannon says, if the president, as commander-in-chief, makes a decision to do this, the MAGA movement, the Marjorie Taylor Greenes, the Matt Gaetzes, we will fight it up till the end. But if he has more intelligence and makes that case to the American people, the MAGA movement will support President Trump. When Trump says that he gets to define what America first is, he's right about that. And so when you have Bannon, who also was critical of Elon Musk originally and got a call from the White House and said, cut it out, and he bent the knee, these people time and time again, Cenk, all they do is ultimately, when Trump makes a decision, they bend the knee. We are already far enough into this administration to know there has been no constraint on his action that has come from the right. None. And we're in a war with Iran.
Okay.
We are already in a war with Iran. They didn't constrain him here. He's doing whatever the hell he wants to do.
Why is Cenk fighting so hard for this?
Okay. So you guys just spoke for like 8 minutes doing a straw man. Okay. So you make it sound, and this is what's so.
This is what's frustrating about these, man, where they're just like, oh, I'm not going to listen. You're just straw manning me. Oh, you're making me look bad.
You guys make it sound
Listen
like
to her.
Like
it's not that hard.
Trump and I think that MAGA is just a bunch of angels who are secretly left wing, and they're going to magically agree with us on every issue. And the minute that Trump does something wrong, they're going to all push back 100%. And that's what I believed. I believed in rainbows and unicorns. Of course not, Crystal. Of course not. Well, you're trying to move them. Moving the other side is super hard. And so when you see something, anything where they actually agree with us, you have to encourage that. So when you say all the things that you said, is Trump a bad guy? Of course, of course. So if you're listening out here, guys, the framing of all of this is totally wrong. Like, we're having a conversation. Do you think Trump's a bad? Of course I think Trump's a bad guy. He's totally authoritarian. That's why I voted against him. That's why I worked so hard against him. So even the framing makes me like sound defensive when you guys started with a premise that's out in la-la land. We totally oppose Trump. So now the second part of the premise that's totally wrong is, do I think that MAGA is going to revolt on every issue against Trump from day one? Why? Why would they? They love Trump. Of course not. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for, is there one or two issues where there is actual agreement? And can we take that agreement and do something interesting to restrain Trump in those issues? So when you talk about immigration...
And so when does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Well, we're in the middle of it right now. So I'll tell
we're
you
at war with Iran, Cenk. Hate to break it to you. We're at war with Iran. It didn't work.
Okay. So, Crystal, let me finish. So when you talk about immigration and all the things that he's terrible on, I know what MAGA's movable on or not. I talk about it on the Young Turks all the time. If you think you're going to...
God, he really is so arrogant about this. Do you guys remember like a few years ago where the way he would talk about like the youth of like that day? Oh, the youth is actually way more progressive than you think. All the men are actually progressive. You don't understand. And then it comes out that they're actually fucking conservative, and that it, like, yes, women got pushed to vote for more progressive policies, but in reality, no, young men became more fucking conservative, thus proving him wrong. But did he shift his tone on that? No.
Going to move them on immigration.
He literally took that tone with something else where he's just like, see?
Are nuts. They're not going to move an inch on immigration. So I fight him tooth and nail on that dungeon in El Salvador that they're sending people to, the Marines in the streets. Now, there's some issues like immigration where they haven't moved an inch and they never will move an inch, right? Mm-hmm. There's some issues like the Marines in the streets where a smattering of them are like, this is a little uncomfortable. It feels a little unconstitutional. It doesn't feel quite right. Those libertarian...
The majority want war.
Wing. Remember, guys, this is super important. There's 77 million people that voted for Trump, right? If you treat them all the same, you will not be able to win elections. Why is winning elections important? I have
said that.
Because that is how you take power away from Trump, away from the Republicans. So if you treat all 77 million as hardcore MAGA, you are going to push them away and they're going to vote against you. You can say, oh, no, but it makes me feel better. I have emotional release and my audience likes me more because I seem like I'm tougher on Trump. I was so mean to him. Yeah, but did that persuade anybody? I called all of his voters fascists. Yes, but did that persuade anyone? You're trying to persuade the people in the middle to come to your side. So what are the issues where we've got a fighter's chance? War. Okay, so now, do I think that on day one, they were all going to flip and then act and be successful in stopping all of the establishment, all the neocons? And by the way, were we successful? We were not successful in stopping any of them during Biden or any other Democratic administration either, right? So now there's a giant full-blown revolt from MAGA against this war. Now, if you're saying, no, I don't see Tucker Carlson Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Posobiec, Cernovich, Candace Owens, etc. All of them opposed to the war. But you might not, because a lot of people watch programming that honestly just kind of gives them a misleading sense of what's happening.
Did you see Tucker, Trump saying, Tucker called me to apologize. He said he went too far.
Trick is a bitch.
Did you see Steve Bannon saying, we're all going to fall in line ultimately? So I'm not talking about, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the however many million Americans voted for Trump, some of whom are hardcore MAGA, and you will never move them. And I guarantee you, the moment that Trump says this is the policy, they're going to say, you're right, sir, this is the policy, this is brilliant, and I am on board. Are there independents that can are there independents that can be moved? Yes. There are two separate questions here, okay? Number one is we are in hell right now. Like, the level of damage that has been done to this country, done to the world, from
the shaky Gurga psyop
already is astounding. So the number one thing is triage, right? How do we stop?
That's what I'm doing.
How do we stop as much damage as we can? And the track record thus far in the Trump administration is the only time he has been constrained is through the left and liberals banding together and going through the court system and public pressure. That's it. That's all we've seen in this administration. The other question is, how do you win elections? So go ahead and address that, and we can talk about the election piece. But real quick, before you get in, you know, as to the earnestness of this MAGA anti-war movement, put element number 3 up on the screen. Do you know, tell me, how many Republicans have signed on to the War Powers Resolution?
One.
Is Marjorie Taylor Greene? No. Is Lauren Boebert there? No. One. Thomas Massey, a libertarian who is, you know, ideologically consistent, kind of similar ideologically to Dave Smith. Every other person here is a Democrat. So to the earnestness of this anti-war MAGA coalition and their commitment to blocking war with Iran, here is where the rubber meets the road. You have one Republican who is already at odds with Trump, who is willing to put his name on this War Powers resolution. That's it.
So, Crystal, look, I know you don't mean it, but you keep conflating two things. The Republican politicians, including Trump, and the Republican voters, or the people who voted for Trump, okay? So are the Republican politicians corrupt? Of course!
There it is.
Of course they're corrupt.
Woo!
Are they going to say, hey, Israel, I'll be your bitch, and I'll do whatever the hell you want me to do? Of course they are. They're completely owned by Israel, okay? So AIPAC, et cetera, the warmongers. By the way, let's be honest, is more than half the Democratic Party totally owned by AIPAC? Yes, right? So I know, oh my God, oh no, you can't be honest. You have to just say the other side is terrible and our side is angels. No, I'm not going to play that.
Would you
Dude,
rather?
You're the one who constantly just puts it into that simple of a category, though, dude. Like, for real. And then it does you the disservice of just being like, well, you know what? They really aren't that bad. Well, she's making the point of like, yeah, Jake, they fucking are. Like,
would you rather
to
be
break
on
this
the
down
side
into
of
the most simple way
37
possible.
who signed on to the War Powers Resolution,
Crystal,
or the
I am on the side of the 37. Everything you frame is a straw man. I am on the side of the 37. In fact, Ro Khanna is my top ally. Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna and I had the same exact strategy that you criticized in November when we talked.
That's not true.
You literally put me, and Kyle did the same thing. You guys put me in the same bucket as Bernie and Ro, reaching out to see if we can find agreement on the right.
But what else has Bernie done? What else has Bernie done that has been profoundly impactful? The anti-oligarch, the Fight Oligarchy tour, which was an effort to bind together the left and the liberals to protest and to resist this administration, and that has been profoundly more impactful.
You're having a conversation with a person who isn't here.
Did the Pentagon budget get cut? Just tell me that. What's the Pentagon budget? Did it get cut?
You've now asked me 28 questions.
Did Don Jr. Did he do whatever with the generals? Did that work out?
All right, guys, look, I came on here because, look, you're generally fair. So you asked me 28 questions, and then let me answer them. So, and stop framing it as if I'm a different person. You keep making all these assumptions about who I am. Oh, are you on the Republican side?
That is kind of true. They are doing it.
That you said, Cenk. Like, I played your
Well, no. He's specifically talking about like the framing
clip of what you said.
which
Turn to the
she is kind of missing that.
Hey, tell me if I'm wrong.
Crystal,
Specifically,
I'm right here. I'm right here. Can I talk for myself instead of you?
You
like,
specifically held on the Pentagon budget.
At this point, borderline lying about me in every framing of every question. Can I actually be a human being named
How am I
Cenk
lying?
who
Tell me
actually
how I'm
answer
lying.
your questions instead of you
Tell me
framing
how I'm lying,
me as a
Cenk.
person that doesn't exist?
Cenk,
okay?
I played the clip of you talking, so tell me how I'm lying.
Okay. All right. So now, of all your questions, you have this fantasy land that Trump was like, oh, the left thinks Abrego Garcia's, I've treated him wrong. I surrender, left. Come on, what planet do you live on? No, the courts are not left or right. The courts have held. I'm thrilled that the courts have held. And it was so important for the courts to hold. So if they didn't hold on that, he was going to have unlimited authoritarian power. And we are against that, no matter how many times people try to pretend that we're on the side of Trump. Listen to what I am actually saying, and you will see this every day on the Young Turks.
I mean, you're framing this weird.
Trump. Totally. Okay. Now, okay. Yes, but why do you love Trump will be the next question. Okay.
Did I ask that? Cenk,
okay,
talk
so
about a
now,
straw man. I mean, you're making up stuff I never
Let me
said.
answer your questions.
Come
What's
on.
the point of coming on here if I can't answer your
Cenk,
questions?
I'm giving you plenty of time to answer, brother. You're making up stuff about me. I didn't say that.
Okay,
so you want to
Jesus
talk about
Christ,
straw men?
Crystal.
You're
This is,
inventing
it's
things
a
on the
mistake
spot.
talking to you guys. It's a mistake. So, okay, now, when you're talking about the Pentagon cuts,
Mm-hmm.
you think that I thought, oh my God, Elon's such a good guy. And Trump's such a good guy, even though I've spoken out against them at every single turn. And then I magically thought, oh, I bet they become liberals overnight, progressives overnight. No, you put out the Pentagon thing so that they're stuck either way. That's why Bernie and Roe joined me. Because either they cut the Pentagon, we go, yes, mission accomplished. We got a tiny, tiny amount accomplished during a Trump reign, which seemed impossible. Or they don't cut the Pentagon and they add to it. And then we all come out, as I did and Bernie and Roe did, and go, see, we told you. They're hypocrites.
Yeah, but you do this thing where you like kind of, go, oh, they're not that bad. They're not that bad. Oh, they disappointed us. See, you know what? We kind of,
leaders of your party,
you play it both sides. Come on, man.
Never intended to cut the Pentagon. MAGA, they were lying to you. Now,
does MAGA care, Cenk? Did that work? Did MAGA
yes,
care?
They do care.
No, they don't.
No, okay, Crystal.
I've seen zero pushback.
Notice how instead of actually answering, God damn it. I did it again. Hold on. All right, here we go. Notice how instead of actually answering, he first spins the narrative. Yep.
On the Pentagon budget. Let me just say, because I let you go on for a little while.
Oh, I know.
Multi-stream is dumb.
There were two tactics that were floated by me and by you in our conversation, okay? You said, I think it's great that Elon's responding to me, Don Jr.'s responding to me, like we have more of a chance. No, you said we have more of a chance with these guys to cut the Pentagon budget than we don't. And I said, nothing good's gonna come out of this. And so the important thing to do is to resist the project outright because we don't want a bunch of the richest man on the planet running our government. And so we saw how this played out.
Yeah.
The Pentagon, hold on. The Pentagon did not get cut. And actually what happened is all of the liberal and left organizing against Tesla, against the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, against Elon directly, tanked his popularity to the point that Trump felt he was a political liability and the whole project had to be scrapped. So the tactic of let's work with them and try to cut the Pentagon budget failed. The tactic of let's resist this project outright and make the case and make Elon himself politically toxic succeeded.
So, Crystal, we do live in two different worlds. It's fascinating to see. It's amazing to see. So, number one, the project of saying cut the Pentagon worked. Why did it work? Because they cut the Pentagon, they magically became progressives overnight? No. It worked because it showed and highlighted their hypocrisy, that they weren't going to cut the Pentagon. And now I know, I get it, guys. Especially if you're in the audience, you're not saying it. I get it.
But you simultaneously are.
And I'm not saying that as an insult.
What
You're
the
not seeing
fuck,
it
So
because
you
you're not
won
engaging.
because the Pentagon budget went up, even though you thought that the Pentagon budget would get cut.
Can I finish? Okay. So the reason you're not seeing it is because you're not
Why do you do these things when it's all about just hearing yourself speak, Cenk?
engaging with MAGA, and that's okay. And you don't want to engage with MAGA. I got it.
Do you know who I am? Do you know the show I host?
I don't know if you know who you are.
Who are you talking to right now?
Okay,
I host
all
a
right.
show with Sagar and Jetty and Emily Jasinski every day.
Okay, so Crystal,
No
are
one
you
in this
saying-
room talks more to MAGA
So-
than I do, okay?
Yeah, okay, but okay, so are you saying that none of the MAGA
Okay, that was
voters,
dishonest, Elon. Elon's time that he was allowed to legally be there ended.
MAGA
Yeah.
voters were thrilled that they added to the Pentagon? Is that what you're
They
saying?
don't give a shit
I'm
because
saying
Trump did it.
Elon and
Yeah,
Trump.
no, you guys are wrong.
Elon
They
and
didn't
Trump
like
and
that at
Don
all.
Jr. Cenk lied to you from the beginning when they
course
pretended
they
like there
did.
was even a 1% chance of it. So when people told you at the time, though, resist them outright and point out that they're frauds.
Okay,
Don't
so
pretend like
this
maybe
is
they'll
so
cut it.
stupid.
That was kind of the point.
You guys have a totally ridiculous,
Oh, you got the Beagle of Foster Home? W.
All right, let me not be insulting. We disagree on strategy, okay?
Fuck yeah.
So,
Yes.
okay, yeah. This whole idea that you're making a difference because Donald Trump is listening to the left, I can't believe you guys think that. That sounds totally detached from reality.
I'll make that case in a minute.
Why is Elon Musk out? Because people burn Tesla cars? I mean, Crystal, you said that in the
He's spread out right now, just like.
No, Elon's out because his policies were always deeply unpopular. No one wanted those cuts.
Yeah,
Deep
and who
MAGA
pressed that
wanted
case?
them, and they're in
Cenk,
la la
and
land.
Cenk, and who pressed that case?
The
It was
left
the
and
left and
liberals
liberals.
in the street.
Joe Rogan hosted him on his podcast to pump
Yeah,
him up.
guys,
Joe Rogan,
guys,
think
you're
about,
doing this-
but Cenk, think
You're
about this.
doing this
Think about this.
unbelievable straw man. You're
No.
doing this- Hold on, can I just finish?
Let me
No.
just finish my thought here, okay? Rogan hosted Zuckerberg and Andreessen to attack the
Of course he did.
CFPB.
Of course he did.
To gut and
You think
attack
he's
the
gonna be a Bernie
CFPB.
Sanders progressive overnight?
No,
Are
but
you
it's-
insane? No, guys.
Are you
have this
insane?
straw
You were the
man
one who barely
that
thought
I
that.
said.
Cenk,
No, but
if anything is
Crystal,
going
do
to
you
be
really think
populist,
that I
hold
thought that it-
on, Cenk.
Oh my
Let
God,
me finish
dude!
a
Let her.
thought.
Yeah, I was about to say, let her finish.
If anything, if the populist right stands for anything, you would think it would be an anti-scam bureau that is wildly effective. But no, and actually stood up against debanking conservatives. But no, what did Rogan do, and what did they cheer for with Elon with the chainsaw? Completely gutting not only the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau,
Yes,
Trump
yes.
gutting the National Labor Relations Board, but them defenestrating the ability of this government to enforce white-collar crime at all.
Yeah.
Did MAGA care? No, they didn't. The only people that
Okay.
held them to account were left
Okay.
and liberals who organized against that, and yes, successfully made Elon so toxic that he ultimately crashed out of the administration. That's what happened.
So let me try explaining it this way and see if I can get through to you guys.
That
So
isn't
you
necessarily.
keep
Yeah, like you
telling
said,
me
that's
all
not
the things that
necessarily
Trump
true.
did wrong.
He there was a legal like amount of time that he could be in that position that like went up on top of the fact that Trump did kind of come out while that fight was saying he was just like Elon wore out his welcome, which you could tell just like the body language on those guys. They hated him. They thought he was unfunny and they thought he sucked.
Of course he did. So I'm saying that it's a given that he's always going to do, for example, 90% of things matter.
Is Cenk just learning about MAGA today? What is going on here? Yeah.
And in the other 10% that he plans to do wrong, I'm saying we have a fighter's chance if we ally and we show hypocrisy or we get allies. It's a win-win either way, okay? So for example, in opposing the war, either they become our allies and somehow at some point we stop this war, or we show, oh, you guys never meant it. Now you're the pro-war party, which makes us much more likely to win over independents and win the next election. But as I say that, you keep framing it as if I agree with them 90%, and where I think that I'm going to flip them overnight on the 90% where we disagree. No, there's no chance of that. So you can stop asking that question. They're not going to move on cutting the budget, and they're not going to listen that, hey, you know what, you shouldn't cut the malaria treatment in Africa. You shouldn't cut the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau because every dollar we...
Elon lied about his video game prowess. video games. The man is an idiot.
Spend there, we get back $20.
Well said,
etc.
Sandor.
But if you go with your maximalist approach, guys, and you say, all right, I'm fighting you in a maximum way.
God,
so
that
that
is
means
pathetic.
I'm never going to agree with you. I'm going to insult you at every turn. I'm not.
I did a speed run on Mario. I have the top speed of speed runs on Mario.
I'm going to listen to you. So when you come in and you go, hey, guys.
He just starts doing the thing where he's just like, he doesn't, it's not even like a good lie where he'll be like, I have the top score in Donkey Kong. My name is like the actual guy who has it. It's like, wait a minute, what?
Or maybe did you think that Elon's and I said this in every right-wing talk show that I did, and I said it at the Charlie Kirk event. I said, remember, beware of your own donors like Elon Musk. And then eventually they got aware of their own donors. Now, did they do it magically?
Dude, but you do this thing where you give them so much charity on what, because they have one agreeing opinion with you. It's insane.
Overnight, no, it was mainly a fight between
like,
Elon
and then you just blatantly ignore the other shit and then hyperfixate on the left. That's why everybody comes at you the way they do.
Right?
It's
it was their
of
egos.
course. It had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
And the reason they are unpopular is not because the left's maximalist approach of yelling fascist at every Trump voter is working. It's because their policy.
You were doing the same thing. Oh my God! Go back to any of the election coverage. He was going off on that shit until he got called on it, and then he was like, "Yeah, you know what? That isn't working." And then he like did this hard pivot where he's just like, "You can't do that. You can't call him that."
Who explains that their policies are deeply unpopular. The left and liberals.
He did like 10 minutes
are
ago.
the ones that highlight how deeply unpopular those policies are. So that's where the credit belongs.
Like I do. So
right, but that's not like Joe Rogan does, right? Joe Rogan doesn't do that. Charlie Kirk doesn't do that. They don't do that.
I said how unpopular they are.
Yeah, but my point is, Joe.
This Florida couple just bought you a drink.
Rogan
They said they really like your look.
and Charlie Kirk don't do that, Jank. They're not allies. Joe Rogan and Charlie Kirk don't do that. None of Steve Bannon doesn't do that. Sloppy Steve goes and gives Trump a hand job every day. That's the point, is that they're not allies. And by the way, even on the Iran war thing, they're lying. They are lying. We literally have the quotes right here. Charlie Kirk is already backpedaling. Quote, we must...
He changed tune after the election. The thing is, he changed tune, ironically, after TYT lost a shit ton of viewers. They lost a shit ton of creators. And on top of it, the whole narrative was not good for them because Anna was definitely not helping publicly.
Trust Trump in this situation. Steve Bannon, if Trump ultimately decides to bomb Iran's nuclear sites, MAGA would come around. That's not me speaking. That's Steve Bannon. The vast majority of the MAGA movement will go, look, we trust your judgment. We don't like it. In fact, we may hate it, but we'll get on board. Tucker Carlson called Trump and apologized, and he also said on his podcast with Steve Bannon, quote, I like Israel. I don't talk about Gaza because my audience got mad at me. He said, quote, watching Donald Trump, who at
Appreciate
his core is
the
sincere
$5
about peace,
donation.
I
Look,
feel for
Bandit_Harrier $5. Look at the stars, look how they shine for you, and everything you do, yeah, they were all yellow.
Yo. Thank you, Bandit. Really appreciate the $5 donation. Thank you. Man.
for President Trump.
I gotta,
and
like,
he just has to roll with it. That is not true.
I gotta get like something, like a graphic or something for that. Uh-oh. Tell me you did not just choke on that. He totally did, and he just was like, yeah. Let's adjust that. Fucking Stanley.
What he's saying is not true. These are not allies. They will immediately start moving the goalposts as soon as Trump starts bombing Iran.
Here we go again.
You're going to get this. You're going to get, oh, he's getting bad advice from the neocons around him. It's not a big deal. It's a limited attack. It's defensive. It's not offensive. This isn't like Iraq. There are no boots on the ground.
Is that that looks like a spray tan? That looks like a spray tan. It looks like they both went and got spray tans because they literally look like they're in the WWE.
The only people who are
what was that?
sincere that I will grant you, Cenk, is libertarians, so Thomas Massey and Dave Smith, because libertarians have a track record, like Ron Paul did, of being very principled, but everybody in MAGA, or 99% of them, will bend the knee, just like 99% of the ones in Congress have already bent the knee. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's saying things that are against the war, she's ultimately not signing on to the bill to block the war.
Okay, so here we go again. So again, 90-10, guys. the framing of that question makes it sound like I think
He's been doing the impression too much. I better watch out, otherwise I'm gonna start turning orange.
Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson have good intent, and my God,
Dude,
they're ready to
chew
rebel
it.
on everything against Donald Trump.
I said Iran.
Come on, man.
No,
I said
hold
Iran.
on. Can I just answer a question?
But I didn't say that. I said Iran.
Okay. Yeah.
He does look like a
okay. So I think that obviously 90% of the influencers, the hosts,
You got V8 and Captain Carrot over here.
etc., are going to stick with Trump. 100%,
I think they go to the beach a lot,
I wouldn't
though.
even say 90%. I'd say 75% or so. Are they going to kiss his ass on everything? Well, of course they are. They're on the right, and their whole ecosystem is based on kissing politicians and leaders' asses.
The
Now,
Oompa
let's be
Loompa is in.
honest,
Oh my God!
not us and not you guys, but MSNBC
No.
and now a lot of online hosts.
Him and
on the
Crystal.
left,
Oh no!
Their job is to kiss the Democratic ass, and they say, "Oh yeah, Joe Biden was young and dynamic, etc." So yes, we have the partisans, and they are by definition always going to stick with one side is great, the other side is the devil. Okay. So now when you get to the 25% of hosts, because now the reason I moved it from 10 to 25, because you're including Rogan, etc. So is Rogan the same as Steve Bannon? If you think he is, that's just totally wrong. Now, do they agree on a lot of things? Yes. Do they agree on everything? No. Does Steve Bannon right about most things? No, he's horribly, horribly wrong about most things. So will they, when Trump says heal, will they heal? In the beginning, yes, and that's exactly what you're seeing. But the reason they're having to heal is because they started rebelling in the first place. And Trump got mad, and everybody else got mad. And even today, you just go on any website. So Bannon is saying, don't go to war, it's terrible. Is he then saying, oh, Donald Trump? Of course he is, because he's on that side. And did we see a lot of left-leaning hosts go, oh, well, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are corporate guys and they're bad, but we have to go with them anyway? Yes, we did. But look, you have to be honest about what's actually happening. So if you guys are saying, and I'm not trying to strawman me,
I'd rather people spray tan. The sun's really bad for your skin. Why tan at all?
you guys like you
I don't know. I've never listen. Look at me. I'm very, very pasty. Always have that.
did, in my opinion, in the framing of every
Never had a
question.
problem.
So I'm asking you, are you really, you're saying it's all fake, and you think that
Aw.
all these right-wing hosts
Thank
are
you for the
not
$2
actually
donation,
anti-war,
Bandit.
that-
Appreciate that.
But they've been telling their audience.
Yeah.
now
Wait.
Bandit _Harrier $2. Oompa Loompa Dumpity Doo. Tim a progressive. How about you?
months that,
Jake,
that the war is a terrible. Let me
answer-
ask the question. And that the war is
Okay.
a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. But and how would that strategy work? So they get their audience totally against the war. Then they
Hey, get out of the
capitulate to
trash.
Let me tell you
And
how that
why?
strategy
And how did
works.
that help them be
Let me see.
pro-war?
Let me see
What's-
how.
what's
Let me
the trick?
explain. Let me explain
Potts.
how
My
that
answer to
strategy
your question
works.
is yes, by the way. In 99% of cases, they are just lying
You've heard
and they'll
that.
go and
I
suck
know.
Trump off again.
So let me.
Good.
I gotta turn the
Okay.
speakers off in here.
Jake,
They're
let me.
already backing
No.
off, and the war didn't
Sit.
even start
You
yet.
Let
are
me
getting
explain
ballsy.
how this strategy works. Okay, they postured as anti-war
Here, sit.
because they thought it was a good electoral strategy. So now they have some
There
track
you
record
go.
laid of claiming that Trump is the pro-peace candidate. Blah blah blah.
And why was it a good
So
strategy?
and
Because their voters are anti-war.
okay, we'll come back to that. Okay, the polling
Okay,
is
that's
wildly
amazing you
at
don't
odds
know
with
that.
you,
It's
Shank, on that.
amazing.
We can come back to that in a second. But okay, so they put this is the pro-peace ticket, whatever. And I think there were a lot of independents actually who were swayed by that anti-war message,
What up,
which is
Tragic?
completely at
Yes.
odds with reality and with Trump's first term. I think we all agree with that. Okay.
I'm not into tanning, but some people think they have to do
So
it.
I think
I
there
don't
were
get it.
independent voters who were swayed by that. Charlie Kirk and others, now to maintain some credibility, they have to postulate, oh, Trump is getting pulled into this and the neocons are tricking him and confusing
It's
him,
never
etc.
his fault.
But we already know how this plays out because it's already played out. Trump called Tucker kooky and said he needs to get a TV network, basically saying he's a has-been. Tucker called him to apologize. That was the message, not just to Tucker, but to everybody else. Time to bend the knee, time to get on board. And they did. They did.
Yeah.
So we don't have to guess. It's already happened. It's already played out.
All right,
They've
good,
already
good,
bent
good.
the knee.
Okay, so we're now actually approaching an actual disagreement rather than the one that was foisted upon me that I don't like. So all right, so guys, you think that all these guys and their voters are all liars, and that they're not actually.
I don't know why you lump in the voters because
I'm talking about the voters.
Okay, well let's talk about
the voters.
Talk about the voters then. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a really simple question. Let me ask you a really simple question about the voters.
Yeah, well, you of course you like the Trump and the Republicans.
Which
you
parts? That's
them.
not
No,
what
I don't.
I said.
Stop saying it.
Cenk,
you said
let me ask a really basic question.
37-1 vote. You said how many Republicans voted for war powers? I said one, Tom Massey, and you kept going like, oh, did you know that they didn't? I said, yeah. I said, I answered
because
it
they're
from the
fake.
get-go. So
but
yes,
Cenk,
their voters.
Let me ask you this question.
That their voters are not anti-war at all. So be clear.
So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Are you saying they're actually liars?
Let me ask you this question.
No, this is for me.
Which base, the Democratic Party base or the Republican Party base, which one do you think is more opposed right now to war with Iran? Which one?
The left. It's not even close.
It's not even close. Exactly. That's the point. And so if you are going to build, if you're going to build a grassroots people-powered movement with bodies in the streets to oppose war, where do you need to go for those numbers? The left, because they're already there with you. And by the way, the MAGA base, the minute that Trump says we're in a war with Iran, they are going to overwhelmingly back him because they have every single time.
You have the numbers already.
So put up 8. This is element 8, I believe, for us. These are the poll numbers. Now, there are other polls out there, I grant you, but this is among Trump 2024 voters. You ask them, do you support or oppose the U.S. providing offensive weapons to help Israel strike Iranian military targets? What we're doing now, 79% support. Do you support or oppose the U.S. taking its own direct military action, if necessary, to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons? That's exactly the framing that Trump is using right now. Support 72%. They are more pro-war. So are there some who, don't want to get in another foreign entanglement? Sure. But overwhelmingly, are they going to back an Iran war? Are they already backing an Iran war because Trump says so? 100%.
Okay, so let's establish who we're talking about. So when you talk about Trump and the Republican politicians, 99% of them are liars. They're going to be pro-war. They're going to do all the terrible things that we're against, that we are all against, including me. Okay. Now, when you move to the media, I'm out on a limb, and I get it. If you grant them an inch, people will say, okay, that's it. You love them, and you're a Trump supporter, et cetera. But I'm doing it anyway because I'm being honest. I think 75% of them are unreachable, but 25% of them, at a minimum, actually will listen to you, have their own audience pushing them to be anti-war. They're not with us on all issues. They're not with us on most issues. But on war, I think that a significant chunk of them are with us. Okay, so when you go to Charlie Kirk's audience, for example, why is Charlie Kirk even dipping his toe into the waters of opposing Trump's policy on Iran and then quickly rushing back out? The quickly rushing back out is obvious. They're ass kissers, right? So the question is, why did he dip his toe in the first place? Because he did a poll of his own audience, and his audience said 90-10 do not help Israel go to war with Iran. 90-10. That's his audience, okay? So now you move to the last category, which are the voters themselves. That is where I am most hopeful that they actually are anti-war. Now, does that mean 100% of them are anti-war? No, not at all.
You're too hopeful, dude. Every polling group is showing that they're actually for the war.
But I think a solid 50% of Trump voters, remember, a lot of them are independents, or a lot of them are in somewhere in the spectrum. At least 50% of them are actually anti-war. So what I'm seeing is all over social media, all over the right-wing shows, their own base in an uprising. Why do you think Charlie Kirk, Tucker, and Bannon are doing those things? They're almost all of them are saying on their own shows, well, you guys are pushing me to do this, and yeah, I hear you guys. We were supposed to be anti-war, right? Now, they're gonna, guys, since this is like the first 6 months, are they gonna go run back to daddy? Of course they're gonna run back to daddy, right? So what we're trying to do is not turn all of them against all of Trump's policies instantly, because that is wildly unrealistic. You are trying to either flip them or show hypocrisy to the voters that you can reach on the issues where they agree with us. There aren't that many, but war is one of them with half of his base. So You guys think that if the left wing does a maximalist approach and we yell at those people, that those voters are going to interpret it as, oh my God, they were right. Since they're yelling at me, I will now go to their side. My strategy is go on those shows to talk to their audience and say, look, I'm not trying to trick you. I think you guys actually, a lot of you are actually anti-war. And I'm anti-war. And guys, you'd be surprised that they don't think the left is anti-war at all.
I was listening to a MAGA streamer, Jack Bauer style, and he did a call out. He did call out Trump about saying there wouldn't be a war if he was president.
Oh,
yeah.
They would have the same exact conversation in reverse. They would ask incredulously,
his
who
opinion
do you
will
think
change.
is more anti-war, left or right? And they would all say right, and that the left is more pro-war. And I'm like, no, guys, no, we're totally anti-war. So Dave Smith and I did a coalition. Dave Smith did a great job on your show, Breaking Points. Fantastic. I agree with you. Libertarians are the first to peel off. And great, look, we peeled off the libertarians on the issue of war. Perfect. And we're doing a website, unitedagainstwar.com, where I'm inviting allies. And if it turns out only the libertarians come and the right wing does not come, okay, then that's what happened. So now, if you're saying that no revolt happened at all, it was all fake, all the media guys were fake, 100% of them, and all the voters were fake, 100% of them, and they all actually love war, okay, that's a straw man. I don't think you're saying that. But you got to tell me what you are saying. Are you saying that none of their voters are anti-war, or a big chunk or a small chunk, and that if we yell at them, they'll become more anti-war? Or if we reach out and say, hey, let's form an anti-war alliance, they'll be more anti-war?
So I'll tell you what I'm saying. I think that once Trump starts bombing Iran, those numbers we just showed you are correct. So like 70 to 80% of the Republican base will be in favor of it. That's what I'm saying about it. But I want to ask you, when Trump does bomb Iran, do you think the number among Republicans will stay at only 50% supporting it, or is it going to go up to 70 or 80%? Hey guys, this is just a little piece of an hour-long debate that Crystal and I did with Cenk Uygur about the best path forward and how to resist rising fascism in this country and Trumpism. It got very heated at different points. We have clear differences in ideological perspectives. And yeah, everybody got a little riled up, but ultimately I think it was good to get all these ideas out there. If you want to see the whole thing, sign up below on Substack. You're not going to want to miss it. I will say this. Crystal did the first 30 minutes. I did the second 30 minutes. We wanted to split it up a little bit so that it wasn't like her and I jumping in and alternating, because it makes it harder to flesh out a point. So she got the first 30 minutes. I got the second 30 minutes. You're going to want to see the whole thing. It was a lot of fun. So sign up below and enjoy.
Wow. I got to say, that was actually a decent format and a good way to like get people to go to the Substack, because immediately I'm like, I might do that. I actually might pay for that sub. Unfortunately, I'm 4B since the election. Wait. Excuse me. I'm sorry, but Cenk's naivete comes off as very disingenuous. MAGA's program to never deviate from Trump. Yeah, and he doesn't, like, the fact that he keeps doing this thing where he's just like, no, we have to hope that they'll be different. We just have to hope. Of course. Ugh. All right. Well, let's move on to...
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Volcano. Let's take a look. Where are we at? Is it doing anything? Live stream ended. Oh, nothing happened. Boo. Sweet. Just get a good... All right, I get a good meal tonight. I'm very excited for this. All right, so 4B, I thought. False alarm, no cougar. 4B was started in Korea. B means no. Ah. No sec. Wait, so. No sex, no dating, no marriage, no children. Some maggots called me a whore the other day, though. These assholes. Can never just mind their own damn business. I mean, realistically, guys like Charlie Kirk are just like, oh, are you telling me you don't want to be breeded? Like, fucking weirdos. All right. I got a surprise for y'all. And I have a feeling I'm going to lose my shit during this, so this is going to be a good segment. Because I have a feeling, yeah, I'm not going to be able to keep my composure. So let's show you guys exactly what this is. Surprise!
Knowledgeable wisdom to be unwise as an option, and then we
Do you
didn't
take medication by chance?
medication.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not at all. Unless I'm breathing air, that's a certain type of
Okay.
medication I'm
All
happy
right.
with.
Okay.
I mean, I desire truth at its
I
fullest.
literally just don't have any idea what the hell you're talking about. Like, I
That's-
can't follow even what you're saying.
We don't
It's
stone people to
getting
death. We don't
bloated.
kill people for not being virgins on their wedding day. What do you think that is?
What the hell
Khalil officially released. He's out. Cool. Awesome.
does that have to do with my claim? If a politician, right, you vote him in office, he's a Christian.
It's okay. I told him to quit flirting with me. That I wasn't interested.
He's going to be making moral decisions
The types that handle rejection very, very well.
on behalf of the electorate, right?
Right.
Where do you want him to...
Maybe Andrew
where do you
needs
want
a
him to
cigarette.
draw his information from?
That's right. He can't drink or have a smoke here, dude. That button on that shirt is just barely hanging on. It's just like, "Urgh! Oh my god!"
From the electorate. So with the electorate's not all.
And you got
What if the electorate asked
freaking Dave
him to do
Navarro
something
here. Ooh, they got new graphics. MDT.
My name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible, popular entertainment channel on YouTube. And today I'm going to be debating 5 different people on 5 different topics for 5 minutes. My first topic will be...
He doesn't seem thrilled to be here at all. What is going on?
Christians have as much of a right to rule.
I'm just going to start talking like Andrew.
As secularists.
Oh my god, I just realized that he does male vocal fry. Oh my god, he does the Hulk smash hand!
There we go. All right, so Christians have as much a right to rule as secular people.
Correct.
So
Yeah, just to
Correct.
Let me flesh it out a little bit for you very briefly.
Stephen Wright did a bit about this guy.
So the idea is secularists say that
everybody walked out.
Only they
That's the joke.
seem to be able to have the power to push political authority. I push back against that idea and say no, Christians also should be allowed to push political authority. And just because you're a secularist, it doesn't give you any additional right to have authority than a Christian does. So this idea of separation of church and state actually doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because if Christians can push
What is going on?
Political authority,
like, he sounds different,
as is their right, then it seems that you're
Sounds
going to
bored.
have Christians who
BRB?
are in
Cool.
the government, and they are going to be ruling from their moral stance.
Do you think he practices his eyebrows every day?
Okay, yeah,
I don't know.
Actually, entirely disagree with this. I would say though, when we're talking about Christians
Do the
and
rock.
authority, I think that usually what they're talking about.
I do. I
with
mean,
criticism.
not
is
every
less
day,
so
but I have definitely practiced the people's eyebrow.
that they're Christian, and more so that they're operating under a dogmatic ideology. And so, under that concept, like, do you think it's okay for people
smell
to
that? You
use
smell that?
dogmas in a political sense?
Like the Constitution, like that kind of.
I think we've only watched him when he's drunk, so maybe this is sober Andrew. Oh my god! Oh! You may be joking, but I think that you actually nailed it.
Dogma.
This is him. This is
why would the
this
Constitution
is
be dogmatic?
Andrew when he's not able to smoke and not able to have a beer.
What is a dogma? Let's start with that.
A dogma is an appeal to some sort of unchanging authority.
Is that what you think it is?
I believe it is.
Yeah. So let's look at.
I would
let's look at this
love
idea.
to debate this
Flesh
dude.
it out a little bit here. I think that it's
Shit, I was given the opportunity and didn't even know I was getting it.
fine. By the way, that I'm not sure that
Like legit, when he signed on, and he was just like, "Hi, I'm like my name's." I was just like, "Oh shit, you're the Crucible."
the Constitution is able to be changed in certain parts of it, right? Or it stops becoming the Constitution. But I think the idea of what we have in America is
What is it about like when you become a dad that you just forget how to wear a jacket properly?
dogmatic. The idea of, well, only secularists have the ability to rule because we have to separate out
I wasn't joking at all. I know many guys like this. I'm still laughing at him though.
religious authority.
No, it's great.
Right? And I don't think that we do need to separate out religious authority. I don't even think we can. And so if politicians are going to rule from from a moral stance, what's going to inform their morals? Well, it's going to be their religion and their dogma.
Right.
So if my dogma is informing my morals, aren't I supposed to rule from my dogma?
Well, so
No.
I think this is kind of like you can.
No, because here's the thing: you would never see it that way for Islam.
You can be dogmatic without appealing to a dogma. Or you can be. I think a better way to put this: I think you can be secular as a Christian, right? So being secular, to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is pretty much just operating outside of religious context, right? So in government, for example, I don't think the Constitution is dogmatic because, as you mentioned, it's amendable. Something like the Bible, right? If that's your point of moral authority, I think you can operate under that. We all have some sort of moral system that we're appealing to. But I think that when push comes to shove, right, if there's an issue like evolution, for example, right, that's a lot of pushback in schools
I feel like
right
I'm
now.
wearing the same shirt as this guy.
I don't think that you can appeal to
Mine's got a hood,
evolution
though.
being
Mine's
false
cooler.
purely because it contradicts the Bible. I mean, you technically can, but I don't think it's justifiable. Is that
This hood's huge, though. Look at this.
Because it's non-falsifiable. You can't, if you're just going to assume that the Bible is true as your foundation, that's operating dogmatically, and I don't think we can really make progress that way.
Yeah, but that's just assertions, right? Like, let's say that Christians did. Let's say they outlawed.
You will join the cult of the flannel.
The teaching of evolution, right? So what? What would even your argument be? If the argument is we have to outlaw prayer, we have to move
now it's
prayer
annoying.
out, we have to move God out of schools, we have to move these things out of schools, then when Christians are in charge, why shouldn't you be surprised when they say, "Oh, well, we're gonna move your stuff out.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna move your nonsense out of here, right?"
I agree. Like, if Christians are in power, of course they
The whole thing is that there's a big difference between appealing to a sky daddy and appealing to a set of principles.
have the authority
Pepitine?
to technically do whatever they want.
Yeah, but what my argument is that they have every much.
Yes, do it. Execute Order 66.
Right. They have as
All right.
much right to utilize that political power and authority as secularists do. Secularists and atheists have no leg to stand on when they say, "Wait a second, Christians aren't allowed to push their power." Yes, they are. If atheists are, Christians are too.
I agree. Maybe the better way to put it is they are legally allowed to. I don't know that they're. I mean, ethically, you can do
Pepitine would
whatever
have
you
to
want
be
as well,
woke.
right? But I don't think it's ethically permissible.
Oh, no.
I think that this is
I'm going to have
unethical
two
behavior.
different versions of
What's unethical
Palpatine.
about it?
Well, so for example, right, if we're pushing out something like evolution, I think that leads to a lot of downstream effects as far as like anti-science
So does pushing
rhetoric.
out prayer.
How so?
Well, I mean, you would have to admit that when you were a kid, maybe not when you were a kid, but at least when I was a kid, we used to pledge allegiance to the flag, right?
Yes.
One nation under God. So it gives a reinforcement of patriotism, an idea of solidarity with your countrymen, right? And if prayer in school also creates solidarity between people. It gives them purpose, gives them faith.
No,
There's
it
all
doesn't,
sorts of-
because you don't understand. Like when you're saying prayer in school, if you mean Christian school, fine. But like what we're talking about in public school, that's again, you can only apply this one way when it's your religion.
Negative ramifications of pushing it out, right? Oh,
Wow, that goes quick. All right.
yeah, that went real quick. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. So your stance is Christians have the right to rule as much as Secularists?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a Christian, I can't disagree with you too much on that. However, just because you're a Christian doesn't mean you shouldn't be in power. But what you do with your morals and values should not be portrayed in how you rule. And I'm a big believer in church and state, or separation of church and state. So, there's a place for
this one's weird.
For the religious aspect of your life and your upbringing and all that, but it shouldn't be brought into more of a power stance.
You can't separate church and state. Let me explain why. Have you ever elected a politician who's a Christian?
Yes.
Did you expect that when he ruled from his moral stances, which were informed by Christianity?
I would expect that he would have ruled.
This isn't the right person to be debating this, to be completely honest. This is kind of like an agreement fest.
What? Where,
like this is like he has to look for semantics.
How's he going to figure his policies out other than what he considers moral in his brain?
So, again, your morals don't come specifically from Christianity, and I can, again, as somebody who did come from Christianity, and he would argue that that's where I learned all my morals, but it absolutely isn't, because I've watched the opposite happen, with the people that I went to school with. They essentially use their Christianity to not have morals, to be bad people. Andrew kind of should know what I'm talking about. He uses the Bible and the biblical, what he would consider morals, to hate people and to justify the fact that he thinks he's superior.
Let's give me a second here.
Sure.
These people try to act like we've never tried to combine society and religion. We've done it, and it totally sucks. Yeah, I think I might skip this guy.
So I feel like the
yep.
You too, man.
There we go.
So what was the claim again?
You don't remember the claim? It's that Christians have as much of a right to rule as secularists or atheists.
Okay, I'm a little confused as to why that. I don't think a lot of people would disagree with that. What part do you think?
You don't think that a lot of people would disagree with it?
I think.
Then why do they get upset when Christians are in office and they make policy based on Christianity?
Because they make policy based on Christianity, not the fact that they are Christian.
Well, okay, how do you want a Christian to morally inform their view for policy making?
Again, you do this thing where you equate morals to the rule, the Christian rules. So what he's doing is this is really, really dirty, because it's the same way that they try to use Deuteronomy and just be see, it's technically your moral responsibility to not be gay, and if you are a Christian, because in Deuteronomy it says that thou shalt not lie with another man. And then in the book of Romans, they say that you will be stoned for doing as much, while simultaneously ignoring all the other rules that are set there, and just be well, that was a little bit hyperbolic, or they didn't actually, it was a rule of the time that they just didn't understand. It's always convenience. It's always a convenient way for them to just continue to be the shittiest version of themselves, and have a book say, you're right for doing it.
It's not through Christianity.
I'm not saying that it can't be through Christianity. It can't be because of Christianity.
Why?
Because it's not a Christian nation.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything? If a politician, right?
Well, again, this guy, Andrew, doesn't think like that. He doesn't he literally thinks in terms of, if you don't have God, then you don't, your soul is missing the part that would give you morality.
I'm in office.
Honestly, he's one of these dudes that would who unironically thinks that the Native Americans were savages.
He's a Christian. He's going to be making moral decisions on behalf of the electorate, right?
Right.
Where do you want him to? Where do you want him to draw
electorate
his information from?
From the electorate. So with the electorate's not all religious.
What if the electorate asks him to do something immoral?
Well, then that's a completely different
All
thing.
right, then he should be informing his viewpoint from his ethics, which is going to be Christian.
He assumes people would be bad without religion.
I mean, it's not a dichotomy. You don't either have Christian ethics or completely non-Christian. You can take your Christian ethics and apply them.
Honestly, my wife would be the one to argue this one a lot better, because she didn't grow up with religion, but she was still okay.
Situation, no?
Sure. You can apply your Christian ethics to secularists, but that would be ruling secularists with Christian ethics.
Right, but then we agree that there's no issue with Christians or secular.
The guy that tries to be Jordan Peterson's clone real hard. He doesn't have half the riz that I do.
No, I don't.
Have you seen this guy wear a smart suit with some funky socks? I don't think so.
I think we do agree. So your idea here is...
Has he cried on his program out of pure passion and idiocy? I don't think so.
You take issue if Christians make policy based on Christianity.
No, because...
Was she born in America? Yes.
Because of Christianity.
She grew up with Christian morals? No, she didn't.
This is the law because...
No, actually, her dad was... like the antithesis of all that. Like he was all about, like he was the scientific method guy where he was just like, you get to, you want to dabble with some Christianity? Go ahead. You want to dabble with some, other religions? Go ahead.
Christianity says, not, I am a Christian, I think this is bad. And also other people who...
The golden rule is in almost every religion. Most religious people ignore it though.
Are not Christians also think it's bad.
Let's say that other people who aren't Christians do think it's bad.
Andrew says alcohol is really a drag, just another lame church dad. He really is. He really is.
To the electorate.
This is actually kind of funny to watch.
What does the electorate say?
We're gonna, but the politicians
so if the electorate happens to be Christian, then
why is there a problem
Christian
with
ethics in politics?
Why is there a problem with the creation of an imposition of your ethical view if you're in a position of power on people who don't want it?
For the same reason you wouldn't want Sharia law.
But right now we have secularists who tear down 10 Commandments. They tear down prayer in school. They tear down all sorts of symbols that Christians...
Specifically, no, and this is the thing. You're doing the victim complex. Like, we would do the same thing if they tried to, I don't know, enforce the fucking Torah.
Care about. They tear...
No, like... You don't understand what you're talking about because you want to be the victim. You want to, like, that's another thing that I can't stand about these guys is like they are so thirsty to just be victimized by the secular world. Oh, they totally poo-poo our morals, and this is what they don't want our morals. They just want Satan.
Down. In fact,
based on
they
the
push
electorate,
they push
right?
through. No, not just based on. The electorate, based on their
still things when I was young
agenda. There's a lot of things that people.
Then I got in trouble, learned it was wrong.
Will get put in.
Got walked back to the store, had a very embarrassing moment where I had to give it back to the shopkeeper, and then I also had to do a form of community service.
Politicians get put in office, right? By an election.
And the form of community service was literally my mom like asking the store, "Do you need anything swept or mopped?" And I'm just like, "Oh."
Sometimes maybe they're only going to go for one term, or maybe it's their last term. They don't do anything based on what the electorate's saying, but based on their own ideology, based on their own worldview. Atheists rule
doing things randomly.
Do you think stealing food is wrong?
That nobody.
Sometimes, but
I mean,
atheists.
I don't necessarily disagree.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter, the point is that is irrelevant to whether it is done because of Christianity. If they're doing things on their own because because they think it's a good idea, and then secular.
It's also it's Islam. That's actually a Islamic moral too.
From a Christian,
it's also Buddhist
perspective, people can say, yes, I like that. That's a good idea.
The concept of right, I like how you're trying to imply that the concept of right and wrong came from religion.
But people from a secular non-religious people can also say, I think that's a good idea. And
instead of just being informed by certain aspects of it, which you could find in every other religion in the world, which would thus point to the fact that it's not in fact Christianity and the actual religion, that it is just inherently part of the human experience that is then leads to these stories that then lead to people like you saying, well, this is what led to your moral upbringing.
An electorate as a non-Christian nation, or not officially a Christian nation. Obviously most people are Christian in this nation, but not everybody. And so that's the point of having the
I was about to say
republic that
before Judaism. I mean, they love to think that it's just like, oh yeah, but until the book of Genesis.
But he says something's right and wrong. Where are they getting
also conveniently ignoring that their religion is one of the newer ones.
That information.
I think I agree with you. Even as an atheist, I think we all, at least in America, are pulling from Christian, I'll say values.
Yeah, Christian ethics.
But so
if Christians.
But that's the dichotomy that I was bringing up before. You're saying as if you have to ignore Christianity.
Yeah.
in order to be a politician. I don't think anybody's making that claim.
No, I'm saying that politicians rule from atheism or rule from Christian ethics. They either rule from a lack of religion or through...
Yeah, but as I said, you could actually bring this back down to what actually causes your morals. Like, is it your religion or is it the human experience? Like, this really does go down to the chicken or the egg scenario, or just are humans born good or bad?
Religious informed ethics.
So, I mean, and then still, I don't have an issue with your Christian ethics informing your secular decision, that this is the law.
No, how about your Christian ethics informing your Christian decision in the rule of policy?
If you want to change the government to be a Christian nationalist government,
how would that be changing the government?
Because that's not the way it is.
Yes, it is.
That's not the way. No, he's ignoring the fact that, like, they always conveniently also do this, where they ignore that the founding fathers were Freemasons, and even the ones that were in the religion of Christianity made sure that it was not part of continuing the foundation of our country.
The government right now is that you can indeed craft policy based around Christian ethics. When you say because of Christianity, it doesn't mean anything. Like, oh, my morals come from Christianity because of the Bible. It's like, yeah.
Even hunter-gatherers who have never had any previous contact with Christianity know that stealing is wrong. Yep.
So what, though? I don't understand what the distinction here is.
The distinction.
Most of them weren't even Christians; they were deists.
Is the reason? The reason that this is a law. I think this is.
What's a law?
Whatever the law is. You might think X is a good law because it aligns with your Christian ethics. I might think X is a good law because of whatever other reason. The fact that your Christian ethics also informed us to the same conclusion. The point is that we come to the conclusion, we vote on that conclusion. Not you have your ideology and therefore you win.
Nobody's disputing that atheists can sometimes agree with Christians, or that Christians can sometimes agree with atheists when it comes to prescriptive claims and policy. Okay. That's not my claim. Nice
person, please.
All right, thank you.
Andrew,
hey.
See you again.
All right. So, this guy. Yeah, they've debated before.
So what's up? You think we should establish laws based on Christian ethics?
Yep.
Does that go against the Constitution?
No. What part of the Constitution?
14th Amendment.
And what in the
founding fathers and revolutionary France absolutely want some kind of supremacy of the clergy.
Establish laws based on religious belief.
There's nothing in the 14th Amendment that says we can't establish law based on our religious beliefs.
So do you think that the morals established by Christianity in the Bible have not evolved since based on secular humanism?
Wait, say that again?
Do you not think that morals established in the Bible have not evolved due to secular humanism?
Have not evolved?
Yeah. I feel like we don't stone people to death. We don't kill people for not being virgins on their wedding day. What do you think that is?
What Adam Mockler will look like in 20 years. Yeah, I could see that.
All right, well then elaborate on your claim.
Yeah, so I think that it's completely fine, completely appropriate for Christians who are in positions of power and authority to push their position, power, and authority based on their Christian ethical belief, even at the expense of atheists who don't really like that very much.
So how would you feel if we lived in an Islamic state and people were making laws based on the Islamic belief?
I wouldn't like it.
Right. Yeah. So do you think that would be right, though?
Well, for that people culture, they do it now.
Do you think everyone in that culture is
there's
happy
no
with that?
way for me to establish, other than through...
For instance, in a commune, like if someone was caught stealing, that person would most likely either get excommunicated or their hands chopped off.
Christianity, for me to say, well, they're not...
That's kind of how they self-police that. And like through the human experience, we have kind of did this thing where we fucked around and we found out.
Christians, and they're not ruling...
Over and over and over until we all collectively said, yeah, that's probably not the best thing to do. Same with killing people.
From a Christian ethic, so that's wrong. But from an atheist perspective for governance, you couldn't say that they were doing a damn thing wrong. What is actually a problem with their population having Sharia law even? Why would what's even an atheist objection to that?
Well, I think that morals that were derived from thousands of years ago just are not in...
Actually, funny that he said that, because realistically, if he was consistent in his views, Sharia law wouldn't be a problem for him, because that's just them exercising their religious morality.
They're not congruent with our current standard of living.
So morals that are established.
No, exactly. He believes in Sharia law, Christian edition. So why would it, again, why is this any different? It's literally, what's the common denominator there, guys?
Just 30 years ago, or
Yeah, I think they're continually evolving. Yeah.
Like, he's one of the Christians that will literally shit if Jesus does come back and he's just like,
if
he is pretty
Sharia
he's darker than I thought.
Law, right, has a new doctrine every 10 years, then that would be then morally congruent for that area and that people group.
It would be great if Sharia law were to evolve. Yeah.
It evolves all the time. There's all sorts of different precedents
And
which are
so is
set.
Christianity.
Jurisprudence, all sorts of different things, right?
Hasn't Christianity evolved as well?
Well, it depends on what you're talking about when you say Christianity. Protestantism, yes, that's always an ever-evolving thing.
So has Catholicism, you dickbag. What are you talking about?
Traditional churches, not so much. But when you're talking
what
about
are you talking about?
Christian ethics, it's
like seriously, like is he just gonna ignore like Martin Luther?
Really contend with the point that what's actually wrong with all of the Muslims having Sharia law if they want Sharia law?
Well, you're assuming that they or no. If they all want Sharia law, sure. But
Yeah,
you're
there's
assuming
nothing.
you're assuming that they are, and you're assuming that the population here is just all Christian and wants.
No, I'm not assuming it. I'm not assuming everybody
certainly
there
not, though.
wants it either. What I'm saying is that is the government status, which is there, right? They are the ones who are in charge. They are pushing that authority from a secular purview. Like, why is that wrong for that people group to even do that?
We don't need religion.
Right. So if you go,
they do
to certain parts of Pennsylvania.
Don't be that type of atheist just because you don't understand like the teddy bear that they need to sleep at night. Just don't shit on the fact that they need it.
Yeah, there are Jewish communities that kind of live by their own.
It's when they start saying that they're going to, do something in the name of said teddy bear. Then that's a problem.
Rules.
Yeah, in Amish communities.
Amish communities
Yeah.
is exactly what I'm referring to. Yeah, and that's fine for them, I suppose. But I think if you're talking about the United States or the larger communities as a whole, it's antiquated.
If they actually live by Christian ethics, then venture capitalism wouldn't even exist.
To rule such a diverse population based on ethics from a book that's 1,500 years old.
Why? Why is that a problem? How old? Do you like philosophy?
Sure.
How old is that? How old are the books?
Well,
how
philosophy is modern. Modern philosophy is not old at all.
So like the Socratic method?
Yeah.
Would you say that's widely employed?
Sure.
Yeah, how old's that? I don't know why you're using this antiquated 2,000-year-old method in order to determine truth.
Because, to his point, it's evolved. They evolved on that. Like, philosophy always evolves. Unlike yours, you're actually arguing for the opposite of that.
But
he's arguing that he wants to take this literally, and that's how it should be.
As a Christian, you don't even follow.
Which he exactly. He doesn't even do
the morals of the Bible. Your morals have evolved as well. You wouldn't stone someone to death for being married,
literally eating a piece of shrimp,
and not a virgin. So, don't you think
those aren't Christian ethics?
Yes, they are! Holy shit! You picky choosing motherfucker! I hate this shit, and I have hated this shit since I was a Christian. Dude, no! Just because you want to get your dick wet doesn't mean that you get to just fucking throw that one out!
Though that would be Jewish ethics.
They originally were, and then they now evolved.
How would they be Christian ethics if those things were there pre-Christianity?
So explain your Christian ethics. Where do they come from? Because this was
Christian
what
ethics,
references in the Bible.
Yeah, Christian ethics are going to be the teachings of Jesus Christ, right? The 10 Commandments.
So you're for open borders, you're for, the love thy neighbor type of stuff. Like, this guy likes to speak, he loves to talk a big game, but he can never apply it when it actually comes down to Jesus as a person, because he knows damn well that if he was to apply this politically, that Jesus would have been a fucking socialist in his view.
The duties set forth by the New Testament, right? That's going to be Christian ethics.
So do you adhere to all the 10 Commandments?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We're going to have some fun with this one. Since these are only 10 minutes, here. All right. 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not commit adultery. I'm not sure if thou shalt not steal. I have a feeling that He has stolen some things. Honor your father and your mother. Keep the Sabbath holy. Not kill, not murder. Always thought that was a little, But still, no other gods before me. Not covet, make idols, false testimony. Oh, that last one for sure.
Okay. All right.
I mean, is there?
I am not here to destroy the old laws, but to fulfill them.
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
It's not Jesus' commandments.
Reading
No,
again.
it's not.
Gabriel speaking.
Buddhism versus Abrahamic law. Yeah.
So, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I think that it's that Christians have as much right to rule as secularists or atheists.
So my answer is going to be yes, but no. We need to understand, we need to see to its fullest extent.
Why does he actually say seculars and atheists? And he says Christians. He's blatantly ignoring other religions here. Notice that.
What is Christian?
God, he really is Islamophobic.
Ethics in its totality.
It's
not
kind
because of a different sect of denomination, but we need to actually be precise because there's going to be consequences from each decision we make, which is self-evident what type of nation we live in today, where you have certain conservative Christians claim to be this nation is good, great, and greatest, but can that be tested? And if it were to be tested and it's proven that it's actually evil and corrupt, because what is the doctrine, dogmas, for example, the Declaration of Independence? I don't support the Declaration of Independence because it seems to be that's not the kingdom of God nor any representation of that, because it seems to be a declaration of dependence, proclamation in freedom versus proclamation in kingdom. Why? Because there's an actual leader, a king thereof kings. There's a reason behind that.
What the hell are you talking about, dude?
What the fuck is he talking about?
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Hey, look, I understand. Look,
Yeah.
to me, it seems like if Christians were to rule and were to lead, my question is, what type of Christian? Because obviously secular humanism, their fundamental foundation, their doctrinal substance cannot sustain.
What if we just started with something simple like the Ten Commandments?
The Ten Commandments? My question would be, are there anything prior
He lost
to the
me.
Ten Commandments that we have to account for? And if we don't do that,
I'm sure there's things prior to that you'd have to
This guy argues like Kanye.
account for, but let's just say that we started with that.
You just don't understand my genius.
well, it has to come, well, there has to be, if we account for the Ten Commandments, we need to know the reason why behind each commandment itself.
Oh, there's nothing funnier than watching an idiot, like a true idiot, just be like, yeah, but I was told that I'm actually smart and intellectual.
From the beginning to the end, so we have the totality of reason that is logical and rational to persuade people to submit themselves to obedience.
This guy gives me strong philosophy as my hobby vibes.
To uphold that all the way through their life. But as for this nation, we don't do that. There's problems with freedom in itself because you're allowing free will domain with corrupt individuals where technically we are. We're basically children who has been given an unlawful, knowledgeable wisdom to be unwise as an option. And then we
Do you
didn't
take medication by chance?
medication? Oh, not at all. Unless I'm breathing air, that's a certain type of
Okay.
medication I'm
All
happy
right.
with.
Okay.
I mean, I desire truth at its
I
fullest.
literally just don't have any idea what the hell you're talking about.
This dude, Bandit, this guy reminds me of that one guy that was on the Pop the Balloon.
About. Like, I can't follow even what you're saying.
Okay, so
it's because you're not on my level. Oh my God, he really, if he's trolling, it's like, because you don't function on my level, Andrew.
Should Christians rule
Yeah.
instead of
Yes.
secular humanism?
Oh my God, this is actually really funny.
Yes, but no, there's a contingency plan behind it. I say yes to a Christian, but how can I trust that Christian when his Christian ethics are corrupt along the way or has been corrupt from the very beginning? Because that Christian
Yeah, but
straight
that would
up,
just apply to anybody. How can you trust anybody? Anybody their ethics could have been corrupted along the way. Anybody could have a problem with X, Y, and Z.
And
that really doesn't have anything to do with anything, though, right?
Well, but what's
Not
the
gonna-
what's
why-
the
why-
point?
I want to smoke with this dude.
Draft any
Just-
law. Some people are going to violate them.
Well, the point of a law is to be true.
Is it bad that I understand what this guy's saying? Can you please elaborate? Because I'm lost.
No, that's not the point of a law. Is to be true.
Yes, to have a true sense of what is truth that is good, that is deemed to be applied on the individuals, groups of individuals in this
So
domain.
you should stop
dominion.
it.
God, if he doesn't smoke weed, what's his excuse?
The stop sign is true.
Because
I have to ask myself that occasionally, where like when I find out that somebody legitimately like does not do drugs, but I have a conversation with them like and they turn out like this, where I'm just like,
for the cause and effect. It depends. Stop adding at a stop sign. You are not only taking care of
like, man, I gotta go like 4 bongs deep just to get to this level.
yourself. You're taking care of people around
But
you.
isn't it
and
also true
right
that you
away.
can blow through a stop sign and nothing happens?
Then you
No, not necessarily, because if you blow through a stop sign, you could theoretically hit somebody. You could kill a kid. You could hit another car. Like this whole idea that nothing, like that there's no consequence. See, that's a good example here for this and how preposterous this is, because it's like saying that there is no natural consequence along the way. Like that you're like the only thing that will ever stop you from this is just your Christian morality instead of literally like, the real checks and balances.
Because of your failure and nothing happens, you were lucky that something you avoided.
So it sounds like laws are there to restrict behavior based on outcomes that could be bad.
Correct, and it can be prevented.
But that really doesn't have anything to do with a truth claim exactly, does it?
Well, it does play a part of truth.
Time is a flat circle.
Yeah, like if we had a law that said when you walked in,
this is about karma.
Indoors to this particular building, you have to take your hat off. If you left your hat on, what would be the negative consequence of that?
Well, why would they have the law in the first place? Would be
Well, because I'll get a sunburn on my head, Andrew.
Let's just say they
and then I could get skin cancer, and then that could kill me. So theoretically, actually, that's a really bad example on your end.
Well, you should care, and that's my point. Either it's 100% or it's nothing.
Yeah, but let's just say they did.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
What's the truth we're trying to establish here? There's no truth claim we're trying to establish.
Interaction, maybe courtesy, professional or personal.
He literally sounds like me when I'm at when the teacher asked me about a book we should have read, but I didn't.
In a way,
but you see, in Treasure Island, the captain he took the kid, and then they were on the spaceship, and then Brad Pitt. Wait.
Manner of a format that could exist in the actually ideal real world that we live in, that it can be
See, I could never
that
be good at
possible
that.
way of living, that courtesy can be drawn from the law's reflection of what is desired, intended.
I'm lost again, dude.
Oh, my apologies. Well,
I love the fact that I'm literally with him on this one, where like I would look at Andrew and just be like, what's this guy on?
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Oh, they don't even give an outro, huh? They just the handshaking done. That's okay. What? Moral monsters, war and religion debate with Reverend. Another here.
I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to.
They put piano music behind this to make Ted Cruz sound like he's got a point,
the
like
blessing side.
a good point.
It's a conflict that's been going on for a long time. I think people are trying to justify it with religion.
I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's.
Is the only way he's going to hear from God is if he opens a Bible.
Israel's telling the region, we rule you, we own you, we make the rules. These are moral monsters and religious lunatics.
The annihilation of Israel is certainly part of the Mullah doctrines, and we have a doctrine to defend ourselves.
Has the entire world lost its mind?
Is war ever morally justified?
Up the Second World War, no question, was morally justified.
There's this island. It has treasure. I think they found it.
The heavy reality of war that I don't
think
we should ever speak lightly of. You know, as Jesus himself said, those who live by the sword will die by the sword.
There's a What is this?
Amid the tensions and debate over US support for Israel's war with Iran, many public figures have invoked religion as the first bombs struck Tehran last week.
Yeah, and if you guys are making this a religious war from the fucking Christian side, then you are absolutely no better than the savages with their bomb, with their maybe bomb.
It was Pray for
Come
Israel
on.
trending on social media, bolstered
It's
by
so
schools
gross.
and lawmakers who actually want the war to escalate. Mike Huckabee, the US ambassador to Israel, told the president that God's voice should make the decision on US intervention. Many influential critics of the war have invoked Christianity in the opposite direction. Others, of course, blame religion for the very fact there's conflict in the Middle East at all. Well, to put some kind of sense around all this, I'm glad to say the Reverend Franklin Graham, president of Samaritan's Purse and the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, is with me in London in the studio. Welcome to you.
Thank you, Piers.
First time I think I've had you here in the studio in London.
First time.
How are you?
Doing very well. I'm here in the city to preach at the Excel Center on Saturday night.
Yeah.
So always love preaching in London.
And you were saying, very interestingly, just before we went on air, there's been a spike in church going in the UK.
There are in the last 5 years, there's approximately 2 million more people in church on Sunday. And most of it is, a lot of it is young people. And I think what's happened, Piers, is young people looking for God. And they want to know how their sins can be forgiven, how they can have a relationship with God. And of course, Jesus Christ came to take our sins. And he died and shed his blood on the cross for our sins. He was buried, but on the third day, God raised him to life. You know, if a person repents, turns from their sins, and by faith accepts Jesus Christ, God will forgive your sins. And Christ will come into your heart, to your life, and change you. And that's what young people are looking for. They're looking for a change, and they're finding that in Christ by huge numbers.
Very interesting. Is that happening in America?
It is, but not quite those numbers, but we're seeing this on college campuses. There's young people, again, searching for God, and they're being baptized. They baptize them in ponds and rivers at the school or in the back of a pickup truck. They fill it up with water and baptize them right there. It's incredible.
Do you still pray for forgiveness for your sins?
Yeah, and then they go drink some beers and yeah.
I have to ask God to forgive me every day.
Dude, literally, one of the most religious people in my life is having a fucking, like, her 15-year-old daughter's about to have a baby. So I'm so sick of this shit because it, like, the way that they try to beam like this, that's part of it too.
Are you still sinning?
Like, they're, like, honestly,
is really my point.
God, the ignorance is bliss thing though, guys. Just remember that. That really is what it is, because they that's what it is. Like when they say Jesus' forgiveness, that's just I don't have to worry about this anymore, and I could just go, oh dear God, I had a bad thought, and I'm going to take this to my grave because I'm absolutely not going to let anybody know what I did.
Of course, absolutely. We all sin.
Because I just told you. I don't need to tell anybody else.
I can't imagine you do.
Like, this is the one thing that I even said about the Catholic religion. At least there was like a therapeutic element there.
Do any like seriously bad sinning, do you?
You know, the Jesus, put it to the thought, that if you look at a woman with lust in your heart, it's the same as though you have committed adultery. And so, yes, we all sin, but we ask for forgiveness. And if we put our faith and trust in Christ, we don't have to worry that we're going to be judged by God. He'll forgive us.
What was the last sin you committed?
Oh, let's see. Probably maybe even today. I saw, I think it was a Maserati. I thought, well, I'd love to have that car. But see, that's coveting. That's.
Here's the thing. You could totally buy that car with all the money that you steal from your congregation.
You can't do.
Or tithe from your congregation.
Is that a sin?
Coveting?
To want to drive a Maserati? I'd be in terrible trouble by this criteria.
See, they can all... But Jesus forgave them, guys. Jesus forgave them. Pats on the back. Pats on the back for these. Like, the thing is, this is the sickest part. These motherfuckers are going to their grave thinking that they're, like, literally, like, so comforted. That's what kind of sucks about all this. Is they will not have, like, they'll never know. They'll just never know.
Let's turn to more serious things. A lot going on in the world.
Yes.
I was really struck knowing that you were going to come in by Mike Huckabee's, he's obviously the US ambassador to Israel now, former governor, and he texted Donald Trump about the importance of listening to God's voice.
Yes.
And I just want to read some of this for those who
If you can't look in the mirror, get a facelift.
Mr. President, he texted, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever.
The thing that they conveniently also leave out is the Antichrist and just how much Trump fits the bill.
On your shoulders, I would not want to be made by anybody else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there's only one voice that matters, his voice. I am your appointed servant in this land, and I am available to you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. I believe you will hear from heaven, and that voice is far more important than mine or anyone else's. You sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice.
Okay, so here's my favorite part. Antichrist. Now here's the thing. This is the first one. This is the first part, and they always try to just be like, "Well, that's not Trump because he claims to be a Christian." The Antichrist is described to being directly contrary to Christ in all ways, opposing Christ's teachings and actions. False Messiah. The Antichrist will seek to substitute himself in Christ's place and claim himself to be the Savior. Deceiver and man of lawlessness. The Antichrist is depicted as a deceiver who will perform false signs and wonders and will be characterized by lawlessness and opposition to God's laws. Potential world leader. Some interpretations suggest the Antichrist will have future political figures who seek world domination. Connection to the beast in Revelation. While the term Antichrist is not explicitly mentioned in the book of Revelation, it is strongly linked to the figure of the beast described in that book. Well, you could say MAGA with that one, mark on the forehead. I always thought that was kind of funny, the way that they were just like, yeah, the hats do kind of fit that narrative. Historical figures. Throughout history, various figures such as Roman emperors like Nero and Domitian, I've never been able to say that fucking name, as well as the Pope have been identified as have been identified as the Antichrist. Again, to my theory where everybody thinks they're living through end times. Weird. Multiple antichrists. The Bible, particularly in the letters of John, speaks of many antichrists who deny the truth of Jesus and signal the nearing of the end times. How many fucking end times? Like, it's just so funny. And the biggest one is literally like how he's going to claim to be part of it.
My job is to be the last one to leave.
Like he's gonna fool. He is like, that's the biggest part they like to ignore, is that he's going to fool the Christian.
Not abandon this post. Our flag will not come down. You did not seek this moment. This moment sought you. It is my honor to serve you, Mike Huckabee. Now you then responded to this because Donald Trump posted this. He said, I agree with every word. Pray for Ambassador Huckabee as he serves in Israel during his difficult days, and pray for President Trump, and that all our leaders will listen to God's voice, the one that matters. Which is, I would have expected you to respond in that way. What was really fascinating is this follows Trump surviving an assassination attempt.
Yes.
Is there going to be any pushback on this? This is gross.
We both talked to the president about how it really reinforced his faith in God. He genuinely believes that God had a will for him not.
Yes, but that plays in. That's part of his narcissism.
To be killed.
Like, oh my God. It's actually kind of like, this is disgusting, guys. Like, I have this like remnant of when I was a Christian, like that's truly disgusted by this, where like, holy fuck.
He's expressed that to me privately. He's done that to you, I know. So there's that part of this flying around in terms of the context of what Huckabee said, but also this reference to not since Truman in 45, which was a really stark line in this text, I thought, because, of course, it was Truman that had to make the big call about the use of nuclear weapons.
Yes,
so talk to me about this. When you first read the Huckabee text, what did you feel about it?
Oh, I thought it was excellent. I thought it was so well written, Piers. To pray for the president, and not to try. A lot of people do want to whisper into his ear and try to guide him and move him this direction or that direction. And I'll appreciate the fact that
Piers El Hassan
Huckabee doesn't want to do that, but just wants to encourage him and to listen for God's voice. And he has the confidence that the president's going to do that, and I do too. I've seen a lot of people whisper in his ear, but at the end of the day, he pretty much does what he feels he's going to do. And he really, I think he does want to do God's will. And
do you feel he's much more religious since the shooting? Because I certainly got that feeling from him, that he just believed he'd been given a second chance and this was God's will, and that since then he'd been praying a lot more.
I believe that.
That's the explanation for the times he falls asleep in his meetings.
And I encouraged him.
He's just praying.
Before
I have
the
a lot
election.
to say to God, dear God.
And I said, Mr. President, you could lose this thing. And my advice to you is when you get up in the morning, just roll out of bed onto your knees and just ask God for help. Just help me today. That's a prayer. Help me today, and that's all. And so I've encouraged him to.
And does he still do that, do you think?
I think so.
You can't even believe it! You motherfucker! You can't even believe the bullshit you're spewing!
Do you know?
Oh, these guys are disgusting! 2 million people are going to paying to go see this. Oh, gross!
Well, I mean, I've reminded him several times, and he has told me that he said he's doing it. So.
Every day,
my
Donald Trump
God,
drops
these
to his
Billy
knees.
Graham
I don't know if he's doing
motherfuckers.
this every day.
I hate them.
But that was my encouragement for him. To
I
do
will
every day.
always,
and how important it is
always
to
have
ask
a special place of hatred in my heart for these guys.
for God's wisdom.
The Bill Hybelses of the
when you-
world.
And I'll
Help
keep
me
calling
today
him
is a
Governor
prayer.
Huckabee, but Ambassador Huckabee.
Yes, I'm good. Yeah, exactly.
He
Yeah, literally. I pray every day by accident where I'm just like, oh, help me.
alluded to this.
Like
these
literally, I go, oh God, help me.
decisions that he has to make.
So does that mean I'm praying?
I would.
No, you have to mean
I
it.
don't want that job for anything in the world. And we need to pray that God does give him wisdom. Iran is a huge issue. And Iran, they've said that they want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth.
Is it a religious war? You know, when I read Ambassador Huckabee's text, it looked
This
like
is fucked
he was
up.
viewing this through the
They
prism of
wouldn't even do
potentially
this during the
religious
Bush
conflict.
administration.
Well, you
At
can't
least
deny
the
the
Bush
fact-
administration would have like put a squash on this bullshit because they would have been like, no. Because the second that you start doing that, then they're going to like, no. You might not want to do that.
The religion is a part of this. It's not a part on the Israeli side, but Iran.
Is it not though? Because a number of the Israeli cabinet now, they do constantly invoke the Bible and religion and so on.
Yeah,
I
Zionism.
think there's some on the cabinet that do, but it's a secular nation. It really is. Like the United States, we're a secular country. We're not a religious country, even though there's a lot of people who worship God. But I believe for Iran, they are a state.
Praying should be giving thanks, not asking for gifts. That's exactly what it is. And then they never do give thanks.
That is, I believe, wanting to, in Shia religion.
It's like you're doing
to
it
be
for.
able to wipe Israel.
Yeah, exactly.
The face of
That was kind of the thing. I wonder if these guys actually, like the ones that believe, I wonder if they actually do, or if they're like that cynical, like where they are just like, I've always wondered that about these guys specifically that like are at the very top where they have to know.
and
Like they can't live a comfortable life with all of the like the blood money that they have and still preach the bullshit they do.
They have tried to do this to Hamas, the greatest slaughter of Jews since the Second World War came on.
I've had people sit in that chair on the
They're just, top
Palestinian
grifters.
side who've taken great umbrage when I've said that Hamas wanted to kill Jews for being Jewish. They said they wanted to kill Israelis because they blamed them for the occupation. In other words, they were trying to remove the ethnicity and religion of the targets and making it more about the fact that they believe they've been the victims of an illegal occupation, and that's what the attacks were about. I just don't accept that. I think there was clear, and there has been from the rhetoric of Hamas, they clearly want to kill Jews for being Jewish.
That's what I believe, Piers. And Israel, that is not they're not wanting to kill Muslims. They're wanting to defend themselves. They want to live in peace. They don't want this war. They want to be able to have their land that goes back 4,000 years, and they want to live there peacefully. So I appreciate the fact that Israel has restrained themselves in many ways. They have asked for these hostages to come home time and time again, and Hamas has refused to do it, and Israel has forced to go.
Iran hit the Haifa oil refinery, something that Israel is mysteriously silent about. Also, hello. Yeah, they've been silent about a lot of the targets that have been getting hit. It's almost like, I don't know, they did that human shield thing with the hospital that they were accusing Hamas of doing. Like, they actually did it.
The war.
You know, they actually, like, there was this report about how there was anti-aircraft missiles on top of the hospital that they were targeting. So not sure how true that is, but wouldn't surprise me, because it's almost like everything that they were accusing Hamas of doing was a actual admission of shit they do.
They continue to try to humiliate these hostages that are still left, the handful that are still there. We need to pray, Piers, that this is a dangerous period of time in our history. And you think the fighting with Iran, we look at what's happening in the Ukraine, Russia, and the war with Gaza, Hamas. You take.
I pray that you get yours.
There's changes now in Syria. I don't know where that's going to go.
As a man of faith, obviously, one of the most famous people of faith in the world, is war ever morally justified?
I believe so, absolutely. I think the Second World War. No.
That's kind of funny because it says "Thou shalt not kill." There literally is, like, the. You guys talk about the Ten Commandments a lot, but then,
morally justified.
Yeah.
And it is differentiated by murder and kill.
Enough about 9.
Well, that just, you know, the Bible has never been really clear about that, so you're telling me that the Bible isn't really well written? Huh. Weird.
That's CozyEarth.com. Promo code Piers. Stay cool.
Stay cool. Kirk, clip that shit.
What's the line for you? I mean, many people think what's happening in Gaza now, I'm one of them, has gone way beyond a proportionate response. That the civilian deaths that are ratcheting up every day with no apparent end to this. That at what point does that go from being a moral self-defense to something else?
I blame Hamas, which is controlled by Iran. So you have to go back to Iran. Iran is responsible for Hamas. Hamas controls Gaza. The people in Gaza, if they had a free election day, you think they'd vote for Hamas? No way. They don't want Hamas, but Hamas has the guns. And so
what about Netanyahu's part in that one?
All of this destruction is for 2 or 3 hostages that are left. All this bombing and destruction and killing is for those people. If they would let them go, it would stop tomorrow.
But do you think it would? Because we're now hearing rhetoric from people like the finance minister Smodrich, which sounds very genocidal. That they're talking about cleansing, put the Palestinians out of Gaza. I mean, that's ethnic cleansing.
Well,
yes. Is that morally justified?
No, I don't believe in that at all. But I believe that Gaza is going to not be a place you can live. When you think of the bombs
they destroyed most of it.
And the ordnance that has not exploded.
So why aren't we doing more as a international community to help them rebuild?
Is there?
That's weird.
It's going to be so dangerous to live there and to try to build. I think there's
Why? Wait, why?
Got to come up with.
What are you talking about?
Something. I don't know how it's going to be.
I hate there's something especially disgusting about white elitist pastors talking about this. Like, look at this. Take it in. This is one of the most hateable faces. When you guys think about the atrocities in Gaza, think about this motherfucker. What he just did there was he tried to be like, actually, it's too dangerous for them to go back. We need to just move them away, and then conveniently it'll be just perfectly fine for when Israelis want to reoccupy. I mean,
but there are countries that if they would be willing to take the people from Gaza, could give them the land and give them a place to work and live. And
you mean like Gaza? What the fuck?
And have a brand new life, and that could happen. And what Trump was, I shouldn't call him Trump, President Trump, what he was saying, there's a little bit of truth to this, that it would take a long time to clean Gaza up, but they could clean it up, and they could come back at some point.
Oh, ew, 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 ew. Oh my God, too colonial. Like, this is literally the colonial experiment, like, in modern times right here. What the actual fuck? Ew. Piers Morgan, seriously, like, I'm starting to see, like, just the fucking horns just, like, creep out of these guys' fucking heads. Just, you ever seen Legend?
But it needs to come back under not Iranian control like it is today.
Hello, darling.
Finally, we've got a new pope. He's American. Have you met the
Haven't
new
met
pope?
him yet. Look forward to it.
Yeah. Are you planning to soon?
Pardon?
Are you planning to see him?
I have no plans right now, but
Yeah, because he doesn't actually like mega pastors. That's kind of funny.
I'll look forward to it.
Are you pleased there's finally an American pope?
Well, I'm not Catholic, so
No, I am. So I'm pretty pleased actually.
Well,
Why? I love how they do this too. I always love this.
I think it's interesting.
To do with a British one, but I'll take American first. You know.
No, he's certainly an interesting man, and he's got a lot of experiences.
I think you met the last pope.
I
Francis.
did, yes.
What was that like when you were with him?
I appreciate the fact of his focus on the poor. I really do. When I was with him, this was just before the elections, and he asked me. He said, Reverend Graham, we don't understand American politics. Which would be better for America, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? I said, Donald Trump. He was kind of surprised. Why? I said, because he supports people of faith. Kamala Harris does not. And he looked at me and he kind of nodded his head. You know, he understood that. But President Trump does care about faith, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Christian, whether you're a Muslim, whatever he wants people of faith.
Guys, he means it.
To be treated with respect.
No,
I was with him at the
people can lie like that. Really? Dude, he has to believe it. He has to like be huffing his own farts.
2019.
That's
when he
wild.
Spoke, to the UN about faith, defending people of faith. And I appreciate that about Donald Trump. He cares. He really does. And then I think he's trying to live out
This guy's about to learn a real harsh lesson.
his faith. And I really do believe he believes in God. I know that he believes God's.
You keep saying that like you don't believe it. The thing is, you keep saying it like you have to keep telling yourself that, which keep telling yourself that you're going to have to, because we all know that you don't actually buy it, which is kind of funny because you're sitting right now, you're lying.
Spared his life.
Yeah, I know he does. He's told me that.
Yeah.
It's great to see you. Your show's on Saturday. Is it sold out? Can people still get tickets? Or
We can still get in, yes.
Yeah. So it's the XL.
XL, and that starts at 6 p.m. on Saturday, which I believe is the 21st. So,
well, good luck with it. Good to see you.
Thank you, Pierce.
Thank
Good
you
to
very
see
much.
you, sir.
Well, joining me on the panel now is Jason Whitlock, the host of Fearless with Jason Whitlock, Ishai Fleischer, who's the spokesman for the Jewish community of Hebron, and the Palestinian-American journalist and commentator Omar Badr. Well, welcome to all of you. Jason, let me just start with you.
Yes. Trump, the serial atheist, cheater, liar, and thief, just loves following dusty-ass rules made by some Middle Eastern shepherds thousands of years ago. As long as it tells him that he is the one who, like, because they keep doing the thing. They keep, like, giving him the Messiah complex because he's, like, he thinks that they're the bastions of that. So he's just like, listen, they love God. I guess, I'm friends of a friend at this point.
Are we seeing a religious war here on multi-fronts in the Middle East?
No, I don't think it's a religious war. I think it's a war between fallen man, and it's a conflict that's been going on for a long time. I think people are trying to.
I hate that I have both those albums. Oh, and Led Zeppelin 3 too. Nice, got that too.
Pastor Franklin or Graham, I'm sorry, was saying, and Mike Huckabee's.
Oh, that was Billy Graham's kid. Oh, that's why I hated him so much.
Email or text message, telling Trump to hear from God. And the only thing I would like for those guys that have access to President Trump is the only way he's going to hear from God is if he opens a Bible.
Do yourself a favor and definitely don't look up the whole, grape scandal in Wheaton, Illinois, involving the Billy Graham School.
Reads the book. That is the word.
Definitely don't Google that.
That is the voice of God. That's where you can find it. And I'd ask him to start in Matthew 28 and realize that we
How about Matthew 7?
have a great commission.
How about Matthew 7? You guys always skip over. Like, it's kind of funny, guys. Even you, who probably are not Christians, know about this thing called the Sermon on the Mount.
And that has nothing to do with making war. That has to do with making disciples of all nations and spreading the word. And so those of us that are believers, it's great to tell President Trump to pray and listen for the voice of God, but we also need to tell him where the source is. And the source of the voice of God is in that Bible. And I'm a supporter of President Trump, but if he wants to know what to do in these times, he needs to be reading that book.
Were you concerned, as I was, by the reference to Truman in 1945 in that?
Very concerned.
Because
very
that can only mean one thing that he's getting at, which is that Truman had to take
What are you talking about? He's so hyperbolic all the time. What are you talking about? Trump doesn't mean shit. Come on.
Monumental decision.
I'm always joking, I'm just joshing.
To deploy
just joshing about the nuclear threat. I mean, come on.
nuclear weapons in World War II.
Everybody jokes about nuclear threats all the time.
I obviously wasn't alive.
I like to play this game where it's just like I put my hand over the button. I just go just kidding.
1945, but my understanding of history is, Truman kind of
gotcha.
An installed puppet.
Dude, that'd be kind of funny if he goes to hit the Diet Coke button and he's just like, hold on, I have to nuke your country real quick. Boop.
Not the most competent.
Just kidding. I just got us another Diet Coke. Would you like a Diet Coke? Too bad they're only for me.
A nuclear weapon on Japan that, there are people that, was that over the top? Was that way too much? Was that necessary? Was that one of the most evil acts America's done? You can debate that. But yeah, referencing Truman in that is the thing that kind of raised my eyebrow.
Actually, Fleischer, I think you think there is a role here, clearly, for religion and history.
This guy gives me very Uncle Ruckus vibes.
Is that part of the motivation for what
they just gotta stop going after the poor white president?
Doing in terms of trying to recalibrate
that last Negro better. He did so much damage to this country.
In the Middle East.
Well, we have a religion.
He does actually have like serious Uncle Ruckus vibes.
Commandment to defend ourselves and to survive. The Jewish people are a persecuted lot, and therefore we have a religious obligation to survive, and we have survived for 3,500 years through that commandment. We also have a religious history in the land of Israel, and definitely one could see the ingathering of the Jewish people to the land of Israel, the revival of the Hebrew language, the revival of our economy, the revival of the Third Commonwealth, since we had two previous commonwealths in Jerusalem and in Israel. You could see that as a religious thing. There are many religious texts that will tell you that there will be an ingathering. With regarding to Iran, we have no religious doctrine to fight with Iran. We have a religious doctrine to defend ourselves. And Iran does have a religious doctrine I should say, not Iran, but the Iranian mullah regime, because I think there are millions of Iranians that are pro-Israel that want to be liberated by what I call now the liberation nation, which is Israel. They want to see the end of that mullah regime. The mullah regime's got a clock running in Tehran for the destruction of Israel. I remember Ahmadinejad, former president, he used to, he had a podium that he would speak from. It said, a world without Zionism. So the annihilation of Israel is certainly part of the mullah doctrines. And we have a doctrine to defend ourselves and make sure that we continue to survive. And I think that's really what's happening here.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those.
Remember, poors, remember, I don't have to worry about this, but your poor ass certainly does. So make sure that you get your taxes wound up with my sponsor.
You know, it's interesting, Omar, because I interviewed Ahmadinejad when he was president of Iran in New York for CNN. And
I got me a sponsor, I did.
I pressed him on exactly that point about him reportedly saying he wanted to wipe Israel off the face of the map. And he said to me what he meant by that, and I think
I love how the Nakba never gets factored into their math. Yeah.
Yishai touched on it, was he talked specifically about wanting to get rid of the Zionist regime. He said he wasn't talking about the whole of Israel. People didn't really believe him, but that was certainly the clarification he put to me. There is there's a sense, I think, from the people who are more sympathetic to Iran that they have been singled out here as the really bad people in the Middle East and therefore must get particularly rough treatment. What is your view of the validity of what Israel is doing here?
To set the scene for it, Piers, let me just quickly put two countries up on the board, Iran and Israel, and just go through a very quick list. Which country has nuclear weapons and refuses to allow international inspectors to look at their nuclear program? Israel. Which country is expanding its territory by illegally occupying neighbors in Palestine, Lebanon, Syria? Israel. Which country's leaders are wanted by the International Criminal Court? Israel. Which country is currently committing genocide by starving and killing tens of thousands of children? Israel. And look at...
Which one does not have the Death Star?
Who started this war between Israel and Iran? Israel did. So to look at this entire list and to try to concoct some mechanism by which you're claiming that Israel is defending itself by doing all this...
Rip Haven, what kind of crazy we up to tonight? But other than that, hope the stream is good.
The entire world lost its
but
mind.
there's one thing you're missing out.
Oh, what's kind of crazy we up to tonight? Oh,
hang on. You're missing out a
sorry,
pretty key component.
Just doing some debates, chilling.
Of all this, which is who has been funding both financially.
By the way, guys, if you are new to the channel over on YouTube, hit that like button.
And with weaponry, the Houthis
Definitely need the help.
Hamas, Hezbollah, for many, many years, all of which have then used those weapons to attack Israel. And that's a key. That's it.
Hey, the nice part is I get to wait another 6 months until they update this.
No, the key argument Israel puts up is that Iran has been the octopus, if you like, with all these tentacles to terror all over the region, all of them wedded to the same philosophy of getting rid of Israel.
A country that is minding its own business and being peaceful.
In the Empire, every woman shall wear one of those little bikinis that was Jabba the Hutt made Princess Leia wear.
And reasonable can take legitimate issue with whether other countries are fighting military groups that don't
Darth Vader's just like, no.
like them, then you have a grievance. But when you are a country that is founded at the expense of another people by destroying Palestinian society, driving out hundreds of thousands of Palestinians out of their homes and destroying hundreds of Palestinian towns and villages, and it's not good enough for you, you're still engaging in this war of conquest.
That's why he threw him down the shaft. That's my daughter! Ah!
Illegally expanding settlements in the West Bank, occupying and
sign me up for the new empire.
Obliterating Gaza for the
Leo was paying that outfit. Yeah.
past several months, to say nothing of everything they've done before. You are not in a defensive posture. You are an occupying power. And yes, Iran is trying to expand its region and its influence in the region by arming groups that are fighting against Israel because they know that the entire region is infuriated with the way Israel is behaving. It is behaving like a country that is above the rules and above the law. They get to do whatever they want. And just to simplify this on a personal level, Piers, you accept that your government...
That's a decision to put your wired headphones through your shirt.
...has weapons that you personally are not allowed to have because the relationship between you and your government is one in which they rule and you are a subject, in a sense. And Israel is insisting on that dynamic with the region. They get to have nuclear weapons. They get to do whatever they want. But if Iran ever builds a peaceful nuclear program that they might one day think they might turn into a military program of some sort, then Israel has the right to preemptively go and invade. Israel's telling the region, we rule you, we own you, we make the rules, and people in the region don't like it and are resisting.
But do you view any of the activities of Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis as terrorism, or do you view it all as resistance?
International law is very, very clear that you can only target militants, you can't target civilians. So yes, these groups have engaged in legitimate resistance when they've attacked the Israeli military, and they've also engaged in war crimes or acts of terrorism when they've attacked civilians.
Right, do you accept that Iran has been supplying them all three groups with both financial support and weaponry?
You can't look at that in isolation. Yes, of course they've been supplying them with weaponry.
So then but Omar, then I put it to you that you're putting a very one-sided framing of all this, because the reality is, by your own admission, Iran has been supplying, endorsing, helping, supporting 3 different terror groups who commit regular acts of terrorism. Some of it you might talk away as resistance, but you've conceded a lot of it is just terrorism. So if you're Israel and you've got these 3 groups all using acts of terrorism against you, why the hell shouldn't you do something to defend yourself?
If I'm Israel and I want to defend itself, I would stop engaging in the mass terrorism that the Israeli government is engaged in. You stop behaving like the biggest terrorist organization in the neighborhood, and then you are in a position to defend yourself. The problem is that Israel, once again, is not in a defensive posture. You can't claim to have an objection to terrorism when you yourself are engaging in the largest terrorism in the entire region. And to have, again, every single day for the past several days, for the past...
How are you going to have all that soundproofing and still have an echo?
What, a year and a half now, closing in on 2 years? Every day there is a massacre of civilians and children who are being starved in Gaza, who are only looking for food. That's a country that wants to defend itself from terrorism. The entire thing is absurd. And the idea that there's any religious basis, that anybody's, whatever, people are free to believe whatever they want to believe, but there's elementary morality at the heart of every faith. And any faith that suggests that Israel gets to do what it's doing and invoking that maybe Israel should nuke Iran or whatever else, these are moral monsters and religious lunatics. Those are the only people who can...
They are. They're exactly what they're telling us to fear.
Support what Israel is currently doing and encouraging even more escalation.
All right, Jason Whitlock, this morality line, I've been very supportive
T-minus 5
of
minutes.
Israel's right to defend itself after the horrendous terror attacks of October the 7th. But recently I've been much more critical of what I've seen as the starvation blockade, no other way of calling it, the genocidal language coming out of some of the Israeli cabinet ministers like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, the fact there's no apparent end plan for any of this other than, if we take them at their word, it involves removing all Palestinians from Gaza, the expansion of settlements in the West Bank and so on, which are, by most people's definition, illegal. They've carried on aggressively expanding, notwithstanding the war itself raging away. Where is the moral line here for you?
Well, I don't know if I'm in position to judge the moral line. It's a very complicated issue. Where I do stand on this as a Christian and as an American is I don't want to be involved. You have 2 sides arguing, hey, terrorist actions are coming from Israel, terrorist actions are being financed by Iran, and the people on the Iran side and Hamas side are saying America is funding Israel's terrorist acts against the people in Gaza and Palestinians. And so what I would like to see America do is remove itself from that, become more isolationist in an area where there has been so much conflict, years and years.
So tired of all this nonsense. Yeah, me too.
So many allegations on both sides.
As a Christian, I don't want to be involved.
I get why there's so much animus towards America, because just like...
Oh, no! Christ has returned!
Israel is saying, hey, Iran is financing these terrorist acts.
He just accidentally Oh no, he just hit it.
Iran is saying America.
He accidentally just hit the little the fucking filter.
Is financing Israel's terrorist acts. I'd like to be removed from that. We have a lot of problems here in America that we need to solve. I don't think we can solve the problems in the Middle East. We've been trying to do it for a long time and failing, and we've been financing a lot of regime changes and a lot of wars that end up impacting American young men and women, and things aren't getting better here in America. So I want to be more America first, more isolationist, and just move. You guys settle that. I'm not smart enough to settle that.
Well, that's for sure.
Many of us carry around bulky worn-out
For certain. Don't be a Costanza. Get yourself a
purchase. They will ask you where you heard about them. So please support our show and tell them I sent you. Okay, Ishai, the one question that has been resolutely not answered very well by people on the Israeli side is, why is it that
guy in the middle is
Israel
going to erupt when it's his turn to speak?
can be so concerned about everybody else's ability to have nuclear weapons in the Middle East. And yet itself, everybody knows Israel has a large nuclear defense armory, but they never admit it. No government has admitted it. And they don't lay themselves open to any of the normal checks and balances that go with being a nuclear power. Why is Israel given this extraordinary pass on nuclear weapons?
I've never seen the Israeli nuclear armament, so I can't say for sure. But just like you, that's what we've heard all these years. And I think
I've never seen the I've never seen the American nukes. They don't exist. What are you talking about?
That if
We're not a nuclear power.
If Israel indeed does have nuclear weapons, it's probably because we are responsible. We are a responsible country in the region that is the power broker, that is the defender, that is the responsible grown-up around there. And if you give nuclear arms to the Jews and the Israelis, that's one thing. And if you give it to the Iranian regime, which murders its own people in the streets every day, which has a whole suppression police, which funds terrorism, as you noted earlier, like these guys are going to use it in a bad way. So I think it's very simple.
But do you think Israel is behaving
and the jihadist Iranian regime?
Yeah, but I would say,
do
do you think that anything that Israel's currently doing in Gaza can be described as responsible?
Well, we had to destroy the Hamas organization. And, Pierce, on many of your shows, which I watch, you talk a lot about genocidal language. You talk a lot about you ask, you grill people on the numbers. And I wanted to ask you, where's your responsibility as a journalist to ask the most basic question, which is, why isn't the world allowing for refugees, right? When you in Ukraine, Russia, there are 4.25
They said the same thing about Pakistan.
million
They literally said the same thing about Pakistan. Stop believing the racist rhetoric.
refugees.
That's exactly what it is.
They're spread all over Europe. In the Syrian civil conflict, there are 6.8 million refugees. They're in Turkey, they're in Europe. When you have a war conflict, you try to save people, non-combatants. You help them move out of the way. And nobody is allowing Egypt, an Arab country bordering Gaza, is not allowing Arabs to come in there to be refugees just to save their lives. Could it be that the reason that some of these players don't want the most natural thing, which is refugees, which is, by the way, part of international law? International law says the starting point for international protection is the admission of people fleeing persecution and violence to a territory where they could seek asylum and find safety. Where is that? Where is the call for that? That's the most obvious and basic thing. So if you don't have a call for that, then the people that are left there are collateral damage. They're getting hurt. And then people like you are like, what? There's like almost a genocide over there. Yeah, help them get out of the way. Help them get out of harm's way.
Well, look, my response to that would be that it's pretty clear from what people like Smodrich are saying, they don't want any Palestinians coming back. They don't believe in a refugee program. They believe in ethnic cleansing. They want all Palestinians out of the Gaza Strip irrevocably. And
I'm asking you, Pierce,
that's not a refugee.
Forget Smotrich.
Listen, I happen to agree with you.
Look,
I happen to agree with you that the neighboring Arab countries could be doing more. I don't dispute that for a moment.
They block Arabs from going in.
But I also understand why many Palestinians and many Arabs look at the situation and hear what people like Smodrich say and think that there is a bigger picture plan going on here, which is for ultimately Israel to take complete control of Gaza and to take complete control of the West Bank.
Pierce, can I just demonstrate real quick how Ishai is really being?
Hang on, Omar, I will come to you. I just want Ishai to respond to that point.
I'll answer this quickly. The answer is like this. We don't have a war with Arabs. We don't have a war with Palestinians. We don't have a war with Islam. We have a war with jihadism. It happens to be that a lot of people in Gaza are pro-Hamas. We saw all the videos. We know that. And so jihadists got to leave. They can't be inside our country and they can't be on our borders. They can't threaten us. That's who we're dealing with. I asked you a question about refugees to help save more people. That's what I want to see. I think that's what most Israelis want to see. And one last comment. Omar's point about the Iranian people suffering at the hands of Israel, well, that's not what the videos show. The videos all over TikTok and Telegram is of Iranians celebrating and calling for the end of the regime and thanking Israel and being on the side of destroying the oppressive regime that rules them. I mean, to deny that and to make it look like Omar's version is the only version out there is just a laughable joke. You could just see it on all over the social media. We see that the Iranian people want the end of that regime. They want Israel to bomb those nuclear installations, to have a safe Israel. I was in Florida buying a suit. Iranian lady who was working there, she saw that I was Jewish and Israeli. She's like, I love Israel. I want to help you. I explained to her what I do in this world. She's like, let me help you pick out a suit. You've got to save our people. She says the boys that are protesters, they get taken down into dungeons and their eyes get gouged out by this regime. Save us. Okay,
that's not anecdotal at all.
The lie.
The fuck?
That Omar's putting out there as though there's two sides, Israel and Iran. No, there's millions of Iranians that are with Israel. There are millions of Arabs all over the world that are with Israel and want to see the end of jihadism.
Okay.
All right.
Omar, final word to you.
Sure. First, on the refugee issue, I mean, yes, absolutely. Unfortunately for Ishai, he can pretend he's concerned about them, but he can't turn on Israeli television with
Pep, you called it earlier this week. They said it. They said they want to be
every
bombed.
politician and commentator
Told you.
salivating at the idea
I hate to be the one to say I told you so, especially about this.
of driving Palestinians out. So there's obviously a plot to ethnically cleanse Palestinians, and he's here just being coy and disingenuous. And if he were serious, if he were
Why can't I just be right about things like Godzilla and Space Godzilla being in supernova?
actually concerned about the refugees in Gaza and getting them to safety, why doesn't Israel take them? They could very easily open their border.
The Iranian lady from Florida told him that she likes Jews, that is his argument for all Iranians in Iran wanting the IDF to bomb them. Yes. And on top of it, he's just like, they gouged the young boy's eyes out. Because I need some more atrocities that sound good.
And let refugees from Gaza into Israel. He doesn't do that. He wants somebody else
Did I
to
mention
do it
they were children?
because he's trying to get rid of Palestinians who live in that area. So that's the just utterly ridiculous proposition that he's putting forward, and how easily it is to demonstrate how full of crap he is on this point. And finally, on the issue of Iran,
I work with an Iranian who escaped Iran. He is not celebrating bombs on his family.
note that, of course, there's going to be some pockets of Iranians who are celebrating. There are clueless people that you can find in any society who are willing to applaud whatever foreign invasion of their country they want. But Israel is killing Iranian civilians by the hundreds. It's what Iranians are watching in the destruction that is happening in Tehran. There's a rallying around the flag, even though many Iranians don't like their government. But when they see their country under attack by a foreign regional power that is genocidal, that is racist, that is an apartheid regime, and acts with impunity, that has the exact opposite effect, where there's going to be now even more support for the government to respond forcefully. So it's having the opposite effect of what Ishai is pretending, despite whatever 3 Iranian friends he has who are willing to applaud whatever he's doing.
I know, Mark, you don't think
Well
that
said.
Iran and its leadership will be intimidated by Trump's threats, and you've linked that to their Shia theology. Explain that.
Sure. There is one of the biggest religious holidays for Shia Muslims is commemorating the killing of Hussein, in which they recount his story, in which he was put between the choice of either accepting a confrontation that he definitely cannot win or a humiliating surrender. And you see on that day, every single year, literally millions of Shias around the world chanting in unison, "We would never accept a humiliating surrender." That is the slogan. And then Trump, who I think is probably being played by Netanyahu, pretending that this is a way to force the Iranian government to negotiate, putting out a call demanding an unconditional surrender from Iran, that once again has the exact opposite effect. It's going to trigger the sense of resilience and defiance within Iranians who are going to insist on resisting and fighting back. I think that's Netanyahu's plot. He's pretending as if this is a way to bring Iran back to the negotiations, but he knows that this is only going to push Iran towards further confrontation, and he is trying to drag the United States directly into this war because Israel knows it cannot win this war without direct U.S. participation.
You know, I read an interesting piece in a newspaper today about the parallels between the Assad regime in Syria, which obviously had many years of civil war, but last December, it all very, very, very quickly led to Assad leaving the country. So when it happened very fast, and it was driven by an uprising amongst the Syrian people. You know, you could see a situation, an extra scenario here, Omar, I think, where if enough Iranian people take exception to what has been done in their names, that the regime, you know, since '79 in Iran has been going pretty much the same length of time as the Assad family ruled in Syria. it wouldn't surprise me if you saw a similar kind of scenario that we saw in December in Syria happen to the leadership.
I think those are very, very different situations. In Syria, the ruling party belonged to a religious minority in the country. They were fairly unpopular. They were very brutal. And frankly, they were helped to stay in power by regional support, not authentically through the population. Now, there's no denying that the Iranian government has a bad human rights record, and the country is divided in terms of support for them, but they are not as fragile as the Syrian government.
Okay.
They do have deep roots in the country, and they have significant support in addition to that significant opposition. So it's a very, very different situation.
I've got to leave it there, but thank you all very much indeed to my panel. I appreciate it. Let's speak now to the biblical scholar and historian Wesley Hub. Wesley, good to have you back on.
Oh, God. No, can't do it. Can't do it. Like, Piers is really trying to get this, like, Christian wave of fucking assholes on here. This one I have to stop. So, goodbye. Goodbye. Damn, dude, Steve's looking dead. Oh no. I don't think Steve is with us anymore, guys. No injuries from latest Iranian missiles around 5. I still think Putin has...
David's sling system intercepts ballistic and cruise missiles and medium to long-range rockets. The Arrow 2 and 3 are the top level of Israel's air.
Okay. If he's a true biblical scholar, he'd know all of that is BS. Well, all right. Let's just see how much rage I can handle. I'll finish it. I'll finish the dang thing. I'm doing this for you guys. Because I can tell you right now, this is going to make me mad.
People theorizing that there is a religious component to
I hate this guy.
everything that is going on currently in the Middle East. Do you think that?
Yeah, well, let me right off the bat say that my area is not geopolitics, and so I can't speak to whether any one particular nation or group right now has fulfilled some sort of criteria for just war in the very recent past. That's, I think, for others to say. But what I can speak to, Pierce, are the ways that the Bible and Christian heritage that I share in have considered this very complicated topic over the centuries, because it would be somewhat foolhardy to forget that the heavy reality of war...
The air fryer crapped out, that's why he's wasting away.
...that I don't think we should ever speak lightly of. You know, as Jesus himself said, those who live by the sword will die by the sword. So we see throughout Christian scripture in places like Ephesians chapter 6 and 2 Corinthians 10, the topic of waging war with preaching and words and persuasion rather than weapons. And so I think we should aim to persuade people if we can, but the reality of broken humanity,
Y'all
that
happy?
even,
Hey,
the
Sean.
conversations that we've all been having, you personally have been having even just now, is that not all people can be persuaded. And so theory and philosophizing about what should happen in an ideal world often get muddy when the rubber hits the road of this beautiful yet broken world that we live in.
I know that you don't. You're not a pacifist.
No, I'm gonna guess that by the Crusaders helmet he has behind him.
But it's interesting where the moral line is for people.
How in the fuck am I somehow more Jesus-like than any of these fools?
In terms of
what is up with this?
When war is justified, sometimes you could look at a conflict like World War II, and you can say, well, clearly the Nazis represented an existential threat to the world and had to be defeated. So therefore, waging war against them was a necessity and morally justified. But a lot of other conflicts, including what is happening in the Middle East, many would argue, are much more complicated, much more nuanced, much more historical in terms of their complexity. How do we work out what is moral in that kind of scenario?
Yeah, it's a very important question. Just war theory is a theory that portrayed, well, let me say right off the bat, actually, just war is not holy war. And I think that's important right off the bat, Pierce, because jihad and just war are concepts that are completely in different universes. The idea of just war that we kind of tease out, especially when we're talking about very complicated geopolitical issues like we're discussing this morning, come from these ideas in the late 3rd and early 4th centuries, where soldiers would come to Christian clergy and intellectuals seeking advice regarding their careers. So we have records of Roman tribunes writing to people like St. Augustine, asking whether it's possible to provide state security in a vaguely Christian way. And so we had these records of individuals like Augustine writing, a seminal work, City of God, right after the sacking of Rome by the Visigoths in August 24th of 410 AD. And he doesn't write to make sense of the violence viewed, but to point out that no earthly realm, not even a Christian empire, could be an eternal city, which was what Rome was thought of. For a long time, it was referred to it as the eternal city. And Augustine points out that the only city that will
it's almost like these were short-sighted idiots.
ever be eternal is in the hereafter.
Kinda
and when
like us.
things are made new. And so until
Why
then,
don't they ever say a word about empathy? Like the number one person they do not talk about is Jesus and his actual love and acceptance and forgiveness and empathy.
and in this fallen in between time, there is some necessity for state to enforce and restrain evil for the sake of good. You threaten my neighbor, I have to intervene, Augustine says. You're not being moved.
Augustine said that. Fucking A, that's
moved by persuasion, and so I must force you to stop. But Augustine is clear when he talks about just war that it's never holy.
This shit
and
drove
certainly
me nuts. When I was a Christian, they used to pull this shit because even like being Catholic, they would then put the saints over the actual scripture,
not happy.
And then we would do our own Bible study on it.
Even in victory. So war should only ever be done in kind of the Christian tradition that large portion of the West stands in defense of innocent people, and for the idea of not for the idea of trying to wipe out people off the face of the earth or some sort of
3 minutes.
private
I gotta
interest. That's
You
evil.
guys finish
And
this.
that
I'll be right back.
victories, celebration should even come with tears and remorse.
Really interesting. I had a debate the other day with a pro-Palestinian guest who was arguing that Hamas had not targeted people based on their religion, i.e. being Jewish, or their ethnicity, but on the fact that they objected to what they saw as an illegal occupation of Gaza and so on. And that was what inspired it. It wasn't a religious war in the sense that you just explained. Do you think there's validity to that, or is that nonsense?
I mean, it's complicated when you factor in Islam and the fact that it is far more of a politico-religious movement. It's very different in the inception of Islam in the 7th century than the inception of Christianity. And even when we look at certain instances of atrocities done in the name of Christianity throughout history, something, maybe the Crusades are coming to mind for certain peoples. The Christian worldview makes the atrocities within the Crusades problematic. So what do you call the Crusades conducted under the banner of Muhammad? Well, you call it business as usual. He was a warlord, and so to fight in his legacy is expected, but to do so under the banner of the cross should seem ironic because Christ died for his enemies. And Christianity makes sense of our justifiably cringe, mentality when we see some of these problematic situations throughout history where people are trying to invoke Christianity or religion in those ways. But it is complicated. These are multivalent issues that encompass, all sorts of factors.
Fascinating. Wesley Huff, great to have you back. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, guys, we're going to go into the video that I was talking about yesterday. I was kind of playing this up. This was brought to us by Legend of Sean. You can thank him for this. Did that scholar really use the word cringe?
Hi there, welcome to Factually.
All right. Start this over. I forgot that this was a live link that I have to turn that off. For some reason, whenever like YouTube updates, it does this thing where like it'll turn autoplay on, and like I hate autoplay. So here. Got that. Got that. Whoa. That's what I was worried about. And that's one hell of a pause phase. So, all right, guys. So, this video is titled "America Has No Left Wing" with Vivek Chibber. I do not know the guest, but I know the topic. I don't necessarily agree, but let's see.
Hi there, welcome to Factually. I'm Adam
I like that
Conover.
on your
Thank you for
side.
joining me on the show again. You know, right now, the radical right wing in American politics is achieving its longest...
By the way, just so you guys know, I did burn the shit out of like the bottom of my lip yesterday.
held dreams.
That
Outright
fucking egg roll.
fascists are on the attack against immigrants, scientists, students, most women, park rangers, universities, and, oh, by the way, the entire city of fucking Los Angeles. And they are winning. You know, the right wing has gotten to the top of America's political power structure largely by casting the left as an all-powerful force that dominates American politics and culture. And that's bizarre because that doesn't seem to actually be the case. Liberal and progressive Democratic politicians like Barack Obama or Gavin Newsom are made out to seem like Mao by the right, even though their policies are centrist, if anything. And if you look around, there actually is not really that much of an organized left wing at all in America. There are no political power structures that are organizing for working people
OBS, dude.
on a mass scale. The Democratic Party, which is organized sometimes, has seemed stunned and powerless in the face of Trump's assault on our institutions of society. And the DSA, which is genuinely a left-wing organization, isn't exactly the vanguard of the proletariat. It mostly appeals to college-educated leftists who, you know, want to discuss and debate. Now, when we're looking for genuine sources of left-wing energy in America, well, the folks who are showing up to fight ICE kidnappings in LA, they are inspiring. Their actions make it clear that there is real energy between anti-authoritarianism, anti-fascism, towards looking out for each other, towards real solidarity in America. But these protests are not going to be able to defeat fascism on their own. We need some kind of party, some kind of movement, some kind of organization to harness this left-wing energy. And that makes me wonder, why do we not have it currently? Why do we not have a muscular pro-working class movement in America? Why have we almost never had one? Is this really too much to ask when such movements are common and even powerful in other countries? I mean, this is a moment of tremendous peril in America, yes, but so many people are being oppressed, so many people are suffering. It's also a moment of tremendous potential opportunity for a new type of politics. So why is the left missing that moment? Well, to help answer that
Okay, now I'm starting to see why you sent me this
question, we have an incredible guest on the show today. I found this conversation challenging and absolutely fascinating, and enlightened me to so many elements of America's political culture and why we have the culture that we do, why we have the systems of power and control that we do. And if you want to support this show and the conversations that we bring you week in, week out, I hope you'll head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. $5 a month gets you every single one of our conversations ad-free. You can also join our awesome online community full of people who love to discuss and debate these issues just as much as you do. And of course, if you want to come see me on the road, coming up soon, I'm headed to a lot of incredible cities: Tulsa, Oklahoma, Oklahoma City, Spokane, Washington, Tacoma, Washington, Brea, California. I also have a bunch of other dates I've recently announced. Head to adamconover.net to see all my tour dates and get those tickets. And now let's welcome this week's guest. His name is Vivek Chibber. He's a professor at NYU. He's the editor of Jacobin's spin-off journal Catalyst, and he's the host of an incredible podcast called Confronting Capitalism. He is one of the simply top-flight left-wing intellectuals working in America today, and he has a lot of really challenging...
I don't have an...
Welcome, Vivek Chibber.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The fuck? Wait a minute, what? Oh, this is ridiculous. Okay, guys. Sorry. We're coming back here. I think. What the fuck? Sad trumpet? Yeah, no shit. I mean, it says that we're back. Oh, wait a minute. That's it. Guys, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Not receiving enough video. Oh, I'm back on Twitch now. Woohoo. Dude, this is insane. And honestly, here. You know what? Fuck it. Yeah. All right. I think that, yeah, Twitch is dead. For some reason, Twitch is just, like, not working. You have one of Chibber's books. Cool. All right, guys. So, what we're going to do... Sorry if the stream quality is shit right now. I have no idea what the fuck is going on with this shit lately. And honestly, I'm getting a little tired of it. All right, let's go.
Hasn't really resulted in a durable left-wing, like, popular movement. Why is that, and how can we build towards that sort of movement?
Protests, as a rule, never result in movements. Movements can generate protests, but protests don't generate movements. And that's because what protests are is just people coming out of their homes, expressing discontent, expressing their anger at something, and then they got to go home. Now, these are random individuals, and they're angry about something, or they're unhappy about something, but they go back home to their lives, and their lives take over once they're back. If you want a movement, it requires a permanent organization, some kind of durable organization consisting of individuals that is more than the sum of those parts.
My bad.
It has to have an office. It has to have people who are organizers, what people would call cadre. It has to be people whose job it is to go out and bring people out. But it has to also go beyond the protest. They have to actually be trying to have some sort of presence in communities and workplaces so that people see the organization linked up with their own lives. If you don't have an organization, if all you have is like NGOs and nonprofits, they're not in the business of building movements. They're in the business of getting grant funding for themselves and making a show of social relevance. That's a very different matter than, say, a political party or a trade union or something like that. So activism always results in an episodic, momentary eruption, and then people go back to their lives. That's very different from a movement.
Yeah, we've seen that happen over and over again. Even just locally in LA, there'll be a spurt of protest. There'll be a little bit of movement in city politics or something like that, but then things go back to normal. We do have some organizations. We have trade unions to a certain extent, but there's organizations like the DSA. But why in America do we lack those larger left-wing organizations that you're talking about?
It's the million-dollar question. In fact, it's probably the single most repeated question in American political science and historiography. It's called
I have been asking this a lot.
Question of American exceptionalism. America is exceptional, not in the sense that God made it, but in the sense that it's the only rich country that never had a labor party, that never had a social democratic party. Every other, what we call advanced country in the world, industrial country, has had a labor party or a socialist party that's had a mass base for itself. The U.S. never did.
And just clarify what you mean by a labor party, social democrat, as opposed to what we do have.
What we have is two corporate parties. Gore Vidal, the great Gore Vidal, once said the United States has one party with two right wings. So it's basically, they're two basically corporate parties.
Yeah.
They differ in that one of them around mid-century did experience some sort of presence on the part of trade unions, and then after the 60s was identified with what you today might call social justice movements, the Democratic Party. But there was never a party that was rooted in the working class that has, as part of its program, some kind of socialist or anti-capitalist agenda. In Europe, in Australia, New Zealand, Canada, you had what we call social democratic parties, which were historically parties that had two aspects to them that no American parties ever had. One is they were born out of the trade union movement, or they very early on linked themselves up to the trade union movement, so that was their identity. And the second is that they had real political programs, a political platform that was primarily and even exclusively oriented towards advancing working class interests, not corporate interests. U.S. has never had that. Now, there's a variety of reasons why that's the case. Why that's the case. Part of it has to do with the fact that the U.S. democratized very, very early. So the U.S. actually had the franchise for working class white men about 100 years before any other country did. In Europe, working class men had to fight for their political rights. So who's going to do that? Because the people lined up against their political rights were the wealthy. So working class men and women had to organize their own political parties to campaign for democratic rights. Because every single political party in Europe up until the 1900s was a rich person's party. They weren't going to fight for democratic rights. In the United States, because the American Revolution got people democratic rights early, they got sucked up into the system without having to organize their own parties. And that has a lot to do with why a Labor Party was never born.
But in those other countries, that organization for those voting rights had to come through the labor movement.
That's everywhere. Every single place where you got democracy, it was through working class parties fighting for it. Everywhere.
Wow. So it's just a historical accident? There must be other reasons in the United States.
That was I think the primary. I mean, there's a big debate on this. The primary reason was that. There's another reason was that the U.S. conquered more and more of the Western regions as it grew, which means that working class people who were unhappy with their situation were just able to go out and get some land for themselves instead of having to fight through a union and through then a political party. So this was called the frontier. The American frontier kept expanding. And then the final reason was that it was the U.S., not just because of the racial mix, but also the ethnic mix. It had a working class that was very divided for a very long time. And because of that, coming together in a party was also hard for it. These are the three, I would say, big reasons. The one is early democratization. The second is the frontier, which gives you kind of a safety valve for people who are unhappy. Whereas in Europe, you had nowhere to go. If you were unhappy, you had to organize yourself. And the third was that there's a lot of ethnic and racial tension inside the class that made it hard to come together in viable organizations.
Yeah, there's the history of during the period when the labor movement was strongest in the United States, there was racial tension within it, and large amounts of workers being left out because of union leaderships were racist to an extent.
That's right. I mean, in the AFL in the 19th, early 20th century, its leadership was they were members of the Klan.
Yeah.
So that makes it hard to bring in black workers.
I mean, do you see prospects for a working class movement to grow in the United States? Or I've heard you speak elsewhere and say that the left is at its lowest point in history.
Yeah, it's never been this bad, and we can go into what the badness is, and we can go into the causes later. But as to your actual question, the prospects in capitalism are always there, and that's because capitalism is built on a fundamental clash of interests between employers and employees everywhere. And employees are always on the losing end of things because they have very little power against their bosses. So there's always a reason for them to come together. There's always a reason for them to band together. It's just that right now, the workplace has changed so much since the last time there was a union movement, and work conditions have changed so much, and the social landscape is so different. Now I'm comparing it to the 30s, 40s, 50s. We just are in a place where we haven't figured out how to navigate that situation right now. Unions are still kind of searching. How do you organize against an Amazon? How do you organize in the tech sector? How do you organize when most of your workers are in the service industry, not in the manufacturing sector? These are new challenges, and we just don't have the answers to it. But the raw material, which is poor people, working people, getting shafted and having to work 12-hour days and not having job security and being unhappy with their bosses, that's still very much there. Around 80% of Americans hate their jobs. They think they work shit jobs. You just have to figure out a way of taking that anger, harnessing it into a collective organization rather than in ugly kinds of social manifestations and things like that.
Yeah, and the potential is there. Like, there are so many bright spots.
The other thing I will say about Starbucks is it's one of those jobs that you end up enjoying.
It's in the American working class. If you look at the Culinary Union in Las Vegas, which is, united thousands of like really low wage workers in the hospitality industry to have an incredible healthcare plan, incredible pension plan. Like, they have a lot of power in that city, and they use it and guard it really jealously. But organizing that kind of union or any kind of organization like that is very, very difficult. And it sort of feels like the organizations that should.
All right, hold on. Yeah, you are. All right. I am experiencing a frame rate drop. That means here.
That is our primary focus, and expansion is sometimes the furthest thing from one's mind.
It's very hard, Adam. There are many, many obstacles. One big one is American labor law. Labor law was instituted across the capitalist world in the 20s and 30s in order to try to level the playing field between employers and employees. And it came out of working class struggles. You start on the assumption that the playing field is uneven, and employers always have the advantage. So now, when you're organizing a union, the biggest problem is, all right, we're in a union. How do we get that guy to now negotiate with us? How do we get a contract out of it? Employers just have the right to say, screw off, I'm not doing a thing. I'll just hire some other people.
Yeah.
So what labor law does everywhere is to say to employers, look, once your employees have decided they want to be in a union, you're actually legally obliged now to negotiate with them. Okay, so that's a way of leveling the playing field, right? It's taking away the advantage of exit for the employer. American labor law is unique in that even after you've decided first of all, actually forming a union is exceedingly difficult because once you say you want to be in a union, there's this month-long period where employers now get exclusive access to their employees for propaganda campaigns, threats, all kinds of things, right? Unions have to stay out of the workplace. Then, once you've actually voted for the union, now most unions are even unable to get a contract from the employer because there's no legal obligation. You can negotiate, but you don't have to give them a contract. So
they just go, oh, we'll negotiate with you in 6 months. And they drag it out for years and they never get a contract.
So here, like right now, there's something of an uptick in unionization. But here's the dirty little secret. It's almost all of the new unions are coming up in venues where employers are not challenging the new union or the union drive. So it's in places like museums, libraries, universities, places like that. In America, in the last, say, 30 years, in instances where employers resist a union drive, success rates are around 8%.
Yeah.
So this is why unions, when they have a toehold, their main fight is just to stay alive, just to stay in the business.
Yeah.
And they're hesitant to pour money into new unionization drives because their hit rate is so low.
Yeah.
But the problem is that it's a chicken and egg problem. Unless you actually, they're sitting on top of billions of dollars.
Yeah. The labor movement generally.
The labor movement generally is sitting on top of billions. What are you going to do with it? You'd better start pouring it into organizing because you're hanging on by a thread now. And if you, the landscape is horrible, the worst of any country, because the law actually empowers employers instead of leveling the playing field. But if you don't do this, you're dead. You're dead in the water. We're looking at a few more years before the labor movement basically vanishes, especially now that the attack on the public sector unions is full throttle. So there's no choice now.
Yeah, but you do not see the labor movement having an understanding of this. You don't. I mean, I have been to AFL-CIO events. I've spoken to folks in part of sort of big labor or the upper echelons, and you do not really feel that urgency. It's still, oh, if there's a hot shop, we'll organize them, or we have our project, we're trying to do this. Sean Fain set up a big target about the UAW is going to go after, the large portion of American auto manufacturing they don't cover. But that's really the one exception.
Well, even there, UAW, the last 20 years has mostly been organizing graduate students.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't really done a whole lot to expand it into new sectors in manufacturing or transport or something. So it's look, there's a rationale behind it, but there's no excuse for it.
Yeah.
And this labor leadership has become much too conservative, too timid, and frankly too comfortable.
Yeah,
they make a lot of money.
Well, individual people, the unions themselves are not like for-profit entities.
But these union leaders are, look, it's hard work and all that, but they're pulling in. Many of them are presidents of several unions. Each one brings in six-figure salaries. So you can understand why they're afraid to rock the boat. But that boat is sinking really, really fast.
Yeah.
And if they don't do something, what happened in the 30s was that labor leaders were also somewhat timid then. Nothing like now, but they were timid then. Workers took over.
Yeah.
They organized their own unions. The CIO came out of that. Maybe something like that is needed, but the raw material is there. The landscape is horrible. Labor law is lined up against them. But you're in the labor movement, and you'd better go back to making it a movement rather than simply an institution, which is what it is now.
Folks, who would you feel comfortable sharing your phone number and home address with? Friends, of course. Someone you just met, probably. There was mass unrest among workers across the country. People were just pissed off.
Nice. Actually give you like a little point.
There was violence and et cetera. Of course, much more violence waged against these workers than by them. But that was a different time and a different place and a different sort of ideological currents running through the society. Do you see any prospect for mass unrest among workers now, especially when the capitalist class has propagandized so effectively about, hey, just start driving Uber and that's your way out.
Well, one thing to keep in mind is that there's a little bit of a mythology around the mass unrest back in the 20s and 30s. There was mass unrest. There was a lot of local organizing, but it wasn't Joe Friday coming out of his apartment in a flat and saying, hey, I'm going to organize my neighbors. It was political people doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you in those factories where we'd say now there was like the Flint sit-down strike or places like that, it was communists. It was people in the Communist Party, people in the Socialist Party. So there's a difference. Yeah, the unions didn't themselves organize more workers, but left-wing organizers organized those workers. It's pretty rare, almost, really rare, for workers to just organize themselves without there being some kind of catalyst, some kind of small group of people who is agitating, that's doing the logistical work, that's exhorting people, that's figuring out the strategies. Because look, for a worker to go out and take on his boss, it's really risky.
Yeah.
They're going to be fired. 9 times out of 10, they're just going to lose their jobs. And they're hanging on by a thread as it is. So that kind of risk-taking is unusual. Which means the question to ask for today is, A, is there a possibility for a bottom-up revival of the labor movement? And B, who's going to do it? Because it has to be done by somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the good news is when in the 30s, when the labor upsurge took place, the size of the American Communist Party was just a few thousand people. But they were fanatically, single-mindedly devoted to being in workplaces. Like the Communist Party would send people into a new city, into, let's say, Detroit or something. And the party headquarters, they would set up shop. And then every day, when their party activists came back to the office, they would be asked, how many workers have you brought into the union? How many neighborhood organizations have you organized? How large are the party cells in your workplace now? They didn't ask about triggers and cultural cues and whether or not they're watching the right TV shows and whether their diets are appropriately vegan. They asked them, how many workers have you organized? Mm-hmm. So what the lesson is, a relatively small group of people can have a huge impact if they're positioned well, if they're in the right places, and they know how to talk to ordinary people instead of talking down to them, instead of lecturing them, instead of finger wagging at them. Without that kind of party, I don't see a bottom-up revival of the labor movement. And I do think that there's people in groups like the Democratic Socialists of America who are trying to replicate that model. It's just that, as I said earlier, they haven't yet figured out this new landscape, how to do it.
Yeah.
They're in the thousands by now, and we don't hear a lot about them. But they had a big impact in the UAW, and they could have a big impact elsewhere.
Who, the DSA?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested in that comparison because I've seen, DSA chapters in local politics do a lot of great work as like an organizing vehicle, but they also have a reputation of being, hey, this is where college-educated white leftists go for a social club, basically, and to debate and, feel active, often to sort of wage some of the cultural battles that you're talking about, or, it's a debating society for dirtbag leftists, right? Which is
dirtbag leftists are the better ones. It's really just very culturally elite kind of virtue signaling types. There's a lot of, I would guess, that's the vast majority, but I think it's always going to be that way. The DSA is they don't even have an ideological condition to join. They just, hey, do you like what we stand for? And here, give us whatever the dues are, and you can join. So you should expect it's mostly going to be filled with like morally well-intentioned but politically ill-informed people who are going to bring in all their class baggage with them into the organization. And it has no intention of changing that. They love the fact that they're very, very big. So as a result, I think most of their branches are just ineffectual because, activism is hard. It requires demanding things of your members, and the DSA is in no position to make demands on its membership because they can just leave tomorrow.
Right. It's it's a loose enough organization that it becomes like, hey, show up.
Yeah.
But if you want to show up, if you want to stop showing up, you can at any time.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to shit on the DSA. I've seen them do great work, but I'm curious about what the distinction is. I mean, so the Communist Party, as being this really dedicated organizing vehicle 100 years ago, I mean, that organization was smashed, right, by our government and by the rest of the forces of American society. It was scattered to the winds. It was made anathema, something that you had to denounce, right, literally before Congress. But even before that, it was a dodgy thing to be a part of. It seems like the American system mobilizes itself against organizations like that. And so how can one be built under those conditions?
You just do it.
Great answer.
Yeah, nobody said it's going to be easy.
Yeah.
But it was done. It was much the sentiment of the black. There's times I know people who were in the Black Panther Party who said we'd go to meetings and most of the people in the room were FBI informants. We just didn't know it at the time. It was so thoroughly infiltrated.
Yeah.
They destroyed it by making you do crazy things and all that. Right now, you don't need the FBI. Most of the left is nuts. So getting to the point where we're serious enough, where we pose a threat, where they'll start worrying about infiltrating the left or smashing and all that, that's so far down the line. We just have to, right now, the challenge is picking up the left off its back, getting it on its feet, and relating to working people again. So, yeah, it's going to be hard, but don't get into the game if you intend to whine about it.
When you say that most of the left is nuts, what do you mean? Or I guess to get more specific about that, what are the problems that the left has culturally that prevent organization?
Well, what happened, as you said, I would say by the late 70s, the left was smashed in the United States. And what do we mean by the left? We mean if you're talking about a left, you can think about it in one of two ways. Historically, what the left has meant is some sort of organized presence which can actually make an impact on the political scene, a party, trade unions, something like that, so that you actually can shift the political culture and the political agenda a little bit. So the left means some kind of organized presence. The second way you can talk about it is a kind of a vibe. Lefty intellectuals, the cultural sphere, individuals who have certain inclinations. Today, if there is a left in the U.S. at all, it's the latter. It's people who are kind of left inclined, hew to progressive values, and they're almost entirely located within the college-educated scene, right? All right, so that's the left today. Well, what's happened is that once the left became primarily upwardly mobile professional people, they changed the content of what it means to be a leftist. Until the 70s, if you were on the left, it meant you were for the working class. You were for working people. Even if you were from the middle class, you directed your activities so that it would, in some way or form, through a variety of connections, in somewhere in that chain of connections, you would be helping the working class movement in some way, the anti-imperialist movement in some way. That was, once the working class organizations were destroyed, you just kind of had a middle class culture that became more and more inward looking rather than outward looking. And campuses became the main place where people on the left debated among themselves. Campuses had always been important, always. But that was where you came to the left to be sent out into unions or a party. It was the place where movement or leftism, in your life, you came to the left, but you didn't stay in the left in campus politics. You moved out.
Right.
What happened by the 80s was that was the only place where you found left politics. And so left politics came to reflect the culture of campuses, the culture of people in campuses. And a lot of that is just this crazy part. It's performative. You get point scoring for being the most ultra person in the room, the most intransigent. And since you are not disciplined by the reality of whether or not your tactics and your strategy are having a real effect in the world.
It's hypothetical.
Hypothetical and performative.
Yeah.
The coolness points come from being extreme. That this isn't far enough. I want to go further. This isn't enough. I want to do more. So the reality check of whether or not your ideas are being cashed out through real gains for people disappears. And what comes is point scoring in rhetorical debates and in performativity. So a kind of a extremism. I
have had a similar critique. I hate to say
I'll
it.
tell you one. This is unpopular. The other reason it's kind of nuts is it attracted a lot of nutty people. When the left is driven to the margins, which is what happened in the 80s and 90s, it's no longer in the mainstream because the unions are gone, the party isn't there, and you're on campuses. So how do left organizations on campus attract upwardly mobile people? They're not going to attract them by saying, "Hey, join the working class." They attract them by saying, hey, are you unhappy? It's capitalism that's making you unhappy. Come to us. We'll figure out a way. So the people who come to, and I can attest to this biographically because 90s when I was in the U.S., I saw this. The people who come are people who are just upwardly mobile, frustrated, middle-class people who think being on the left will give them more friends or deal with their pathologies or their neuroses, their unhappiness. So, the way I used to put it in the back was a broken left attracts broken people. And that's what, coming into the 2000s, that's where we were.
I mean, I would also imagine many of those people have a sincere belief in some leftist positions or problems in the world,
but their solutions to them tend to reflect their own class position.
Yeah.
So let's take the issue of race or gender.
Sure.
You're very serious about racism. You're a college-educated person of color or a woman, and you're very serious about gender. You're going to articulate gender issues or race issues the way you experience them. This is just sociology 101, right? I mean, and so if you're not a working class person or not in the workplace yourself, the way you experience race is going to be different because you are a aspirant college professor or a tech engineer or something like that. You may be well-intentioned, but you may pose the problem of race, gender, sexuality, but your solutions to those problems are going to be reflective of your place in the world. And that's why, we talk about identity politics a lot, and maybe in this interview we will. It's not that the left says you shouldn't take race seriously. It says that the way race is experienced by working class brown and black people is very different from the way it's experienced by tenured college professors or small business owners or something like that. That's the difference between a left that takes up social issues when it's rooted in the lives of working people and a left that takes up social issues when it's rooted in the aspirations and the frustrations of the professional class.
Is that your critique of identity politics generally? Because I've heard you speak about this before, and you're a critic. I mean, you use the phrase wokeism or woke, which is, that is such a contested word, and it's become a slur on the right that I often find it not useful for me. Yeah. But why do you use it? And is that what it's referring to? Is specifically the racial experience of this sort of like upper intellectual class?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that woke is kind of meaningless now because it's just been taken over by the right, and they use it to refer to any claims around race or gender or something like that, and even economic demands. But the reason they're effective is that there was something real there. Something actually was taking over identity politics in the last 4 or 5 years. Because you have to ask, why does the right think it can use this word as a slur? It doesn't use trade unions as a slur. It doesn't use workers' demands as a slur. It uses woke as a slur. And the reason is something did happen in identity politics. I look at wokery as a kind of a mutation within identity politics. So let's define all of these terms.
Sure, please.
Wokery.
Look, the socialists for 100 years
funny.
were not only sensitive to race and gender struggles, they led the movements around. All the anti-racist movements in the United States after the 1920s were all led by socialists. All in the anti-racist leaders in the CIO were all black, and they were all coming out of or orbiting around the Communist Party, or they've been educated by.
What about the Southern Civil Rights Movement, the Martin Luther King movement?
They were all socialists. They were all old lefties. They were all A. Philip Randolph was a Marxist.
Right.
Bayard Rustin was a Marxist. They made this biopic of him. They barely mention it. It all centers on the fact that he's gay, but he was never closeted about his sexuality. They completely ignored the fact that he was the last of the great socialists.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King was a socialist. Everybody around the SCLC was a socialist. It was the old left. The left led the movement for racial equality in this country. So it's kind of ridiculous to say that Marxists don't take race seriously. It's kind of ridiculous. It's what the current college-educated left says to distance itself from that very tradition and to calumniate that tradition. The point is, so Marxists always were in the forefront of these struggles. But they were always contemptuous of what today we call identity politics. Well, why?
Yeah, what do you mean by identity politics?
Identity politics is the vision of race or the vision of, say, gender, social issues, that reflects elite views or solutions to the problem of race. So let's just stick with race or gender. The identitarian conception of race focuses overwhelmingly, almost exclusively on this thing called discrimination. Now, discrimination is real, and it affects all black and brown people. And what it really is, whether or not the technical definition of discrimination is, do you get a job that's reflective of the actual skills and the actual abilities you have? And either you're not allowed to have the job at all, or you paid less, the glass ceiling situation. So the idea is we get rid of discrimination, you get racial justice. But now, for a lot of women and for a lot of people of color, the issue isn't that they're getting inadequately paid for the job they're doing, or that they didn't get the job for which they have the skills. The issue is, even if they fully get paid for the job they're doing, it's going to be a shit wage. So if you get a job at Walmart and you get exactly the wage that a white worker is getting or a male is getting, you don't have a living wage.
Yeah.
Or if you don't get the job at all, fine. Let's at that section of the labor market where you're applying for jobs, the other job that you do get, where you're not discriminated against, is still going to be a shit job. So you have two visions of jobs now. One is the upwardly mobile section of women and people of color who are in fact experiencing a glass ceiling and who are maybe only getting 80 to 90% of what their white male compatriots are getting. For them, what they're trying to get is the full value of their skills, the full value of their abilities. And they see discrimination as something that
I just dropped a link to the Discord.
is blocking their acquiring the full value. So they have no problem with their position in the class structure.
Yeah.
What they want is to get the full returns for that position in the class structure. But for a working class woman or a working class person of color, if you take away discrimination, they're still screwed.
Yeah.
So their battle is not against discrimination. It's for jobs themselves. It's for social services. If you're an upwardly mobile person, you probably got a pretty good health plan for yourself. For about 40 or 50% of the American working class, they got no health plan.
Yeah.
For them, they need socialized medicine. So there's no such thing as race politics. There's race politics and gender politics as envisioned by elites. And then there's the kind of race and gender politics that's been articulated by and fought for by labor parties and by the working class movement. When we use the word, people like myself on the left, identity politics, we are referring not to the struggle for race justice, because we've always fought for that. What we're referring to is the way in which race justice is narrowed down by elites to simply fight for the concerns of the wealthy women, wealthy people of color. And who in their right minds should be supportive of that, unless you belong to that class?
Well, thank you for that. I would love to talk through the past few years in social and racial justice in America, because from my perspective, look, I was doing material on television about the enormous disparities in criminal justice prosecution in America, right? The immense over-policing of black communities, the immense over-incarceration, which in my view is like one of our great national sins currently. And I was doing content on television about this in like 2018 or so. Going, this is horrible. We need to do something about it. There's a rising movement about it. Then, we have the George Floyd moment, right? We have all these various, upsurges of interest in this. The word woke is born sort of out of the streets, literally. Stay woke was a cry from the streets. Be aware of what's happening. Be aware of, the intense amount of racial injustice that is, being waged on the poorest people in American society. And then, oh my God, it seems like we have a moment where we are reckoning with this. My Hollywood manager, who is certainly on the upper class of American society, calls me and says, "Oh my God, what's happening? Like, what can we do about this?" And I was like, "Yeah, man, you start reading up. Join the struggle." It felt like a moment when we were coming together for that. And
Angela, I just linked the Discord in chat there.
And then fast forward a couple years later, the criminal justice reform is not something that you can even discuss in American politics anymore and be taken seriously, because it's been, woke has been turned into a slur, and that falls underneath it. And so what I'm sort of trying to track is how this broad-based, street-led movement to repair something that really is affecting the poorest in society became a slur.
That's what I thought
on the right, and
I thought you were.
B, how did, I guess in your view, the concerns of wealthy elites on the liberal side take over? What happened here?
Basic axiom in politics is whenever there's a political opening, the people who are the most organized will be the ones who take advantage of it. You're absolutely right. What happened in 2020, 2021 was a historic shift in American culture in the wake of George Floyd's murder, because the uprising that kind of enveloped American society was something we've never seen. What happened in the wake of that, there were two directions that it could have gone in. Had there been an actual political organization in the United States, a political party that was A, connected to this movement, and B, wanted to use that leverage to push for real social reforms, had that happened, I think that movement could have turned into all the things you are talking about: an actual drive towards prison reform, towards police reform, towards real money being poured into black and brown communities, which experience the worst of not just the policing, but also the crime. All that could have happened. But no such organization existed. What existed was one political party with two right wings. And the Democrats in particular were really worried about this, because remember, this is also at the moment of the second Bernie Sanders campaign, which did really, really well in the Democratic primaries.
Right.
And was really resonating, even though the media wants you to not understand it, it was resonating with working class black and brown people massively. So there was, for the Democrats, they were facing a real dilemma in that a neoliberal kind of social justice-y program platform that they've carved out over the past 20 years, which is a very elite program, was being challenged by this populist revolt inside the Democratic primaries. And at that time, if you recall, the black establishment had lined up behind Biden. James Clyburn and the Southern Democratic leadership had lined up behind him and kind of delivered the Southern vote to Clyburn. In the wake of George Floyd, when these explosions took place, in my view, the real concern of the Democrats, especially the Democrats, was that these two things might coalesce. The movement on the streets for racial justice might now come together with this populist movement for economic justice. And now you would get, for the first time since the 1930s and 40s, you would get the kind of movement for racial justice you saw with the SELC and with the CIO, where racial justice means justice for working class Latinos, working class Black Americans, which means a colossal sea change in the Democratic Party's platform. It means basically you're going to have to overturn that party.
Yeah.
And take it out of the grips of the Barack Obamas and the Clintons and all these people, right?
Yeah.
Well, you might remember what happened right after the murder and the initial movement. What happens is Nancy Pelosi and Jamie Dimon and all these people have this very theatrical moment where they say, this is a defining issue of our time, race.
Yeah.
And what do? They don't say we need massive
Oh God, the
healthcare
Kenta
reform,
cloth.
massive housing, we need public housing, we need to fund these schools. What they say is we need racial sensitivity training, we need more Black CEOs, and we need more affirmative action in elite. They didn't say we're going to increase funding to community colleges, which is where the Black working class goes. They didn't say we're going to increase funding to state schools, which is where the lower echelons of the skilled Black workers go. They say we want more Black entry into elite institutions and more Black managers, Latino managers. So what they do is they essentially turn this into an opportunity for the professional classes, which is their base within the electorate. The people who needed real reforms had no vehicle. They had no party, no trade unions. This became instead a windfall for the nonprofits and for the Black and brown professional, upwardly mobile professional classes. And they kind of went, they became drunk. What happened in universities, it was very authoritarian. What was being done under the banner of racial justice in universities, if you didn't hold to particular versions of anti-racism, you were calumniated. If you were a conservative, you were in fact intimidated. Conservatives felt intimidated on American campuses. If you came to give a talk in which you presented a criticism of affirmative action or something like that, you weren't allowed to speak. Students would themselves either shout you down or even deans would take their sides. This became the public version of wokery. This is what it became known for. And that's why the right has fastened onto it, because people didn't like it. So what you had was a legitimate concern for race, a legitimate concern for racism, being hegemonized, being taken over by elites and being pushed by the Democratic Party and the corporate sector. It's really important to understand. The leading elements of the corporate sector were behind this narrowing down of racial justice after 2020. Now, that's gone now. They want to have nothing to do with it now. There's reasons for that. But it was the American political and economic elite, for a moment, terrified of what might happen with the race justice movement unless they funneled it into more manageable quarters and use it as a way of cultivating a more firm grip by people who they trust over these movements, which is Black and brown elites. And that's what happened.
So that is how it gets funneled into, what were at the time literally called DEI programs, and then that becomes another slur on the right. So the narrowing that the Democratic Party, that the corporate class sort of engaged in of the racial justice movement becomes the perfect thing for the right to then
and
demonize.
Now the result is anytime you bring up race, you're woke.
Yeah.
That's and anytime, so now what they've done is they say the left, the far left, is all these things that people hate, the thought control, the authoritarianism, the cultural extremism, and all this stuff. But they've also smuggled into it legitimate demands that working people want to make for healthcare, for economic rights, for workplace reform. That all becomes woke now. And so it's a fight for the left to say, look, that other stuff, all the cultural stuff, it's not really what we want. We want real issues that touch people's lives.
And it sounds like what you're arguing is that
later legend,
the what the right is demonizing as leftism, the DEI programs, is actually not leftism at all. It's the liberal side of it. It's
frankly, it's just the ruling class. It's the elite side of it. I mean, if you're a liberal, you should be appalled by the fact that universities are not allowing debates. But the liberal intelligentsia itself degenerated in the wake, I think, since the 2016-17. I think the Bernie moment really made people take sides. And a lot of what I thought were progressive liberals didn't want to have anything to do. The way my wife puts it is they don't hate him, they just hate the people he represents. And so they went to the side of the more conservative identitarianism, which later parts of it morphed into what we call wokery. I don't have any problem with saying don't use the word, fine. But something real happened. Something real happened after 2020, which bastardized race and gender politics in a way that has been very counterproductive.
I wonder, though, if to give the credit to the people who led, this narrowing of the movement, so many of the organizations that you're talking about, NGOs, nonprofits, the Democratic Party, unions, that engaged in simply making professional advancement easier for Black and brown people. A lot of that was because in those organizations were had racial discrimination embedded through them, and you had the younger generation, the lower level of staffers at various unions, nonprofits, et cetera, saying, hey, in the structure that we're a part of, we are experiencing racism in our lives, and we want it to be corrected. That happened in the Writers Guild that I'm a member of. Every organization in America had some sort of racial reckoning in that way, but it was in good faith. The people doing it wanted it to happen, right? They were facing struggles.
Adam, but look, it was always the case. Even in the 30s and 40s, it was much worse in professional organizations. Much, much worse than it is today. We're talking now, this is 60 years after the Civil Rights Act. American culture is more evolved, even in professional organizations, on race and gender issues. In the 30s and 40s, it was hell. You were actively lampooned and teased and treated like crap if you were a woman or a Black person or a Latino inside the professional world, right? Or a Jew inside the professional world. Well, when they fought for race justice, they understood that if we focus on the needs of everyday working class men and women, it's of course going to also make things better for professionals. That was true today too. It remains true. There is a responsibility on the part of people like me and people like you, when we try to talk about discrimination and race and gender, to realize that for most of the people in this country, race and gender affects their very ability to make a living and not just their professional advancement. So yeah, you're right. In good faith, we can say that space that I inhabit should be free of racism, even if it's an elite space. That space that I inhabit should be free of sexual discrimination and gender discrimination. But it is on us to not narrow down the demands to just that space. Yeah. That's the difference between a political culture in which left-wing and socialist views have real salience and one in which the middle class and the elites have come to dominate it to the point where they think that as long as they are fighting for their own very narrow needs, that's all they have to do. I think
that I brought that up yesterday.
That the moral onus is on people in the Writers Guild, people in universities to say, no, man, it's not just about me. And it's not enough to say I'm just going to fight where I am, because where I am is not bad. And even if I don't get all the goodies, I'm still getting a lot of goodies.
But I think, isn't part of the problem, as you say, that there was no mass organization or movement to join? And so what are people to do but to look around themselves and say, well, I'll make my own little plot of earth better?
Well, no one's saying you shouldn't fight in those sites. What one is saying is still, you're a cultural artist, I'm a professor, you propagandize. You do what you can to direct attention to those other spaces. In universities, it wasn't just that people were saying, let's just hire more women, hire more people of color. They were also generating a research and intellectual agenda that tried to bury the actual class politics of the United States. If you bring up class in the cultural left today, you're a white supremacist, even if you happen to be a person of color. There's been a very active, aggressive assault on left-wing ideas, using race and gender to calumniate the left.
Tell me more about that.
Well, the left has never taken race seriously. The left has never taken gender seriously. The left has been white supremacist. The left is an Enlightenment project. Marxism is a white male heteronormative project. This is all coming out of those same people who would say that they're committed to this kind of identitarian cultural politics. Well, a friend of mine likes to say that, there's this debate, or you could say a kind of an antagonism between Enlightenment, socialist intellectuals, and identity politics people. We didn't start that. It's just that something weird happened that by the 90s and 2000s, people who were called radical intellectuals or race or gender experts, every time they brought up what they were working on, it would start with a kick in the teeth to Marxism or to socialism. Why are they doing that? It's pretty clear. If you're an academic and you want to make it, and you call yourself a radical, if you want to get advanced, you better show you're not that kind of radical. You're not the Marxist radical. You're the more evolved, more enlightened one, and you show that by two things. You first give a kick in the teeth to the Marxists to make sure that's your entry card into the club. Hey, I'm respectable. I'm not that. And then you show that my radicalism is going to do something for you. You in the seminar room. You in this lecture hall. You, the same class as me. That's the kind of radicalism I am. The radicalism I advance. It's not a radicalism of the unwashed masses who come and serve your tables, who wash your car, because screw them. So the culture itself, it advances the identity, the agenda, not just by ignoring the class stuff, but by actively condemning it. Now that shows you more than anything else that it's the worldview of a certain class of people. It's a class of people who have an instinctive disdain for this tradition on the left.
Where does that come from?
Well, a lot of it is homegrown. In the United States, there's a long tradition of anti-communism, and it's a very easy thing to slide into. But I'm seeing it everywhere. It's happening in India right now as well. In South Africa, where I spent some time, same thing is happening in universities. So I think what it's more expressive of is the instinctive dislike for class politics, for working class politics that upwardly mobile people have, whether they're South African, Indian, or American. And what happened in the 90s onward is that identity politics gave them a respectability that they didn't have in the 50s and 60s on the left. In the 50s and 60s, if you were an anti-communist, you were center-right. What's happened since then is that radicalism has been transformed so that you can call yourself radical, you can call yourself left-wing, and still be a garden variety American anti-communist. That wasn't true in the 1960s and 70s. You know, when SDS was formed in the 1950s and 60s, they called themselves radical. These students, they automatically went to socialism and Marxism.
I'll be right back.
That's absolutely. Today they go to ethnic politics and race politics, and they look at Marxism as this kind of old white male hangover that they are entitled to never take seriously. So of course that means that they're going to be easily funneled into the Democratic Party, into the NGO sector, because that's what it's for.
I guess I have as you're talking, I so much what you're saying, rings true for me. But I also have a fear about it, which is that, the capitalist classes, the ruling classes, have used racial division to disrupt, working class movements or to, separate people. I mean, just from, a basic analysis of early American history is that, racial discrimination against black people was part of keeping white working class people happy, because at least you're better than somebody, right? At least you're better than these folks. Same as we were talking about, racial division really being the sin of the middle of the century labor movement in America that kept it hobbled. And I've seen plenty of organizing campaigns in workplaces now where the bosses will say, hey, have you noticed, to the black people in the bargaining unit, have you noticed that everyone on the organizing committee is white? Like, have you noticed that they're not really looking out for you? And so this is like a deliberate strategy. Right now we're in a moment where that strategy is slurring wokeism and racial justice of any kind. And so I do worry when I hear you lead with this stuff. I'm like, is there a similar compromise with, hey, right now if you want to come across as an iconoclast, we should say, oh, wokeism is bad, to go along with the new the new division in race in America. Does that make sense?
No.
I'm putting it in a strong way.
Most people just hate that stuff. People just, they associate it with a certain kind of radical posturing and snobbery and holier than thou and that kind of thing. Instead, if you just go to people and say, look, man, the bargaining committee shouldn't be all white. Don't you agree? They'll say, yeah, we agree. It shouldn't be all white. The whites will say that, and the people of color will say that as well. I think that what the left should do is, the basic philosophy should be mutual respect, mutual sharing of risks and costs, and a hatred for the right kind of people. And that should include wealthy people of color and wealthy women. So the dividing line is a class line. And if the people who happen to be people of color or women are using gender or race to push aside the concerns of working class women and working class people of color, they should be criticized. And if they use social justice language to try to justify what they're doing, then that should be criticized. That social justice language ought to be criticized. And in the minds, maybe we have different impressions, but my impression is in the minds of most people out there who are not in the culture industry or in universities, they look at wokery as a kind of cultural snobbishness, as a kind
wokery.
Of
I
fanaticism,
can't get over that.
As a way of finger wagging at ordinary people. And if that's how they feel, I'm not going to tell them that that stuff's not real. It is real. I'm happy to use a different word for it. But what you're saying that the word woke has been taken over by the right, so we shouldn't criticize it. My view is it's the practices that are associated with the word that really matter, and we shouldn't use the right's capture of the word to forgive the practices. Those practices are awful, and we should be criticizing them.
Yeah, I worry about the left running away from, the quest for racial justice. To me,
but when has that happened? It has never happened. When has the left run away from the quest for social justice or racial justice? It's always led all the fight, and it continues to do so today.
I want to make sure that that's not what we're doing. And to me, I've always been motivated by what I think of as racial solidarity. When I'm in a situation and there are folks who are experiencing discrimination, I want to have solidarity with their experience, and I want to support them, and that's how we build a broad movement together. And what I worry about is that I hear everybody, I hear liberals, I hear leftists, I hear people on the right saying, the wokeism has got to go. And they, refer to all discussion of race, as you said. And I think it's hard for us when I'm in a, say, again, my own experience is being in union leadership. And not that we've had great struggles in my own, but, you have tough conversations sometimes. And it's hard to tell when, I want to express racial solidarity with the people that I'm working with, but, are we, if someone from a liberal perspective or a right perspective says, oh, that's just wokeism, it's hard to grapple with when that's the case and when it isn't,
So just ignore the word.
Yeah.
Just say, well, it's not wokeism, this is just solidarity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the issue. I don't see the problem.
Fair enough. We can move on. It's difficult to make the right cut, right? Between when I hear you speak about it, right? I feel like you're maybe making a different cut than like a lot of other people are
Yeah, I am.
when they're using the word, and that's what I'm just trying to narrow down so we know exactly what we're talking about.
Look, it's really important not to get caught up in words when you're having political debates.
Yeah.
The reason I said that wokeism should be criticized is that prior to the right's taking over of the word, what I saw on the left being palmed off under wokery was a very, very narrow class perspective on social justice issues.
Yeah.
And it was a direct consequence of that class's anxiety in the wake of George Floyd's murder, of the possibility of race justice bringing in working people again, which the Democratic Party had been working assiduously for 20 years to push out. So it was very important to say this isn't racial justice. Racial justice is impossible unless it reflects the needs of working people. Now the right comes and says that stuff is horrible. And the choice for us is, do we say, well, the right's saying it's horrible, so